on mic.
All on mic.
Okay.
Morning, everyone.
One, two, three, and one more person. No.
One, one, two, three. Yeah.
Yes. For darker.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Women in IGF session. We only have like 25 minutes. Is it 25 minutes?
Past 4. Past 8. 10:30.
Oh, 10:30.
Yeah, so like about 1 hour.
So, again, welcome everyone. My name is Baratang Mia. I am from Girl Hype, Women Who Code, and we're organizing Women in IGF for the second year now. We had one in Addis, and following that up, it's this particular one. So I will start the session. We have 3 speakers, one presentation about what's happening with women in the ecosystem, and then we'll have Mr. Maktasek to tell us about what has he done in the past year, about what we aimed for. Last year, the focus was on contributing towards the Global Digital Compact. And we've done that very well. So I will touch on that, but in the interim, I just want to say that the reason we hold women in IGF is that even though women are a huge part of the IGF community and make up half of the population globally, women's voices have been historically low and entirely absent in the political and digital spaces. So these imbalances ultimately deny leadership opportunities to women in spaces, especially in the spaces that they would have to impact the technology, build it and create it in their local environments, especially women who face additional forms of discrimination. So IGF's Women's Summit focus on leadership mindset and spotlight the women who can harness the power in this pivotal moment on the internet and to shape the digital platform. We want to contribute a new way forward and come up with actionable solutions to drive meaningful progress in internet governance. So the final output of this particular summit would be a resource produced by a community of participants at the summit. One of the things is making sure that the planning for next year, which we want to take this and hopefully turn it into an NRI where women's issues and gender issues could be discussed in a formal setting. At the moment, it's been driven by one organization and few of us that were there last year. But I think now we want to make it bigger and try to approach the Internet Governance Secretariat and say, please give us an opportunity to become an NRI at global level that women across the world, across the globe, can contribute towards the IGF and contribute at the leadership level and make sure that the impact of what women and gender issues should be covered at that level. So based on that, whatever we come up with, Margaret would do a presentation, and what the presentation she will do, will publish it as part of the final outcome of this and take some of the points on what do we do with what came up out of that presentation. So it's more of an open forum. Everyone who's here is allowed to contribute to how can we make gender be taken as an entity that could contribute towards IGF, because at the moment there isn't one entity that is really focusing on gender issues, and we take Women's Summit as part of that. And with that in mind, I will give an opportunity to Mr. Maktasek, who will talk to us. But I just want to say that gender disparity is very huge. In Africa, I know that women are working very hard. I'm looking at Lily here, who's driving so much about internet governance from the basic and on the ground. But at the same time, because of the literacy level and because of the misunderstanding of where AI is going and what technology is bringing to the communities, the uptake is very slow. The people are still not understanding what is technology doing for them and why is it beneficial. And if you come and you talk about the rights and digital rights and human rights of people in the technology space to people who do not have technology, it's as if you are taking away something from them. So we have to find the balance of making sure that even if we're talking about the rights of women online, and we talk about cybersecurity, and we talk about gender, and we talk about all these issues that comes up at IGF. We also have to talk about how do we make sure that the same people that we're talking about on the ground have access to internet, because at the moment, I think it's only 15% of Africans who have proper internet access. That means when we talk about the rights that we're talking about at IGF, 85% of Africans don't know what the hell we're talking about because it's not implemented yet. So how do we talk about something they don't have? So that balance is something that I think we would have to address, especially women, because they are the ones who are literally not online. And with that said, I'll hand over to Mr. Makta.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Baratang, and good morning, everyone. To attend this important event to discuss women in IGF. As you know, women is playing an important role in the Africa ecosystem, but we have a lot of concern about their participation. When we look at the African culture, the women are the one who educated children. They are wake up early, very early, to go to try to get something done, some work, to give food to their kids. Women also leave their country, their rural area, to come in the urban city. Try to get some work to support their family inside their respective country. Women also suffer a lot in Africa due to the lack of health hospital. When you look at the number of women died due to lack of hospital, there are too many in Africa. At school also, a lot of women doesn't have chance to go to school for several reasons. Sometimes it's cultural. Yeah. And in some culture, women are not allowed to go to school. In other culture, they put priority for women to work at home to support their mother. Another problem also in several African countries, woman doesn't have any legal form of identity, because for the culture, you can't get ID without getting husband. Means in some culture, woman doesn't exist. Why? And internet provides this opportunity for everybody to be part on this ecosystem using this digital technology. Now with digital technology, we have seen a lot of progress in several countries in the activity of women. A lot of women are working now in this e-commerce. They are developing a lot of application on e-commerce. They are selling goods through the network. Also, several women working in the food system have developed a lot of application focused on their activity. And with the development of this technology, the role of women become more important. And we have seen since the COVID, an increased number of women in the digital sector. And I think now everybody agree woman is part of this digital ecosystem. When you look at the room, I think we have more women than men. It is a case also in the population. We have more women than men. But we have several challenges for that, to access to this digital technology. Still, we have more men connected than women in Africa. We have 45 men connected compared to 34 women. Access also on the tech work is very low for women. Generally, it's around 12% compared to the world average 40%. Another issue also, it is a woman harassment online. In a lot of countries, the number is very high. And this number go to 10 to 40% of women in internet have been harassed. Why is this? Also, when you talk about this African population, we have 500 million people in the continent without any legal identity. And most of them are women. Why it is important today to discuss, despite progress made by several countries to involve women in the digital ecosystem, what future we want for women, what role we want for women in this digital ecosystem. And we can link this to this global digital compact, the role of women in this digital compact. Now first, let's start by key solution. We have to provide access, equitable access to women and youth to this digital technology. How we can do? With 34% access to internet, less than 10% in the rural area, we have to put the right infrastructure in the city and in the urban city as well as in the rural area. It is something very important. The government should put in place the right infrastructure to provide equitable and affordable access to the woman. This can be done through several ways. We can provide a lot of facility for women to access to this service. Also, we can develop public infrastructure to provide more access to women to this digital technology. Also, we need to build the capacity of women. It is very important. When we look at the COVID period, in Africa, we identify around 5,000 innovation focused on linkage to the COVID. And more of this application have been developed by women. Means we have a ground in the continent we need to build their capacity. And why we should have a lot of program to build the capacity of women, not at the university or higher school, but as the primary school, like what Kenya already started last year. Third, we provide access, build the capacity of the woman, but we need also to involve the woman in the tech sector. It is very important. When you have the capacity, the government should promote access to the woman, for women to this sector. And through access to the market, through also support, funding support to this woman entrepreneur to access to this market. It's something very important. It is something some country did very successfully, like Tunisia and Morocco. They have an incentive fund to support the women tech in the sector. Another one, it is we need awareness about this cyber security, child online. It's not only child, but I think all women are concerned by this cyber crime issue. We need to secure the cyberspace for women by organizing several information working group, awareness campaign to explain to the woman the opportunity and the risk to be online. I think it is something very important we have to highlight for all women, such as those in Africa. And in the Global Digital Compact also, we have highlighted the important role of women as gender cross-cutting issue in all the 10 key priority area. How to involve this woman to be part on this Global Digital Compact. One, on the digital public infrastructure, how this woman can access to the digital public infrastructure like this e-commerce platform, e-government service, digital ID platform. And we have some recommendation for government. How women can have affordable access to this digital technology. This goes through building infrastructure and also an appropriate regulation to make sure everybody have access to this digital technology. Of course, capacity building is very important through the Global Digital Compact and focus more on the emerging technology, how we build the capacity of women in the emerging technology to make sure women are part on this fourth industrial revolution. As you know, by 2030, 90% of the new job will be on digital and will need a digital component. We need also to build their capacity on this artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is very easy. It's not require a lot of infrastructure. Just say if you are smart, we need some application, some infrastructure to develop application. And we have seen also this development during this COVID period. What is important also for women in this Global Digital Compact, it is the issue of public good. We need to put in place infrastructure policy to provide opportunity of women to access to this public goods. It is very, very important for the continent. Internet fragmentation. So important, because when you talk about internet fragmentation, we can talk about on one internet. But you have Africa, several internet. You have people who don't have access, people who don't have the technology, people who don't have the capacity. We need to avoid this internet fragmentation, to make it open. and access to everybody. Yeah. Everybody should have an equal right access to internet. Women and men should have an equal right to access to internet. Something very important we have to take into consideration. And also we have to consider access. Internet is a human right. If we consider access to internet is a human right, I think we can sort out the issue of access for women in the continent. And it is something we discussed last year. Several progress have been made. We organized a lot of forum to discuss about this key challenge. And we have noted several progress across the continent to improve access women to this digital technology, to enhance also their productivity through using digital technology. And I can highlight some initiative we have at the ECA level. We talk about this capacity building. We have one program called it African Connect Girl Coding Camp. Focus of women on girl and woman aged between 12 and 25 years old. This program provides skills to this woman, to these people during a training for 2 weeks. The objective it is to show without any skills on digital technology, within 2-week formation, within 2-week training, we can get enough skill to be part of this digital era. And the women are trained in several areas like artificial intelligence, web gaming. We have also the status search. We have also several applications on climate change, 3D printing, and other area. And since we launched this program, now we have we launched this program in 7 countries. And we have 35,000 girls trained, and they have developed around 300 projects. It is very amazing to have a look on the project developed by this young girl. Just go to the application to a climate change, early marriage. It is something we have in Africa. People will get husband very early, and they are faced a lot of problem, and they develop website to show the problem faced by this young girl. We have also other application related to the girl living in the city, coming from the rural area, and they get a lot of problem of during this their staying in this city. It is people you meet to work at home in several family, and they develop a lot of application on that. Also on health sector, we have also several applications developed by this girl. Another project important, we call it Tech African Woman. Focus on the woman entrepreneurship. And we support the women to improve their capacity to access to the market. It is an ECA program, and we already organized this. Last year, we organized this in 4 countries. And several women have been selected, and they get prize and to improve their business through digital and technology. And the objective is by 2025 to have this program in all African countries. Another important project for women, it is a capacity building on fintech. When we look at Kenya is a good example, where the fintech sector is leading by women. And we have designed a program with Alibaba to build the capacity or to improve the capacity of women in the fintech sector. It is something very important. I think we can sake as example in several other countries to see how we can duplicate what's happened in Kenya in other African countries. This shows the importance of this session, and I would like to congratulate Barata and her team to have this session, this second edition of the Women in IGF, and to reassure the support of ECA of this on this activity, because it is very important to support women. Why? We are all coming from women. Without women, you don't have anyone in this world. And we need to support them, to make them happy, to make them involved in all sectors. And they become leading this for industrial revolution. And I'm sure with the capacity we have now for the young generation, when you discuss with them, when you look at the project they develop, we are confident that African is on the right way to be part, such as a woman community in this fourth industrial revolution. I'm going to stop there and thank you very much for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you very much, Magda. I would like to ask everyone to join us on the table because it looks very empty. But on the other side, yeah, if we can all just join up here to make the room a little bit warmer. Thank you very much, Magda. I just want to thank you very much. When you started, you said that women are the one who educate children. Maybe I'm lost. Can we just join on the table as we walk in? Yeah, as you mentioned, women are the ones who educate children. And one other thing that you mentioned is that since COVID, there has been an increased number of women in the ICT sector. And I think it's one of the reality that the COVID has really given women an opportunity to work from home, participate on the internet in manner that we wouldn't before. You mentioned that access is around 12% to women compared to men. Africa has 500 million people in the continent, and in the next coming 5 years, 70% of those would be youth, which is one of those big things that really the continent has to battle with. But the highlight for me was that UNECA is focusing on building the capacity of women to participate meaningfully in the tech ecosystem. And you highlighted all the initiatives that UNECA is doing. I won't repeat them, to make sure that women participate freely, safely, and equally on the internet. And they do participate on the e-commerce, which is like building technology, and they're not just consumers. And thank you very much. As we take that forward, I'm going to give Ms. Margaret to to speak about Women in IGF Summit 2023, 2022 a little bit, and what we've done in 2023 and what she's been working on, the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Baratang. Can I kindly request for the presentation? So thank you very much. My name is Margaret Nyambura Ndongo, working at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, where we are doing agendaed analysis of issues of connectivity, usage, and related development outcomes in this digital ecosystem. And as Dr. Maktar has said, women have a central place in the development and adoption of the emerging technologies, and I think we can all attest to that. However, they are greatly missing in the tech spaces. We have seen the statistics. And we must ensure they are included at all levels if emerging technologies is to be responsible to women's needs, wants, and more. We want to actively participate in this digital space, and we can only do that if what is there meets our needs. And probably to go deeper on this digital ecosystem that is much informed or driven by the STEM area, that existing data reveals that globally there is a leaky pipeline leading to few women and lack of retention in STEM careers. That as we start at an early age, we probably have the same opportunities, men and women. But as we continue as young children, do we get the same opportunities? Are there cultural issues? Are there biases? Are there issues at the household level that keeps on pushing women to more arts and men to more STEM subjects? What can we do to ensure that from that particular age, from young age, we are having women focused on STEM subjects so that when we come to their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, we are not saying that we do not have women in the STEM area or in artificial intelligence or emerging technologies. And yet, and I think statistics have been given that in the African context, most people are in the rural areas. And statistics have shown that 22% of primary schools in Africa have only 22% have reliable internet connectivity. And we are talking about e-learning, we are talking about e-health. How do we ensure that our children that are in rural areas, they have the same opportunities as those who are in other places? So if connectivity is a start, then research shows that we are not where we need to be. We need to connect people in the rural areas. Majority of us in Africa, we are in rural areas, and that's where we don't have connectivity. Again, statistics show that meaningful connectivity is still a wild dream for most of the women in the global majority. And as GDIP, we are looking deeper and learning how we can address the inequality. And the research we are doing highlights the gaps, the cost of exclusions, and the urgency to change the cause. Because again, we don't want every year, every decade to be talking about lack of women in this space. And what do we mean by meaningful connectivity? And we start with the speed we want, at least 4G. And in this, then we are saying someone can be able to do something. You can be able to do your e-learning. You can be able to download your content. You can not just be a user or a consumer of content, but you can also create. Again, we are talking of appropriate devices that if you have a smartphone, then you're probably able to do more than a basic phone. Again, we are talking of unlimited broadband connectivity, that you can always get that connectivity whenever you want it and wherever you want it. And not only do you have that connectivity, but then you are able to use it on a daily basis. And it is due to that, then you can continuously keep on being innovative, keep on seeing how best to have a productive life in the digital space, and with that, you are able to improve your livelihood. So I know statistics have been given, but using GSMA data of the 2023, we are seeing that women are 19% less likely than men to use mobile internet. And again, across the continent, all of us, we are using mobile internet. So you see, again, there's that gap. And 440 million women still do not own a mobile phone. That is a huge number. And again, as it has been said, in our culture, at least in the African context, women spend most of the time with their children. And these children are getting exposed to the digital technologies. How do these women then help them to navigate in the safety of this digital space? So we must ensure that women are connected. They have these smart devices to be able to be connected. And we are saying a total of 900 million women are still not using mobile internet. They have basic phones. We really have to do that. And the opportunity cost for that is that we are losing billions of money. And we need to do an analysis of that so that even as we are talking about inequalities in the digital space, then we are able to quantify that. So meaningful connectivity of women in the global majority is a prerequisite for them to assume a central role as skilled citizens and active participants in the digital economy. That emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things are the engines of the future economies. And we must be in that space as creators, not as consumers. And our socio-economic lives are still and will continue depending on these emerging technologies. How do we position women in this digital economy? The development outcome of digital exclusion can only be addressed if we can quantify the opportunity cost of digital inclusion. That every time try to see what are women losing if they're not connected. And not just in terms of monetary value, in terms of shaping our future generation, so that we contextualize that. And the aim of is to contextualize the digital exclusion narrative and link it to livelihoods and socio-economic development. That in the digital ecosystem, there is something for everybody. Everybody can make a niche of themselves, but you need to be aware, you need to have the skills for you to be able to do that. And data on women's experiences of digital economy and cost of exclusion is vital to reflect women's worldviews in artificial intelligence decision-making based on gender data in public domain. That we are going to the world of artificial intelligence. Do we have enough data about women and them presenting that data? Has it been collected? And if we don't do that, then we end up with biased decisions, outcomes, which can lead to diverse development outcomes. Artificial intelligence currently replicates biases and discrimination in decision-making algorithms due to lack of data on women's and global health. So inequalities perpetuate when artificial intelligence are used to make decisions on allocation of resources. So again, this is an area that we need women to actively participate. So contextualization of the opportunities for women in the digital space, once meaningfully connected and digitally skilled, will lead to digitally innovative livelihoods. And we have seen that as long as you give people the tools they need to navigate, then they are able to make their own livelihoods. And the ripple effect of empowering women through digital inclusion, skills development, and cyber hygiene, which again we must emphasize, to ensure that again we are bringing wholly human beings. The young generation, we should not let them be influenced by these new technologies. They must use it to develop their socio-economic, to shape their lives, and again, still not forget our culture, so that we are moving with our culture in a safely digital environment. And ultimately, giving meaning to artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other emerging technologies in the eyes of the women in the global majority. That as long as these technologies are making sense to us, as long as they can make us change our livelihoods, as long as we can see a change, a positive change, after the usage of these technologies, then we can move forward and we can actively participate in shaping the future of the emerging technologies. If you're not thinking about holistic inclusion, that is from early childhood, from what they can do with these technologies, from the very beginning, meaningful integration and active participation of women in emerging technologies will remain a mirage, and we risk excluding them from the many opportunities in the digital space. So again, we need to start from early childhood, try to see what are the opportunities, how can we be safe in the digital space, and as we move that way, then everybody have a space in the digital ecosystem. Thank you, and back to you, Baratan.
Thank you, Margaret. That was a brilliant presentation, in fact. Thanks for covering all the elements of internet governance and AI, which is the theme of this meeting. If 70% of Africa is going to be youth in the next coming 5 years, I think it's just fair that a youth member of Africa speak on behalf of African issues. And I would like to give the opportunity to Lily to speak.
Right. Hi, everyone. And to our audience who are online, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you're joining from. So if there was a reason why I'm in this session, I think I found the why. And for everyone here, I'm hoping that you found just something that helps us to see the reason why women participation at the IGF and women engagement generally in technology and in the STEM space is important. My why this morning is the issue of opportunity cost of when women are not included. That is huge. I've always been seeing that we add more to it, that is more inclusiveness, more equitability, and then just the essence of bringing to the forefront issues that affect women the most to the IGF. But I'm seeing that there's actually a glaring evidence of things that don't happen when women aren't present. Who can speak as women do? Who can talk about things that affect women from where it affects us the most? And if we're looking for diversity in perspective and what we can bring to the table to make the IGF as a knowledge sharing platform place where recommendations are made, then every one of us has to be present. And that is my why for today. And that is the reason why I'm excited that the presentation that have gone before have mentioned that. So for me, that sets where the cap as both a youth and as a woman, I'm seeing that, and also as an African, for people who are essentially growing to become next leaders in the space, I see that for us, this is really the platform for us to also amplify the voices of work we've been doing as young people. And just like we've said about the Global Digital Compact, especially with the focus on capacity building on the African continent, I just want to highlight some of the things you're doing for the youth IGFs that have focused on, a broad variety of issues, but essentially to make sure that we are not leaving anyone behind. By dint of the fact that there is the diversity in even knowledge sharing in local languages, also expertise where we bring people from areas where there are issues that are happening, they can give grassroots ideas to the platforms to contribute and to say what it is that they demand. All of those are things that, looking at the future or projecting, will be important for us to make sure that we are building solutions that do not just assume that there's a need, but we know what the real need is and hear from the people that are affected by them. So for us as women and for me as also a youth, it is the reason why some of the work we've done on the African continent is very important, that we get to the grassroots, know what the issues are, and are able to bring it to the forefront for authorities to see what it is that we feel and to demand it. So, and it's what I'll add on this session, and I'm also going to drag another youth into this conversation, but I know Baraktan will call her soon. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lily. I just want to add one last element to this session. Yesterday, I attended a session where we held feminist principles for including gender in the Global Digital Compact. I think that's a very, the copy is here for those who couldn't make it yesterday. I would like to read these 8 principles. They're very important because this is the outcome of the work done by APC, the UN Women and their partners, which is World Wide Web Equality Now. And we, all organizations that are focusing on gender equality, came yesterday together and to endorse these principles. Those who want to still participate, there's a sign-in support. If you Google it, you can go in and support these principles. In fact, there's 10 of them. And I think these are principles that organizations that work with participation of women online and the safety and in the global space to be included in the Global Digital Compact. They were called the Feminist Global Digital Compact principles. So if you want to look at them, please go look at them. I'll just browse through them. And the first one is ensure concrete commitments to protect the digital rights of women and girls and marginalized groups. The second one, guarantee freedom from technology, facilitated gender-based violence. The third one, promote universal rights to freedom of expression, privacy, peaceful assembly, and participation of women and girls in their diversity in all aspects of life. Ensure universal affordability, accessible, and safe internet access for all. Fifth, demand strict action against harmful surveillance application and high-risk AI system. 6, expand women's participation and leadership in the technology sector and digital policy making. The 7th one is prioritize strategies that reduce the environmental impact of new technologies. 8th, implement measures for states and transnational cooperation to ensure data privacy governance and consent. 9, adopt equality by design principles and a human right-based approach throughout all phases of digital technology development. As a software engineer and a coder in my life, this was one of the principles I thought it's critical to be included at the moment because 90% of the time women are consumers. If we don't include them in the design phase, if we don't get them to speak when the product is still at the initial stage, we're going to miss their voice from the onset. So I felt this was one of the highlights for me to make sure that a human right-based approach and equality by design principle is included, transparency and human rights and gender rights impact assessments and incorporated into the development of any algorithmic decision-making systems or digital technologies prior to deployment. and are not tested without these principles to prevent discrimination and harmful biases being amplified and perpetuated. The last one is set AI safeguard and standards to prevent discriminatory biases. In closing of this session, I would like to ask if there's anyone who has comments or questions for the speakers.
Okay, thank you so much for this amazing discussion, but also looking at the contribution that have been shared in the room in regards to women in IGF. I have two reflections as far as the participation of women and girls is concerned on the matters of digital economy. And I'll speak on the context of Africa, but also I was also actually wondering why we do not have a representation from the global majority. Does it mean that the women in global majority are more advanced when it comes to issues of technology? Or do we think there is need for us to have a shared equilibrium so that we're also able to learn? This is just a reflection from the panel presentation. This is what I want to say, that I think for me, looking at the contribution, but also the progress of women in tech, of course, there is a lot of biases, challenges, and barriers that women face. But when it comes to documentation of statistics and reports, we majorly focus on the women and girls in the urban areas when you're looking at the content of connectivity, the content of access, affordability, and issues of safety. And for me, part of the learning from the yesterday's presentation on the feminist principles included in the GDC is how can we be able to also reach those who have not been reached when it comes to issues of digital connectivity? How can we be able to look at getting access to the rural communities, working with women and young people in the informal settlement, so that we do not assume that the fact that there is a discussion on internet connectivity and digital governance, we also ensure that we are reaching them as early as now, so that we do not wait when we've made a lot of progress for us to remember that there is someone we've not reached. That is one. Two, we cannot speak about a digital connectivity without the question of electricity. What happens to the region that for them, electricity, it's like a prophecy yet to be fulfilled? What are we doing about that as we push for the global digital compact? How are we collaborating with countries and member states to ensure that electricity does not become a question that we are still seeking answers to? Another thing is, I think we have had change and stories of progress for women in tech, and specifically for Africa. But where are the success stories that we are able to document and showcase? I've heard about the innovations that have been made. How are we able to document the milestones we have made so far to inform the learning and inspiration to those young women who may want to get into the tech space, but also to be motivated that there is something that we can do and we can progress with? There is the fear that AI is going to take away the jobs of young people and young women in Africa. How can we be able to remove the stereotype around artificial intelligence and the connection of employment opportunities for the very many young Africans who are struggling with the struggle of employment? I think those are some of the discussion we need to start having as early as now. And my last reflection is, from the presentation we've had, is how is internet governance, how is global digital compact going to benefit women and young people? And this is a mistake that probably some legal frameworks at the global level have done that we may not want to repeat, looking at women as beneficiaries of frameworks being developed at the global level and not as stakeholders, influencers, and key decision makers. The moment we take women as beneficiaries to this process, that is the beginning of failure, because we will miss their input, we'll miss their shaping of ideas, and we'll also miss the ideology that they will have to contribute to this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The issue of electricity is a very big one. I'm from South Africa. Every 2 hours, electricity is shut down. Like, what is that? It's just such empowering exercise. For me, electricity and internet are like this. Any other comment? There is a concern in the room that we haven't had any global South voice. North, if we can have one comment, is it? Yeah.
Good morning. I'm going to try to speak in English. My name is Marta Lucia Micher Camarena from Mexico. I'm senator in Mexico from Guanajuato, one of our states. Well, I'm very glad to be here. I will try to talk about our country in America Latina, Latin American. Well, we have I'm very glad to be here and to hear the problems you have as the same as we have in Mexico. In Mexico, we are about 120 millions of in Mexico, and we have the same gap that you have. We have discrimination. We are not the first population that can talk about internet. We have very deep problems with the access at this kind of services. I want to tell you that in Mexico, 1% of the total of women in our country, and we have the problems to use internet, and to access to the TICs that you mentioned. We have that problem, and the problem is the age you have. If you have my age, you have problems with the internet. But I see that our youth they have no problems to take this, to use this kind of services. But my worry is that we are very behind men in these issues. We have to empowerment women. We have to make them to use this kind of herramientas, tools, to govern, to access not only at internet, to access to the right to be informed, and to the right to be in the TICs, and to the right to be in the development, because we have this problem now. We have to know about this, but our countries are not interested in this kind of issues. So I'm glad that you are discussing this issue, because in Mexico we are worried about this, because only the youth people and women are in these issues. But I don't know, about 50 years old, they don't know this kind of tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can just get 1 minute, half a minute, 30 seconds, closing from all the speakers.
Thank you, Maratang. Probably just to comment on her comment that I think we have to be innovative in this space so that we can include even those who are in the rural areas. And for me, I look at the use of art, drama, so that the youth that we have said, they make a majority of the African population, and we can use them to go back to their villages. They have access to the technologies, but every person must have their roots. And if we do that, then we are able to create awareness, we are able to educate women and the other young people in the village using various innovative technologies so that they use digital space as a tool to move to where they need to be. And if we do that, then we are able, even as we solve the issues of connectivity in the rural areas, then we are using other ways to ensure that these people are getting the right information. Thank you, and we thank all of you for coming.
Thank you. Let me focus on the issue of electricity. If you look at the statistic, there is no way for African people to get access to all. When we have around the world 737 million, 700 million 33 people without access to electricity in the world. In Africa, you have 600 million. Means 53% of the population doesn't have access to electricity. And there is a lot of disparity. It is a country. Look at when you go South Sudan, 7.7% only of the population has access to electricity. With that, how we can expand this digital access to all. We need to use as a source of technology. It is, we have it. She highlights some. We can use some technology. This technology doesn't cost some lot of energy. Also, we have the infrastructure. We don't use efficiency the infrastructure in the continent. Yeah, we have to leave. Okay, thank you. Well, we can discuss in bilateral on the issue of that.
I just want to thank everyone for coming here. And in closing, I would like to quote what Dr. had said, which is, women are the ones who educate children. The meaning of that is women are the ones who educate the future, because children are the future. And if the future is educated by people who don't have opportunities and are illiterate in terms of technology, then we are building a wrong future. Hence, we need to, Lily said, what are the costs of not having women empowered? The cost is we will be talking about the same thing in the next coming 50 years if we do not give women opportunity. If we don't change this dynamic of understanding that women are educating the future, we won't change. So for me, this is not an African issue. This is not a Mexican issue. This is a global issue. If Africa is not empowered, if Mexico is not empowered, okay, Japan is a different story. If we're not empowered, then nobody's empowered, because future, technology and AI doesn't care about where you live. You can do anything you want on the internet. You can harass anyone from anywhere, any woman from anywhere, and we need to get that stopped. Now, there are two things that I wanted to highlight. One was that education. The second one that came from you as a speaker is to say, how do we take women in IGF and make it a global issue, not just an African issue? Now, it was formed, I started this in the African IGF and focusing on women in Africa. So obviously the legacy came to the IGF in Japan. The speakers are also from Africa, and now we need to grow it. And I hope that next year we'll get speakers from across the world, and it will be about global issues and not just issues that are reflective of Africa. And I would like to encourage everyone to really look at the feminist principles for including gender in the GDC. This was discussed yesterday by all organizations that are focusing on gender issues, and we've endorsed it. I'm hoping that people are going to join. There's a sign in on support of this principle online. So you should just Google feminist principles for including gender in the GDC. So personally, as Girl Hype and as Baratang, I have signed on that document to say I support these principles. And these are a reflective of so many organizations coming together and putting this, thanks to Equality Now, APC, World Wide Web, UN Women, and all those who played part, and UNFPA for literally bringing us all together to come up with this document. So I'm endorsing this document. As part of Women in IGF, we are saying this is something that we really endorse to take to the GDC. Thank you very much to everyone for coming. Bye.
O que você tá fazendo aqui? Quem você pensa que é?
Metido, né? Ele vai sentar logo na frente.
É, o que você vai apresentar logo na mesa?
Eu sou aquele aluno médio.
Aquele que
É, pois é.
aquele brasileiro que se envia na conversa, né? Não, o senhor não sei. Não, não tem diferenciação nenhuma. Só a evidência que você vai embora e que você vai estar fazendo outra coisa.
Hey, good to see you
Good
again.
to see you again.
Yeah.
Well, was it last time we were here, right?
No, I think last time we were in Egypt.
This is my colleague Sandy.
Yeah,
and
hi.
my-
Nice to meet you, Thomas Vollmer with Netflix.
So nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Paula. Hi, Paula. Very nice with Netflix
Yes.
as well.
Okay.
A Brazilians here.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And then Geraldo.
So Gavin Korn, do you know Gavin?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
security.
yeah, of course, yeah,
He
yeah, yeah.
used to work with us and
Oh,
went
that's
over to
great.
Right,
Netflix.
right, right.
He's terrific.
Yeah, it's very popular.
So I work for Sandy. So she like letting us come together to see how it goes. Well, she's teaching me everything. We know how it is. I am
Geraldo.
serious.
So nice to meet you. Consultant also.
Oh,
At
excellent.
PMG. Channel consultant.
No, they are awesome.
I know.
We are amazing on software.
We share. Hi, Becca. Are you with Netflix?
When are you going to CDC or what? Yeah, and how is it going? Yeah? Yeah, it's a hard. India is somebody from India.
Over there, or is there a podium? Like, could they stand on stage? We just have to sit. Okay, so we have speakers over here. How are they able to talk? Okay. So she's here. He is here. So when it's this person's turn, they're on Zoom. So how do we make sure they appear?
Hello, everyone. We're going to start this session in a few minutes. For all the participants, please don't be shy. Join us at the table. That's just much nicer. So we can all see you. You can participate in the discussion. And we'll start in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, this is mic test. So, Mr. Alejandro Solano, can you hear me? Connection test. Hello, Mr. Alejandro Solano. Okay, then Miss Adriana Labadini, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Yeah, I can hear you too. Okay, thank you. So, could you show your camera? Turn on your camera. Okay, okay, we can see you. Thank you. Mr. Alejandro Solano, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Ah,
Hi, everyone.
okay, I can hear you too. Thank you. Could you turn on your camera? Okay, I can see you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
So with this, we're very pleased to start this workshop on financing broadband networks of the future. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hello to the participants in the room. As I said, don't be shy, join us at the table, participate in the discussion. Hello to all the people connected online. Thanks for being with us for this workshop. So basically, I want to introduce my colleague Hokuto and the colleague Max. They're joining online, so they are really behind the organization of this panel. So I would like to thank you beforehand. Now, without further ado, I'll provide, quickly, the floor, give you some remarks about what we're here for today. We'll then introduce our panelists and hopefully have a very interesting discussion. So, I mean, the IGF is probably the best way to show that, I think we all agree that, without connectivity, you can't have the digital transformation of our economies and societies. And I think there's really wide agreement, not only in this conference, but, also worldwide. So if we all agree, then really the question is, how do we make sure that we have ubiquitous high-level connectivity at affordable prices so that everyone can participate in this digital transformation. So the question is, how can we make sure we have enough funding that goes into broadband networks everywhere in the world? So that means the amount of funding that we're putting in the networks today will basically define the quality of service we're getting today and tomorrow. It will define where we're getting the service. It will define the coverage. So this is something, which is we can't do without it. Now, at the OECD, we've started to look a bit at this question, if we look at investments in broadband networks, how can we quantify that? And what we discovered is that there are actually a lot of players in the ecosystem that have a lot to say. Starting with the communication operators, and we have one connected online today. They are taking, obviously, the heavy lifting of investments. But then, we see that there are obviously very important other groups. So we see that a lot of government funding these days is getting into broadband, in particular in rural and remote areas. So we have important funds that are currently deployed in the United States to bridge coverage gaps. In the recovery packages that we see all around the world, including in Europe, a lot of funds are going broadband. So it's a different source of financing, but it's also helping to extend connectivity. Then obviously we have the tech companies that are investing quite a bit on their side, and we'll hear more about it in a second. And we have new players. So we have pension funds, we have private equity, that invest a lot in wholesale access networks. So we're seeing this in Germany, we're seeing this in Latin America. So again, an additional player. So basically, so what we want to do in this workshop is take a holistic approach, hear, from the different players, how we can ensure that, enough investments go into broadband infrastructure. And without further ado, I'm very privileged to have impressive and high-level speakers in this panel. I'll start with Ms. Agne Vaichu-Chekvichuche. I trained, Deputy Minister of Transport and Communication of the Republic of Lithuania. Welcome to the panel. We're having Mrs. Maki Takahashi with us. She is the Principal Deputy Director of the Telecommunications Policy Division, Telecommunications Business Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, MIC of Japan. Then we have joining us online, Mr. Alejandro Solano Diaz, who is the CFO of Onet Fibra Colombia. Equally online, we have Adriana Labardini joining us from the Association for Progressive Communications Policy and Regulation, and who is the coordinator, the region for regulation in LAC for Rizomatica IPC. And we have Mr. Kojo Boyachi, who is the Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, Middle East, and Turkey from Meta. So to kick off the discussion, I'd like to ask all the panelists an introductory question. So what is your view, what is the organization, the view of the organization you're representing currently here on investing in broadband networks? And so how are you basically supporting the rollout of broadband networks? And I'd like to start with Maki, please.
Hi, this is Maki Takahashi from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication in Japan. And thank you very much for inviting me today. And so I'd like to start my intervention by highlighting the importance of the broadband connectivity. It's universal all over the world. And so the government of each country play an important role. But that role differs depending on the situation of the countries. And so my country in Japan, I could say high quality broadband has already prepared. For example, for fixed broadband, 99.8% coverage, population coverage, and for 5G, 93.2% of the population coverage. And then, so our current challenge is to promote investment to the areas where investment wouldn't come naturally. And to support or spur the investment to these areas, for us, setting up clear goal is important. And so MIC set up the National Broadband Connectivity Plan last year, and also revised this year to set up a clear goal and also measures to be taken. And for example, under this plan, we will aim for fixed broadband, 99.9% of the coverage. It's only like 0.1 coverage difference, and it's really, really hard part. And also for 5G, 95% by the end of the fiscal year 2025, and 99% by the end of the fiscal year 2030. And not only this land broadband, for us like a country like mine, Japan, surrounded by sea, and also unfortunately faces a lot of natural disaster. Not only land broadband infrastructure, this plan covers also submarine cable and also NTN, non-terrestrial network. And so, for example, the submarine cable, due to the geographical future, landing station concentrate on the Pacific Ocean side. And so we will support the companies who invest landing station on the Japan seaside. And also for the non-terrestrial network, because it's a new technology, it's starting. And so we will builds our intention to support demonstrative experiment to the NTN. And also we will now working on the legislative changes for the NTN to support in smooth introduction.
Thank you very much for those impressive numbers from Japan. Deputy Minister Agni, what do you think?
Hello everyone. I'm a deputy minister from Lithuania, and under my portfolio there is all the communications related questions. So thank you very much for OECD and Japan for inviting us and creating this opportunity to be a part of this discussion. I think my colleague mentioned some very important aspects. It's really important on the government and on the country itself. What is the status quo and where we are coming from? So I do believe that Lithuanian case is a very good case of public and private sectors collaboration. And I think that this is a key in order to roll out broadband networks and to achieve the connectivity goals. The role of Lithuanian government, I think, should be more focused on legal and regulatory ecosystem, on creating this ecosystem, which could bring the value for all, while private sector should complement the government's efforts. And just to brag a little bit about Lithuanian numbers as well, we do have very high numbers in the rollout of fixed, very high capacity network at the moment, which exceeds European Union level, as well as fiber to the premises, which is really exceeds the EU average level. And with the 5G, the coverage is almost the same as in Japan, so I'm really proud. It's around 90% of population is already covered. We achieved it within the very close cooperation with operators just recently, last year. And we hope we will take a step forward in the near future. Now we're mainly focusing on enabling access to gigabit broadband infrastructure. So our idea is to cover all main digitally sensitive users within the next 5 years, and we already allocated the funds from the government to do so. So thank you very much, and maybe later on we'll be able to elaborate a little bit more.
Well, thank you very much. So we heard from, I would say, two of our OECD leaders when it comes to fiber penetration. So I'd like to turn to Adriana. So we heard a lot from the government perspective. Adriana, what's your take? What's the role of civil society, in ensuring that enough investment goes into broadband networks?
Thank you, Verena, and thank the OECD for inviting APC to, through me and Carlos Rey, who's also there, the co-lead of our local networks program. Well, APC and its partner organization Rhizomatica have worked for 6 years, have been supporting the local networks program in 3 regions of the global south, and have been supporting many communities in 22 countries, under the understanding that the digital divide is not a problem the market alone will solve, and that we need to do things differently to really expedite the closure of the digital divide, especially now after the pandemic lessons and the urgency to act and invest more sustainably with more green finance at the local level. For instance, APC has mapped for 5 years now a baseline info to have data on the different community networks and other local networks around the global south, so that we know more about their operating models, their financial models, their capex and opex and ownership models. And more recently, APC, and I want to share this with all the audience, has co-funded an in-depth study titled Financing Mechanisms for Locally Owned Infrastructure to raise awareness in the financial community of what is a community network or a community-driven connectivity operator. What are their values, their core strengths, and how to contribute to their sustainability. It is a practical tool, this study, for those who want to build networks where the market hasn't, basically rural, remote, and suburban areas. But also it's a tool for funders and investors caring about the planet, the environmental sustainability, and the social sustainability of these communities. It demonstrates how underserved communities can build their own internet infrastructure and take control of their digital futures, promote circular economies, and empower themselves through capacity building. Finally, APC, besides advocating for an enabling policy environment and capacity building, and has been done a lot of grant making for these infrastructures in many communities. It is also supporting a comparative study of the financial sustainability and socioeconomic impacts of alternative digital infrastructure connectivity business models. This study will draw us much more information on all these different costs, which are much lower than large-scale operators that successfully operate in more urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Adriana. And so we heard, how basically local networks are stepping into local communities. We'll look forward to reading the report that you're currently preparing. So let me turn to Kojo. So Meta has, I think, quite an important role when it comes to infrastructure networks in Africa. So I'd be really eager to hear more about what you're doing there.
Thanks so much, and thank you for having Meta attend and participate in what I think is an important discussion in what I think is a beautiful location. It was very nice to drive up here, so thank you for the hospitality so far. As Verena mentioned, my name is Kojo Boachi. I'm Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, Middle East, and Turkey with Meta. This is an issue close to my heart that I've worked on for now 20 years. Some of these discussions are new and innovative and feel fresh. Some of them feel slightly stale and old. It's really, really nice to hear from the governments of both Japan and Lithuania about the targets they've reached. We are mindful, and I know this discussion will explore it, that we have a number of other goals to reach in terms of giving people inclusive access. Meta is trying in a number of ways, and I'll just talk about the network investments that are important at the moment. So I think many people know, or may not know, about the investments we've made, not only in submarine cables, terrestrial fiber, CDNs, co-located caching, and services, of course. And a lot of that goes, for me, goes unspoken, and I think we can do more as a company, and partners can do more to speak about how much we've done in that area. Of course, some of you don't know me and may question what impact are those investments having. For those of you who are interested in raw numbers, I can tell you that we've done some studies with Analysis Mason and RTI, who looked at the impact of just one cable that we've built that stretches from the US to Spain, and found that within a year of that cable going live, that submarine cable live, it was contributing more than 16.8 billion, I believe, to the economy. And we're excited by that number, not only because of the impact it's already driving, but because of continued investments that we're making. We have 2 more cables coming online in 2024 and 2027 that will respectively add 32 billion and 27 billion to the economies of the countries involved in those. And why does that excite me? Verena said, well, I'm going to speak about Africa only. These cables clearly aren't for Africa. But when you look at the investment that we've made alongside partners into Africa, which will be the first cable to connect west to east or east to west via Southern Africa, bringing 180 terabytes of capacity, connecting 33 countries in the region and through to Europe, you can understand why we and many of the governments and civil society organizations, I see my colleague Onika there in the background, as well as the communities, and the lady from APC spoke so eloquently about the impact that these infrastructures are having on communities, you can understand why we're excited about these continued investments. So I'm not going to wax lyrical about what else we're doing as Meta, but just a small snippet of what we're doing to invest in networks I'd like to leave you with. That's okay, Verena.
Great, thanks. And yeah, we can't wait to see these these 2 fiber cables, come into service. What was it, next year and then the year after?
2024 and then 2027.
24 and 27.
But To Africa is beginning to go live now, so anyone who hasn't kept abreast of those developments, please do. Sorry. The To Africa cable is beginning to land now, and that's what we're incredibly excited about. As I mentioned, it's the redundancy that it will give the African continent, but also this additional capacity, this additional 180 terabytes of capacity that the continent will get. And we're proud, and I'm not going to brag too much, to say that this is the longest submarine cable in the world. So I just want to stress, please, if you need more information on To Africa, please come and see me or feel free to Google it.
Well, thanks so much, and I'm sorry to say, Alejandro, but the pressure is up now for Latin America. So we're turning to Alejandro. So Alejandro is the CFO of one of the wholesale companies I mentioned. So Alejandro, tell us a bit more what you're doing, how you're connecting the Colombians, and what your experience has been so far.
Hi, everyone. It is a privilege to be here with you in this discussion. The neutrality of fiber optic infrastructure in the world is a growing trend. Examples of these are the creation of companies such as FiberCop in Italy, Hyperoptic in the UK, Open Dutch Fiber in the Netherlands, Metronet in the US, and UGG in Germany. Precisely after seeing these opportunities around fiber optic broadband networks and the huge potential of Latin American countries, KKR and Telefonica joined forces to create a fully private-owned initiative of Connect Fibra Colombia, Chile, and soon in Peru. In Colombia, we were born in January 2022, and by the end of 2023, we will have invested approximately $240 million in network coverage and support systems. Similar amounts have been invested by our colleagues in Chile and soon in Peru. These investments planned are among the most relevant across Latin America, a proof of Onet Fibra's commitment to develop fiber to the home FTTH infrastructure to bridge the digital divide in the region and to enhance development opportunities for these countries and their communities. Colombia and Chile are currently investing in a monthly basis to expand the FTTH network coverage. Colombia has seen a network expansion of 175, measured by the number of households covered. In January 2022, and in Chile, Onet Fibra has grown the footprint approximately 40% over the initially acquired network. So basically, we are a neutral fiber optic network, the largest one in Colombia, and we promote the connectivity through hard investment in fiber optics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and this was, really a speedy deployment that you're having in Colombia and Chile. Congratulations on this one. So we heard, the different perspective from different players, so we can see a lot is going on, right, by different players, and I think, because this debate is currently going on in Europe, so it's really important, to really listen to all of the players and their role in infrastructure investment. Now, going back to the government, Maki, are there some best practices that you could share? What worked well in Japan, given that you have quite impressive connectivity numbers, and what are you doing next?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And so, as our approach, I'd like to highlight 4 approaches which we've taken and I think are effective. And so, as I already told, our challenge is to promote investment in rural areas, and first and second approach is for rural areas. And so first approach is subsidy. And so in my country, the main player of the investment is carriers and also local governments. And for carriers, it's hard to invest in the rural areas, and for local governments, the lack of budget. And so government, the MIC, support infrastructure deployment for the fixed broadband to 2/3 of the deployment cost for the local government and half for the private companies. And we also have the similar subsidy scheme for the mobile broadband for base station and backward network infrastructure. And the second approach is legal arrangement. And to keep the better quality of the broadband, actually maintenance is as important as deployment. And so for us, we changed telecommunication business law this year to introduce universal service scheme for broadband. And under this scheme, broadband providers, mobile and fixed, they set up a fund and this fund support fixed broadband providers for the local, very rural areas to maintain their infrastructure. And I hope that this scheme help them keeping the investment in the rural areas. And looking at the parts, I could say third and fourth approaches. Third is competition policy, and fourth is spectrum allocation processes. And talking about the competition policy, currently we have 4 MNOs in Japan, and we have introduced asymmetry regulation to the carriers with higher shares. And so this intensify the competition between carriers, and this is the big motivation for them to continuously invest their network for better connectivity to their customers. And talking about the spectrum allocation, at the time of the screening, we ask carriers, or we require carriers to submit their coverage plan for 5 years, and then they are obliged to submit periodically, and we check periodically. So this is another motivation for them to keep their investment. And I think these 4 measures collaboratively work well, and so I think this result the higher or better broadband network coverage in my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maki. So as a deputy minister, you're both pointing out actually that the legal and the regulatory framework and competition policy is really crucial to make this happen. I also like the nudge on spectrum and how you go about this. Vice ministers, what lessons can we learn from Lithuania? I mean, how do you go about rural and remote areas? Is wholesale also an issue that you're looking at?
I think that once again, I really enjoy being together with the Japanese colleagues. There is so many things in common from the government point of view. Obviously, whether competition exists there is a competition, but when we speak about remote areas or rural areas, this is a key for us, for the government, to ensure equal access to digital opportunities and activities. And I would like to share a Lithuanian model. I think it's quite unique and interesting. This model works for 18 years already in Lithuania. So the government has established a non-profit company which uses public funds and deploys broadband infrastructure in specifically rural areas. Nevertheless, the active infrastructure which is needed for the last mile must be deployed by private operators because this non-profit company offers services only for the operators but not the end users. So the concrete route of that network is negotiated in advance with operators. So everybody knows, the rules of how it's going to be built in the future. What is really important maybe to mention that the prices for the wholesale services are based only on expenses. So there are about 40 operators which buy more than 5,800 units for wholesale services from this non-profit company and then provide services for the end users. So this is obviously very good for the market, for the operators. They really enjoy this kind of concept, and I think that we separated it 18 years ago in a very sophisticated manner, and which helps us to also be one of the ones ahead in so many aspects of the penetration. So this model helps to attract private investments to the remote and rural areas, as I told, because the biggest part of the investment lies on the shoulders of the government, as it should be, because there is no economic, viable model for them to go there. And and the same price for the end user. So it helps also not to make it very expensive. I think the ultimate goal is the end users here, and to create equal rights for whatever place you're living in. And I think that only a couple of countries have the same model. I think it works pretty well, and we're not planning to change it in our future. And this is example of Lithuania.
Thank you very much. And so actually we heard about two very interesting wholesale models, both from Lithuania and also from, well, Colombia, Chile, and Peru. And we also heard about, your very, it seems, seamlessly cooperation between the public and the private sector. So now if we add civil society to the game, Adriana, what would you say? I mean, what approaches can we craft as a multi-stakeholder community? So in your eyes, what has worked? Or, are there other ideas we should put on the table to further extend connectivity?
Thank you, Verena. First, I would say what triggers this virtuous cycle is when you shift from an artificial scarcity system to one of abundance. And for many years in the telecommunications sector, we have maintained this scarcity to access spectrum, scarcity to access backbone networks that, yes, have been built. We have tons of submarine cables in Africa and huge backbones in Peru and Colombia, but the prices are prohibitive. So if there were, as OECD has recommended, much more open access policies to encourage high volume of traffic use these networks, because backbone and backhaul is an important ingredient in the cost for a smaller operator. Sometimes it's even expensive, this backhaul, for the large operators, even more for a local one. So that's the cost of spectrum. Having spectrum assigned always, like in parcels for 20 years, with very expensive licenses, and then nobody's using it in rural. So that's also is creating a regulatory scarcity. Secondly, I would say that when it comes to the financial community, I think they deserve to be, are not obliged to know everything about local networks, about the values, the strengths, and the models of community networks or cooperatives, municipal networks, etc. So we should be educating the financial community or development banks around local infrastructures, small-scale operators. They obey to different logics. And due to innovation, they do not need an economies of scale, so they can thrive and be sustainable. And through that education to new models, and to recognize that this is, in the 21st century, there is an expanded ecosystem of operators. It's no longer the times of one incumbent or two. We have operators of different flavors, wireless, wired, large, small, fiber, using Wi-Fi, cooperatives, nonprofit community networks, large operators, etc. And so I think this financial community should unlock grants and sub-commercial capital to community connectivity providers that are, financially mature, and understand that first you receive a grant, then you receive a subsidy from USF funding, and then you probably can evolve to have equity. And this would benefit not only the local rural communities, but a whole country, because it would burst local economies and also burst anti-global warming and unsustainable infrastructures. And finally, I would say that also, of course, it is important for communities to have more financial and management education. Civil society, APC, Rhizomatica,
has put a huge investment in capacity building, forming indigenous technical operators, technical capacity building, managerial capacity building for community networks in all the global south. And finally, I would say now that the financial community at the global level and also at the national level is playing a key role in sustainable finance, that is in green capital under ESG standards, I think it would be the perfect timing to look at local development models, local solar energy, local telecom networks, meaning community networks, that are more eco-friendly and that they could and have much lesser costs and environmental impact. So in this new expanded ecosystem of players and operators, I think impact investors, funds should also look at this non-for-profit players, just as OECD has recognized them and recommended them when there's market failures. ITU has recommended that states look at and promote with an enabling environment these community players, and so has the OAS through CITEL and some development banks of like CAF and IADB. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana, and absolutely. And we actually have more important community players in the room at a table with us today as well. Kojo, Adriana mentioned scarcity in backhaul backbone. Can you help?
I believe we're already helping. Actually, it's been good to hear how many people have spoken about open access networks and the need for us to do that, and the need for backhaul, whether financed by government or the private sector, in order to reduce the cost or the end cost to consumers. Again, I could wax lyrical about our efforts, all our work, all the investments we've made in places like Democratic Republic of the Congo, Uganda, South Africa, Nigeria, have all been done on an open access basis, in enabling any operator who wishes to connect and to provide those services, and hopefully reduce the cost of those services in the final mile. But I have to admit, sitting here and hearing not only Japan's success over the years, amazing numbers to see 99.9%, and the goal to get to 100% in the near future, as well as Lithuania's, and having read the UN Broadband Commission's recent report, which outlines that at least 95% of the world's population can now access a broadband network. I think the investments that Meta continues to make in infrastructure are important, but just as important, and my friend from the APC touched on much of it, is how we attract people, how we get people to use the services, affordability. And I know, again, I'll embarrass her slightly, my friend Onika there, who works for the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, on which I am a board member for True Transparency, continues to work on issues of affordability, as well as what else brings people. And I think Meta does a great job here of not only investing to create affordability and increase it, but then the other bits. How do we ensure creators are on platforms that attract people to the internet? How do we ensure that the internet or services are in particular languages? These are all parts that Meta are playing really important roles in. How do we then prioritize small to micro-sized businesses who are really prevalent in my region, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey? How do we get them on platform? How do we get them to receive or to garner the kind of benefits of using the internet that we all know are possible? And then last but not least, and returning to the point, is how do we continue stimulating investment in networks, and the networks at the last mile, those networks in the access gap? And I think that's where Meta is playing, again, a fantastic role. And I only have 2 minutes. I'm here for the next 4 days, and very, very happy to discuss these issues with anybody that wants to speak to me.
Thank you very much, and that's actually the perfect lead up to Alejandro. So, on the question of how, do you stimulate investment in networks? So what's the plan of OnNet Fibra? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Thank you. Yes, it's important for the economy and the social development to have a broadband networks. So in the telecommunication world, fiber to the home has become the standard for delivering such ultra-fast internet speeds directly to homes. However, its deployment is sometimes hampered by a lack of competition and a shortage of infrastructure. So the open access network help overcome these challenges by boosting the viability of FTTH and fostering competition in the sector and doing it in an efficient way. To promote investment, it is important to publicize the benefits of fiber optic providers such as our company. This considers several key aspects such connectivity, market rivalry, innovation, development, and the positive impact they bring to the society. The growing popularity of open access networks has raised hopes for a more connected and competitive future. Governments, regulators, and industry stakeholders must recognize the potential of open access models and are currently taking steps to encourage their adoption. With the appearance of neutral networks, there is no need to deploy multiple networks, one on top of the other, full of different services providers to compete for customers. Instead, a single network is enough for many, or maybe all the service providers to reach the market. So neutral networks bring about deployment and, and operation and maintenance efficiency to the model, and will allow service providers to address the resources on customer service. By promoting open access networks, regulators can create a dynamic environment in which service providers compete on quality and price, resulting in better connectivity options for customers. This approach fosters innovation and drives the rapid development of FTTH infrastructure, providing individuals and business with faster and more reliable internet access. So this is basically what we are doing here in Colombia to deploy open access, neutral, fiber neutral networks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandro. And so what we'd like to do at the OECD is, we use the Internet Governance Forum to then bring all the ideas we gathered here back, to our member countries, to our next meetings, which are happening in November. So, and since we also want to leave a bit of time for discussion, I'd like to do a very short round among the panelists. So, if you had to give me your top 3 in terms of priorities for governments and regulators, what's next? What would those be? So maybe around 30 seconds each, and then we open the floor for discussion. Maki.
I will keep my intervention short, and actually I prepare only 2 priorities only. And so one priority is to support technological development and also to develop our legal scheme in line with it. And for example, recently the companies develop virtual networks, but our current regulation is based on the physical networks. And so we think that this kind of legal approach, the advance is also important. And the second priority is, as Kojo mentioned, actually demand is really important. And so we need use cases, especially for the 5G. And so 5G, I already said like 90% of coverage, but actually mainly using low and mid band and not sub-6 and higher broadband and higher band. And because it's a use case, and so we, the MIC held a study group to discuss about the use cases of 5G, and we talk about the self-driving and also the drone usage, but still we need more discussion, and I hope that in the future we will see more innovative services which ultra high broadband like 5G will bring. Thank you. I'm not sure it's fully.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. What's your take?
Once again, very good insight from colleagues from Japan. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. So I want just to Okay, now, sorry. So once again, several amazing points from Japan. I would just want to agree and to say what we're doing on the demand side in Lithuania. I think this is a crucial point that we're creating this infrastructure. It costs a lot, but the use cases are not there yet. So we are working on the demand side as well, because I'm lucky I'm a part of transport and communications ministry, so therefore we are a lot working on self-driving cars initiatives, on drones from the legislative perspective, which is already in place in Lithuania, but also we created Sandbox. We dedicated more than 25 million for use cases on 5G. So we creating all the value chain to promote it, to see visibly what can be done with 5G. So it's not only network itself, but really cases of usage. And I think at the end of this year, we'll see large 8 projects in different industries in Lithuania by testing 5G on different problems in the society. So I think this is very important. And the other thing, it's also important to optimize our investments as well as to fully revise the legal framework. What we cannot accept right now that whatever is we are planning, it takes 2-3 years to do it. So basically all the frameworks needs to be adjusted if we want to deploy it really fast, if we want to have it in a couple of years. We need to move faster. So on one side, it's a complaint for the government, so for myself as well, that we need to work on better schemes. And it's not only about optimizing investments, but it's also about minimizing the periods between when the investments are dedicated. The whole deployment should be done also faster than we do it now. And of course, synergy with other utilities is absolutely necessary. When we're changing the road, when we're changing other communications within the different infrastructure, we need to think about all the broadband communications as well. We have so many cases when one infrastructure is changed, but then the other is not added, and we have huge problems in a couple of years. So I think this is also very practical and crucial in order to move faster.
Thank you very much, Adriana. We already heard from you, on financial education, etc. Anything more that you want to add to your wish list for governments? Adriana, could you hear us?
So, I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again, please?
Yes,
Sorry
your
for
top
that.
3 wish list for policymakers. You already mentioned a couple of points. Is there anything you would like to add to this wish list?
Thank you, Verena. Yes, of course. Community networks need an enabling environment. A simple licensing regime that is not a barrier, that it's a simple registration. They need also this affordable access to spectrum and to backhaul. And there are many ways to achieve that. They also need really good open data. We need to know where any infrastructure is available in rural areas, whether it's a tower, and a roof, an IXP, a point of presence, whatever. We need granular open data maps in all the non-urban areas, whereas not every country has all these good geographic information systems. We also need a huge re-engineering for universal service funds, because under this new era, well, the beneficiaries of those funds could be these local operators, both for CapEx, for infrastructure, for capacity building programs, and also, and I'm sorry I didn't mention this before, all these policies for inclusion should have a gender perspective. We are in Brazil, for instance, we recommended that there's some funding for women-led initiatives, women participating actively in community networks in rural areas, in the design or operation, engineering, or installation. So you can also promote gender equality through this funding for community networks or local networks where women participate. And so this holistic approach enables to lower barriers and of course a good spectrum policy of spectrum sharing, because there's not more inefficient spectrum than that one that is not used. So use it or share it policy for spectrum and for backbone networks would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. And actually, we have a new project at the OECD where we're looking into mapping and how to improve geographical mapping at more granular basis, because we're quite good doing this at a national level, but then when it comes down to rural and remote area, we're less good. So the list is getting quite long. Koju, if you have your wish list for the governments, what would that be?
I think many of those things many of the things that would be on my wish list have been mentioned already. A quick thing on the mapping, I will say that Meta has created a number of open data, if you want to call it that, but open access maps that have been shared with both the World Bank and the UN that are probably the most sophisticated and in-depth population maps that one can find, which enable network planning. We've heard about tax, spectrum, licensing, the need for gender equality or a gender view on things, but I would add youth and people with disabilities to that as well. All of those marginalized groups need to be looked at. But because we're only now 2, and I'm already over my 30 seconds, I'd probably go for number 1, consultation. Actually, I'll go for 3. I'll go for number 1, consultation, and people say, we do consult, but the depth of consultation and the predictability of that consultation with given timelines, all stakeholders involved, to me is incredibly important. I think what stems from that consultation is a predictability that the private sector need most of the time. And that predictability can go 2 ways. It can go one way, which is policies and regulations that we don't like, but we can actually work with. Or another way, which is policy and regulation that we do like and reflects our point of views that we're in a better place to work with, which is important. People may ask, what's my third point? My third point is innovation. And I think some of my colleagues touched on it, whether it's driverless cars or whatever else. The one concern I have is that we have amazing opportunities in front of us that are exciting a lot of people. And you'll be unsurprised when I say the metaverse, artificial intelligence, which I think a number of you are focused on. And my plea to governments in my region is not to stifle innovation, because I believe that these technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, and one eye on the sustainable development goals, offer us a tremendous opportunity. And my call for governments is not to stifle innovation in any way, or at least try not to. It's difficult, but try not to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that thought on innovation, Alejandro, anything you would like to add on our wish list for governments?
Thank you, Verena. Yes. I think there is a huge opportunity to strengthen connectivity programs in several Latin American countries. I think the first one is it's important for policymakers to understand that expanding connectivity goes beyond solving a considerable gap in terms of digital inclusion of access. Quality internet access represents a key element in the economic growth of countries, and additionally open new possibility for development in areas such as education, health, government, and transportation. On the other hand, it is important that they also understand and make use of the different technologies that can extend connectivity to most people, and which are the best technologies considering the characteristics of the location they need to reach. There is no such thing as same size fit all in regard of broadband technologies for access. In the case of FTTH neutral networks, it is important that regulators understand the role of our network plays in breaking paradigms in the traditional way of deploying telecommunication networks in Colombia and in any country in the world. It is important that everyone, not only policymakers, understand that facilitating the use of existing infrastructure reduce cost and also speed up deployment and minimize the investment cost, ultimately benefiting communities since it allows them a simple and agile access to service and technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, we have a few minutes left, so I would like to open the floor for questions and comments. I see there are no questions online so far. Do I have questions in the room? Please, Eric. I think you need to turn it on.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. All the experiences are very interesting, and I'd like to know a bit more about. You mentioned, I'm thinking in Lithuania that has a government company specifically for rural areas. Could you talk a bit more about that? And also, from the representative of Japan, I would be very interested to say that there is a fund that it's for maintaining rural networks. And if you could tell us more about how does that work as well. Thank you.
Okay, so finally, somehow we will learn to use it. Yeah, so 18 years ago, when Lithuania regained its independence, we started to think how we're gonna, deploy all the broadband. And the idea was very simple. We need to separate operators and government investments because we understood that still the majority will be from the government because at the end, users, the last mile should be and must be covered by operators. So this not-profit company under our ministry, actually, under my supervision at the moment, was created, and it works very successfully. It do not compete with operators. They work in line on the decisions ahead where should be the broadband, deployed. Everybody knows in advance plans each other. They coordinate it. And then everybody knows where their input is needed. So basically, when the majority broadband to the rural area is made, the last mile is, corresponding on the right timing to finally reach and connect that rural area. Yeah, so this is basically what we're doing now, and all the investments on European level, we have EU investments, we have RRF, different investments. So everything what's dedicated for the digital component from the government sides goes through this non-profit organization to the building of towers now, to all the components necessary to cover the whole country. And of course, we work a lot on the legislation, not only how to cover with 5G, but obviously the density is the most important part. So we did not touch upon this part, but I think this is a very interesting part as well.
Thank you very much for the question. And so the universal service system I mentioned is universal service system for the broadband. And it is also similar to the universal fund system to the fixed telephone. And so under this scheme, broadband, fixed and mobile broadband providers have to pay certain amounts. And that amount is decided by the number of the line which they have. For example, if 2 yen or 3 yen for each line. And so each provider have to pay this kind of multiplication, and so their subscribers number and also the certain yen, and they have to pay that amount of money to the fund, and that fund collect all the money and allocate allocate money to the provider, fixed broadband provider, which invest to the rural areas. And so, and this is and that money is for the maintaining their infrastructure costs.
Thank you very much. Do we have one last final question before we wrap up that panel? I see none. So with this, I would really like to thank our speakers for the very interactive discussion. So we learned a lot, you know, on the different models. Thank you. On the different models, you know, how we can jointly invest in infrastructure, you know, to go to the next level, what we haven't achieved yet. You know, if you have any comments for us, you know, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And I would really like to thank the team who organized that session. Thank you, Hokuto. Thank you, Max. And I would also like to thank all the technical team. They're sitting there in the background, were our timekeeper and made sure that this hybrid setting, which is not always easy, ran perfectly. Thank you so much. Have a great day, Zero. Bye-bye.
So the next session will start at 12 o'clock. If we can get seated, please. Thank you. And the speakers will be up on the front. Where's Eric? There you go. Let's find. So Eric, why didn't you grab one of those mics is over there as well, that one, and bring it over to here. The next session will be about building internet resilience. 次のセッション、インターネットのリジリエンスについてお話をさせていただきます。ぜひ、とても興味深いセッションかと思いますので、ぜひ、総務省の大塚課長がいらっしゃいますので、ぜひともお聞きいただければと思います。ニクトの杉本かすみさんもいらしてますので、彼女がちゃんと質問していただきますので。
Attention, please. Next section is like basically in English, but like some person speak in Japanese. So if you wanna take the like simultaneous interpretation device, just like out the entrance of the
かすみさん中にそんな人いないから中に
left side.
本当中に座って。
Left side.
彼女いい質問しますから大丈夫です。もうバリバリよくしてます。外の席に座っている方、どうぞ中に座っていただいて全然結構ですので、せっかくなんで、So for those of you、中の席に全員座っていただいて全然結構ですので、どうぞどうぞ。
Basically, next section is in English, but some person just wanna speak in Japanese. So if you wanna get like simultaneous interpretation, just like devices, there is in the outside of the entrance. So please take it before starting the meeting.
Again, for those who are sitting on the outside, you're more than welcome to sit in here. Also, it's because when you want to ask questions, it's easier for me to see you as well, too. Thank you. 始めちゃいますね。じゃあ、定刻になりましたので始めさせていただければと思います。Now it's 12 o'clock, so let's get started on time. As I mentioned, for those who are on the outside, if you're more than welcome to sit with us. 外側に座っている方々はぜひ別に一緒に中に座っていただいても全然結構でございますので、ぜひインタラクティブのディスカッションをできればと思います。So I'll be the moderator. Wait, I don't have. 私通訳しなくてもいいんですよ。I don't have to translate for myself, right? Okay, so for the benefit of my non-Japanese speakers, welcome to Kyoto and welcome to the Building Internet Resilient Infrastructure session. My name is Ken Katayama. I'll be moderating in my role as the Keio University Global Research Institute role. My day job is I work for Toyota Motor Corporation. We're a mobility company, but today I'll be speaking in my role as Keio University. Thank you, Otsuka-san, for giving me the opportunity to be able to moderate this session. We'd like to keep this session on schedule. I've asked my speakers to keep to 8 minutes each. The Japanese delegation of Otsuka-san and Moritsu-san and Otani-san will be speaking 15 minutes in total. And then Eric, on my right, will be speaking 8 minutes, and then we have a speaker from Australia also doing 8 minutes. So we want to provide also an opportunity for each of our speakers to be able to re-comment on some of the other things that they've heard, and also especially give the audience to, like Sugimoto-san, an opportunity to comment. So so if I may, Seth, are you ready to speak? Well, while you're getting ready to speak, and are you online, Seth?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Can everybody hear Seth? I guess you can, right? Seth, can you say something again?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so now.
Yes, hi, everyone.
Great. Now I think also we have to get your your slide on the screen. We can hear your voice, but なんか最初のスピーカーのセスさんのスライドを多分上げなきゃいけないんですよね。So while we're waiting for Seth to get his slides up on the screen, again, on my right here is Eric, Mr. Otsuka from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications is on my right. And Otani-san from KDDI is on my left, and Moritsu-san from NTT is on my right over there. And so, do we have Seth's slides up? I'm still trying to use some time. 時間を埋めようとしてます。上がるまで。So it doesn't seem like the slides are up. I'm still going to use some more time. The reason why I asked my former colleague Sugimoto-san from NICT do you know Sugimoto-san? Yeah, she's really super sharp, and so she used to work at NISC, which is our cybersecurity agency, and also she did privacy work at MIC before that as well too. So I know that she's probably in the right position to make a comment because we want to comment. So ね、用意しておいてね。So Seth, まだ上がんないんです。いいんですかこれ？はい。Okay, so Seth, why don't you just start talking, and we'll figure out the slides as we go along, please. Sure. And you haven't.
Good. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this discussion. And I'm sorry that I can't be there in person with all of you in Kyoto, but very happy to have the opportunity to participate virtually. My name is Seth Ayers. I lead a business line in the World Bank that focuses on the nexus between digital technologies and climate change. And for the presentation today, I'll talk a bit about how we think about these issues, the overlapping issues of digital and climate change and resilient infrastructure in particular as part of addressing the connectivity challenges that we're facing globally. And I see it looks like my first slide, at least the cover slide, is up. And actually, if you could please go to the next slide. Great. So I wanted to begin the presentation just by giving a bit of context with a couple of key statistics on issues about climate change that many people may be aware of. Certainly climate change is impacting all countries globally, but for developing countries, the impact is far greater. And estimates that up to 130 million people will be pushed into poverty who currently are not in poverty. So they're above the poverty line at the moment, but because of these severe weather events, whether it's flooding or droughts, are going to be pushed into a poverty situation. And then we're going to also, the predictions are for massive migration patterns. So significant changes to people's economic and social situations as a result of climate change. These challenges are particularly acute for small island developing states for reasons that many people would likely be aware. Because of their low-lying nature, they're particularly susceptible to a number of severe events, such as rising sea levels and intensified cyclones and hurricanes and storm events. And on the positive side, the work that we've done has identified that if you do make an investment into making your digital infrastructure or any sort of infrastructure in general more resilient, that there's a massive benefit for doing so. For every dollar that's invested into making infrastructure more resilient, you actually get a $4 return. So significant upside to making your infrastructure more resilient. Next slide, please. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to flag was that many developing countries are recognizing the significant potential that digital technologies. So when we talk about digital technologies, it's telecom infrastructure, data infrastructure, as well as being able to use these technologies through digital skills. So developing countries are recognizing that digital technologies are going to be fundamental to both addressing our climate challenges, as well as making sure that countries are able to adapt to these new dynamics. And so here's just, we did a review of the national determined contributions of developing countries. And you can see on the mitigation side that nearly 50% of the countries look at digital technologies as a key driver. And in the case of adaptation, so helping countries adapt to climate change, nearly 75% of countries are putting digital technologies as a key driver. Next slide, please. So if we recognize that digital technologies are critical to tackling climate change and that we know we need to make this infrastructure more resilient, what are some of the challenges that we face in building this infrastructure globally? So as we went through the pandemic and we were reliant on doing more virtual activities in countries in which digital technologies existed, they were able to deliver services to their citizens at a rate of 3 times. They were able to get services to 3 times the number of individuals than countries that did not have these digital technologies. So whether you're dealing with a pandemic or a severe climate event, having digital infrastructure is essential for service delivery. Yet there's about 3 billion people globally who do not have access to the internet. So about 1/3 of the world's population is not online. So that's a huge challenge, is if we recognize the power of digital, both for not just ensuring service delivery and helping people adapt to climate change, but also as a tool for helping high emitting sectors such as transport and energy reduce emissions, we've got to address this connectivity gap and to do so in a sustainable and green way. Next slide, please. Okay, so at the World Bank, we're tackling this issue on 2 fronts. We have what we call greening digital, so ways in which we look at the sector itself. And this is, I'm going to dive a bit deeper into some of the work that we do here on resilient infrastructure. So when we talk about greening digital, it's greening the infrastructure, digital infrastructure, both from a resilience standpoint on the adaptation side, and then also from a mitigation perspective. So the digital sector emits about the same amount of GHG emissions as the airline industry. So it's somewhere between 1.5 to 4% of global emissions come from the digital sector. So it's not a nominal amount. So it is important also, as we talk about resilience today, also to see the sector as also a generator of GHG and how to tackle that issue as well. And then the other piece that we look at is greening with digital. And this is ways in which digital technology can help countries adapt to climate change, develop new tools, early warning systems, et cetera, that can make countries be better prepared to climate events. And then also to use digital technologies to reduce emissions in other key sectors, such as energy, transport, agriculture, these sectors that are very high emitters. How can digital technologies help to reduce those emissions? Next slide, please.
And 1 more minute, Seth. 1 more minute, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go through, actually, if I could go to the next slide. Or all right, so, and actually, I'll jump into the country example to Kenya, please. Next slide. This was just identifying some of the issues that telecom infrastructure faces, which are amplified as a result of climate change. So next slide, please. Okay, very good. So in the case of Kenya, so Kenya has quite good telecom coverage. Nearly 100% of the population has some sort of connectivity to the mobile network, and it has a decent fiber network as well. It is particularly susceptible to floods and storms, and you can see from these pictures how it was impacted in 2022 as well as in 2023. Next slide. Okay, and then so what we've been doing with the Kenyan government is using GIS to be able to map all of the mobile network sites, particularly the base stations, and to overlay that data using flood prediction, and to be able to then determine which base stations are likely to be impacted or could be impacted by floods, and then to be able to make assessments on what the potential cost could be in order to then make adjustments and to improve the resiliency of that mobile infrastructure. Next slide, please. All right, and so then not just looking at the country level, but more broadly, this gives you a sense of at different stages of the telecom infrastructure, whether it's looking at international connectivity and submarine cables, steps that can be taken in order to reduce the potential threat or risk of climate events on this infrastructure. And this is where redundancy comes into particular play. And then next slide, and I'll wrap up. This just shows you a bit more on the details with the other aspects of the telecom infrastructure, but maybe 4 quick things to wrap up on. That developing countries are particularly vulnerable to climate change and severe weather events. So resiliency is key for telecom infrastructure as a driver for economic and social development. 2, there's a high return on investment. $1 of a resilient infrastructure investment returns $4. There's generally uneven implementation. Urban areas, high populated areas tend to have better resilient infrastructure, but more work needs to be done on rural areas. And in order to do this well, you need to do proper risk assessments and then make sure that redundancy and diversification are part of your plans going forward. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Seth. I mean, again, I'll give you time afterwards also to reiterate some of your points, but I appreciate the global view as well as the explanation on Kenya. So from Kenya, we'd like to go to Japan for our 3 speakers from Japan, starting with Mr. Otsuka from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Otsuka-san, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Katayama-san, for allowing my intervention. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yasuhiro Otsuka of Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. I'm in charge of policies related to today's topic of how to how to deal with increasing risk of natural disasters and keeping our people connected. So now let me start my presentation. Seth-san just explained an increasing risks caused by climate change, and Japan is a country prone to such disasters. Next slide, please. Earthquakes and typhoons are typical examples of natural disasters that affect the communication services in Japan. About 20% of earthquakes with magnitude 6 or greater occur around Japan. Later, Morita-san of NTT will explain the impacts of the Great East Japan earthquake of 2011 on communication services and the efforts to recover from the damage. The typhoon may be related to presentation of Eric-san later, but typhoons often cause heavy rain, flooding, and landslides, and have huge impacts on communication service in Japan as well. Here is next slide, please. Here is an example of typhoon Fakusai, what we call by number in Japanese, number 15 in September 2019. Very strong winds with a maximum instantaneous velocity of more than 50 meters per second caused collapse of power transmission towers and utility poles and triggered large-scale power outages of up to 930,000 households in Tokyo metropolitan area and around. Restoration of power took a long time, and as a result, many mobile base stations ran out of batteries and stopped operation. During the worst period of damage, as shown in the map, more than 2,000 base stations of mobile operators combined stopped operation, mainly in Chiba Prefecture, east of Tokyo. Next slide, please. As our daily lives and economic activities depend much more on communication services, the demand for continuous provision of communication service is getting even higher. The MIC, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, is working closely with operators to ensure stable provision of the communication services. The role of MIC is to set the frameworks to realize resilient networks, and operators are expected to build and operate resilient networks based on such frameworks. As you can see in the dotted line, let me explain 3 examples of such frameworks. Next slide, please. The first example is to set technical requirements of networks in the form of regulations or guidelines. In the event of Typhoon Fakusai in 2019, which I mentioned earlier, prolonged power outages caused many mobile base stations to suspend their operations. In respect, the MIC revised the technical standards and stipulated that major base stations should be able to operate for a longer period. Specifically, as shown in the slide, base stations covering local government offices are required to satisfy operation time of 24 hours or longer. And base stations covering prefectural offices are recommended to satisfy operation time of 72 hours or longer. Based on the standards, now 9,000 mobile base stations satisfy operation time of 24 hours or longer nationwide. And in addition, some 4,000 mobile power supply vehicles and portable generators are deployed nationwide.
1 more minute.
Okay. And next slide, please. The second example, collaboration of related parties that includes MIC operators, other government agencies and local municipalities and other public utility operators are essential to deal with natural disasters. The MIC set up platforms to such collaborations. Collaborations on electricity power, fuel, and cooperation on restoration of obstacles blocking roads are being implemented. For example, with information on the prospect of power restoration, communication operators can manage their mobile power supply vehicles more effectively to avoid suspension of operation. The next slide, please. This is a final slide of my presentation. Studies are being conducted at the MIC to realize inter-carrier roaming in the event of natural disasters and network problems. It is expected that users of carrier A who have stopped operation will be rescued by the network of another carrier B. Study is underway to realize inter-carrier roaming by the end of 2025. I explained the 3 examples of the role of MIC to set frameworks to realize resilient networks. Now I will give the floor to Morita-san of NTT and Otani-san of KDDI. They will present their activities in the past and at the present to make their network resilient, as well as to recover from the damages promptly. Thank you for your attention. So,
thank you, Otsuka-san. So, Morita-san and Otani-san will be speaking in Japanese. So, for this, okay, so, Morita-san, 5分でお願いいたします。よろしくお願いします。
はい、NTT の災害対策をしております森田と申します。私からは日本語でご説明をさせていただきます。私はですね、日本において NTT グループでですね、災害対応業務に従事しておりますので、過去の NTT グループの災害対応の実績ですとか、災害対応力の強化に向けた取り組みについてご紹介をさせていただければと思います。では次のスライドをお願いします。はい、本日のアジェンダですけれども、過去の災害対応の実例、また災害対応力強化に向けた取り組みについてご紹介をさせていただきます。次お願いします。先ほど大塚さんの方からご紹介ございましたけれども、日本という国はですね、非常に多くの災害に見舞われるそんな国になっております。で、本日はですね、日本の中でも過去観測史上最大の規模であった地震、東日本大震災の当時の状況についてご紹介をさせていただきたいと思います。こちらの×印のところですね、2011年3月11日、こちらを震源にしまして、マグニチュード 9.0 の地震が発生しております。その大きな地震とその後襲ってきました非常に大きな津波ですね、その影響を受けまして日本は非常に大きな被害を受けたという地震でございます。次のスライドをお願いします。はい、で当時の通信設備の被災の状況になります。津波等の影響によりましてですね、電力が停電しましたので、通信ビルは385箇所で停電となっております。また津波によってですね、実際に被害を受けた通信ビルは16箇所、また電柱ですね、ケーブルをつなぐ電柱は2万8000本、お客様の通信の回線は150万回線が途絶えたと、そういった大きな被害を受けた状況でございました。次のスライドをお願いします。はい、こちらは通信ビルの復旧の推移になります。発災から2日目まではですね、電力、バッテリーですとか非常用のエンジンを用いまして電力を維持していたんですけれども、そこに供給が必要になる燃料ですね、こちらの調達が困難を極めまして、発災から3日後には385箇所で停電を起こしたという状況です。でこれに対して NTT グループはですね、1万人という人員を動員しまして、約50日をもってこれらすべての影響を回復したという状況でございます。次のスライドをお願いします。はい、ここからはですね、実際に被災した方々の通信を確保に向けた取り組みについてご紹介をさせていただきます。こちらにありますような衛星を用いた通信機器ですとか、移動の携帯基地局を被災地に持っていきまして、そのエリアの通信の確保に努めてまいりました。次のスライドをお願いします。またですね、被災地の安否の確認を行う通信を確保するため、伝言メッセージサービスの提供ですとか、公衆電話ですね、120万箇所12万箇所設置しております公衆電話の無料開放ですとか、あとインターネットの接続コーナーも無料で設置したりといった取り組みを実施してまいりました。次のスライドをお願いします。はい、こちら通信ビルの電力の確保についてです。商用電源が停電しましたので、通信ビルではバッテリーを設置したりですとか、自家発電装置を設置し電力を供給したり、また他にもですね、移動電源車を配置しまして通信の確保に努めてまいっております。はい、次のスライドお願いします。はい、こちらは中継回線の復旧の模様です。 地下を通っていました中継のケーブルは、写真にございますように線路とともにですね、津波によって流されております。こちらを回復するために近傍に電柱を11本建設しまして通信ケーブルを復旧させてまいりました。次のスライドお願いします。はい、ではここからはですね、我々の災害対応力の強化に向けた取り組みについてご紹介をさせていただきます。次のスライドお願いします。はい、まず通信ビルそのものですね。通信ビルの設置の状況を確認しまして、津波の影響が予測されるエリア、また洪水が予測されるエリアについては、通信ビルそのものをですね、高台の方に移設すると、そういった取り組みを実施してきております。次のスライドお願いします。
あと1分ですね。
はい、同様に通信ケーブルもですね、津波の影響が予測されるエリアについては内陸に移設をしたりですとか、橋の下をすぐ通っていたケーブルについては洪水によって橋が流されてしまいますので、川の下にですね管路を新設しまして迂回をすると、そういった取り組みを実施しています。次のスライドお願いします。またさまざまなドローンもですね活用しております。大小さまざまなドローンを活用しまして、大型のものは牽引ケーブルの敷設ですとか上空からの調査、また小型なものは橋の下側ですとか人が入れないようなそういった場所の調査に活用をしてございます。次のスライドお願いします。またさまざまなツールも活用しております。左側はですね気象予測のデータなんですけれども、事前に気象予測をしまして被災が予測されるエリアに対しては人員を先行的に配置しまして被災後の早期復旧、右側はですね通信ビルの電力の状況ですね、こちらを一元的に監視をしまして効率的な復旧計画の策定に活用をしてまいりました。はい、では次のスライドをお願いします。はい、こちら最後のスライドなんですけれども、災害対応の訓練についてです。我々はですね日々机上でのシミュレーションですとか実験を用いた災害対応の訓練、また自衛隊と共同の訓練等を行いまして、有事の際にも早期に復旧できるよう日々訓練に努めてございます。これまでご説明してまいりました通りですね、有事の際にもお客様の通信をいかに維持していくか、また早期に復旧させるために我々はですねいろんな努力をして日々工夫をして行動しております。はい、私からは以上になります。
はい、森田さんありがとうございます。具体的な取り組みありがとうございます。じゃあ次大谷さんお願いいたします。
Hello, this is Tomo Otani from KDDI Corporations. Let me share with you KDDI's activity in the case of disasters. Please go to the next slide. Okay. So in order to prepare for the disaster and monitoring, assess network environment, we have prepared for network operation center locally and globally. In terms of local operation in Japan, we have 12 network centers all over Japan. Main center is Tokyo. In Tokyo and Osaka, it's dual operations for resiliencies. In the case of global operation, we have Tokyo, Asian part and European part taking advantage of time difference from day to day. And today we would like to introduce our recovery mechanism for in the case of disaster to pinpoint to handle the situation and let people on site. We are equipped with a very brand new IT gears from the point of ICT sense. And this is the disaster recovery tool, which indicate how we monitor current situation and how we assign the people to fix the network failures. And also we have a dashboard for disaster countermeasures, collecting from various data. And we can easily assign people to on-site, considering the current situation of the affected environment. And also, we have disaster management systems based on big data as well. We collected a bunch of data from network resource, network equipment, traffic, operators, and so forth. And we can easily understand what is going on and what will go on in the environment. And also, operator on site will utilize smartphone and like iPad types of gear. But in the case of disaster, the communication services also out of services. So before going to the site, they download various information to their devices, and they can still utilize the information even on site where the telecommunication service is no more available.
One more minute, please.
Okay. And also we have a drone to monitor remotely. We can get the information 2D, 3D, even movies, so we can effectively manage, understand what happened in the areas. And we can send the people fix the network failure from land, sky, sea, as well as space. Recently, we introduced Starlink, brand new technology, even in the case of disasters. So this is the new information. And lastly, we keep training ourselves with thanks to other public sectors and municipals locally, even internal. So we hope we can provide a relief from connection and make you smile. This is the end. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Otani-san. Thank you. Let me give the clicker to Eric. So Eric from Philippines, thank you.
All right. Konnichiwa, everyone. My name is Eric Santiago from PLDT Smart. So before I start, just wanted to ask if you're familiar about the Philippines having 7,107 islands, and that depends if it's high tide or low tide. So aside from that, as you know, we are also a typhoon-prone country. There's approximately 20 typhoons entering our area of responsibility every year. So by just saying that, it is crucial, it is critical for us to have resiliency embedded in the design of our network. And because of that, I just wanted to share one of this award. So SMART is the wireless arm of PLDT. PLDT is the Philippines' leading integrated telco company. So this was in MWC, where we were awarded by Ookla as the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. Having best mobile network includes not only the coverage, but especially the resiliency of the network during the time of calamity. We are doing numerous things to optimize it with energy efficient solutions to further enhance customer experience and also to promote sustainability. So we have deployed a lot of solar powered sites to be able to reduce power consumption and also help the environment. We have accelerated our rollout not only on the macro sites or outdoor sites, but also in building to further enhance our services. But one thing to note is really the disaster resilience. We have been supporting the United Nations Office Humanitarian Affairs mandate on how to support subscribers, especially during time of disasters. By doing so, we have promoted some of these products, particularly the emergency cell broadcast system. This is the first one that we deployed first in the Philippines to ensure that we will provide promptly alerts to all the subscribers prior to any disasters. We have been providing some of this smart satellite, just like my colleagues here. We also provide resiliency suits through satellite backhaul during time of calamity, especially when the terrestrial sites are damaged or not functional. We have provided a lot of text broadcasting and a lot of support during time of calamities. In that way, it is important for us that during and after the time of the disaster, we will be providing some hotlines, smartphones, SIM cards, and all of those free communication access to our subscribers. We have recently deployed this, and became very popular. It's a one-stop emergency comms kit that will include a solar panel, smartphone, satellite phone, a Wi-Fi, a megaphone, a wheel cell, a flashlight, and a lot of emergency comms training. This one here really saved a lot of lives. Aside from that, maging laging handa is always, it's a Tagalog word for always being prepared. So we have caravan teaching around the nation on how to be able to be prepared in times of calamities and what's the first thing to do. As I mentioned, I just wanted to reiterate, building a resilient network is embedded in our design. We have transport network not only within the Philippines, but also submarine cables that we have resiliency. So in time of fiber cuts, that we will have other routes to be able to continuously provide connectivity. We are expanding them to almost 1.1 kilometers right now of fiber network. And our emergency operations center is always ready to be able to provide services during time of calamity. The last one that we got hit by the Super Typhoon Rai in December 2021, it was around Christmas time where we have deployed a lot of our supports by air, by land, and by sea, just to be able to provide connection during that time. With that said, I would like to highlight this one. This is an outstanding award from our National Response SANS cluster, highlighting that PLDT Smart has truly been a partner during time of disaster by utilizing our resilient network, that no Filipino will be left behind during this time. And with that said, I also would like to show you this video to summarize everything that I said. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present and share with you some of the initiatives we're doing to deliver that resilient network to our fellow Filipinos in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Very nice video as well, too. Appreciate that. Thank you. I think we have Dr. Kornauzeski online. Hello. And
Hello.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Welcome from Australia. I believe we were not able to do our pre-briefing today, Dr. Kornauzeski. I was asking the speakers, Seth from the World Bank and Eric from the Philippines and yourself for 8 minutes each, and then to provide an opportunity for the audience and also some of the speakers to re-comment as well. So if I could ask you kindly to wrap up by about 12:48 our time, 12:49. I think if you're in Australia, I guess that's about 2:48. So I give the floor to you, Dr. Kornauzeski. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Is that working? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here at the forum today. All right. In the interest of time, I'll get started. As in many parts of the world, Australia has experienced its fair share of extreme weather events in recent years. And the Australian Bureau of Meteorology has noted in recent reports that this warming is likely to continue. The effects of this warming in particular were demonstrated during the Australia 2019-2020 summer, when large parts of the country were severely affected by bushfires. These bushfires resulted in tens of millions of hectares of land being destroyed, destruction of thousands of properties. Tragically, 33 lives were lost as well, including the death or displacement of an estimated 3 billion animals. Since then, a succession of La Niña weather events has caused significant flooding, impacting many communities across Australia over 2022. And the flooding has affected the everyday lives of many Australians, with many parts of the country, such as Sydney, experiencing its wettest year on record. I'll just quickly go through these slides. So obviously everyone in the room is aware of the impact of telecommunications from these disasters, such as fires and floods. And I'm sure everyone in the room is also well aware of the impacts on communities. So in the interest of time, I'll just pass through. Before I cover the key actions that the Australian government is taking to improve the resilience of telecommunications against disasters, I thought I'd just provide a general overview as to what the government's role is when it comes to telecommunications disaster resiliency. So under Australia's federal government structure, the Australian government is responsible for telecommunications. This includes responsibility for managing policy and regulatory settings for the sector, as well as providing grant funding to encourage certain activities, such as expanding mobile coverage in regional and remote areas. However, in Australia, it's our state and territory governments, of which there are 8, that are primarily responsible for responding to disasters. Australia's telecommunications carriers are likewise responsible for the direct operation and maintenance of their networks. This means that when a disaster occurs, telecommunications companies will typically work directly with the relevant state or territory government in accordance with the emergency management arrangements within that jurisdiction. The Australian government's main role in this context is therefore to help prepare the sector to respond and assist with recovery from disasters. Now, this is just a general overview, and in practice, the state and territory governments will often work with the sector to help prepare them for disasters, such as by involving them in emergency planning. Likewise, the Australian government more broadly provides assistance to telecommunications companies on occasion when it's necessary. So for example, the image up on the screen there is during a severe flooding event that impacted the northwest coast in January 2023, where floodwaters destroyed a major arterial bridge, which contained fibre optic cables. This caused major outages, and in response, assistance was provided by the Australian government in the form of a military aircraft to be able to get those technicians across the bridge. So in terms of what the Australian government has been doing to help prepare the sector for disasters, there are a range of actions that have been taken. Recognising the serious impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on Australia's telecommunications network, the government has been implementing resiliency improvement initiatives through 4 core measures, which I'll go through now. The first is the Mobile Network Hardening Program Round 2, which is delivering around 1,000 mobile network resiliency upgrade projects across regional and remote Australia. So stage 1 provided $13.2 million to upgrade battery backup power to a minimum of 12 hours at 467 base stations. Stage 2 provided $10.9 million for 536 resiliency upgrades. Over 461 of these upgrades have been completed so far, and they've included the installation of permanent power generators, increased battery reserves, transmission resiliency upgrades to protect against outages, and site hardening measures such as protective ember screening to protect sites from the potential impact of embers, radiation or flames. The second element is the Sky Muster Satellite Deployment Program. So this program has installed fixed satellite internet connections at over 1,000 evacuation centres and emergency service depots across Australia. This provides free backup connectivity via satellite. While many of these facilities already had fixed line connections, this way we can keep our emergency personnel connected and focused on the emergency response. The third element is the Temporary Infrastructure Deployment Program, which is expanding the availability of portable assets such as cells on wheels and portable satellite kits, which provide temporary coverage following a disaster. The final element is our communications program, which has been involved in developing communications material and other resources for stakeholders to use in an effort to improve general community awareness and preparedness for outages during disasters. All of these projects have had a real impact in improving the availability of telecommunications during natural disasters to date, and simple messages can help communities and tourists prepare and know how to get information and get help, such as our radio broadcasting services. For example, during the March 2022 floods, temporary facilities were able to be deployed to evacuation centres in flood-affected areas across the state of New South Wales, which provided critical connectivity for evacuated residents in their time of need. Another example of this was during major flooding in the state of Victoria, when the communities of Bem River and Marlow were isolated both geographically and in their connectivity, with both communities being able to access the internet through satellite services which were installed in the months prior. So while these examples have made a material difference, it is clear from more recent disasters that the threat posed is ongoing and that more needs to be done to improve the readiness of Australia's telecommunications infrastructure. In acknowledgement of this, the Australian government recently announced the Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia last year. The plan forms part of the Australian government's telecommunications agenda and is providing more than $1.1 billion to rural and regional communities in Australia. The plan includes $656 million over 5 years to improve mobile broadband connectivity and resilience in rural and regional Australia. And as part of this, the Better Connectivity Plan includes $100 million in funding for additional measures aimed at further strengthening resilience against natural disasters.
1 more minute, please.
Thank you. So of that $100 million, there's 2 programs that are included in that. So the first one here is our Mobile Network Hardening Program, Round 2. And our second one is the Telecommunications Disaster Resilience Innovation Program. And if anyone would like any more information on either of those 2 initiatives, my contact details are up there on the screen. And thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you had 30 more seconds, I think, Dr. Konoski. I appreciate you wrapping up. Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate all of my speakers keeping to time. As promised, I left 10 minutes for questions, also maybe for some follow-up. I do recognize, since Tara and Seth are online, in the audience, I have some colleagues. Ms. Sugimoto, she's from the National Institute for Communications and Technology, as well as Dr. Komiyama, he's from JP Cert. You know, they'll probably have good questions and comments, but before I point out them, Seth, do you have something that you wanted to add that you weren't able to cover in your presentation?
I'm good. I think I was able to cover everything as needed and look forward to the questions.
Great, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. 大塚さん、なんかどうしてもちょっと言い足りなかったことが何かありませんか？
ありがとうございます。日本語で私も質問を待ちたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
森田さん、大谷さんはいかがですか？
私も大丈夫です。貴重な機会いただきましてありがとうございます。
はい、Eric, anything else you wanted to add before we get the question? You good? 大丈夫ですか？ Okay. じゃあよければ杉本さんいかがでしょうか？Oh, hold on. Two seconds. Tara, I'm sorry. Tara, was there anything you wanted to add before that because you still had 30 seconds left? No?
No further comments from me. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Great. Thank you. So Sugimoto-san, why did you comment or question?
Well,
and you should
thank you
say
for the
where you're from. I didn't explain NICT. I'm sorry.
Thank you for the impressive presentations. I'm from NICT. I work for workforce development regarding cybersecurity, and we always use analogy with disaster prevention and disaster control when emphasizing the importance of cybersecurity and incident handling. So I have a question for Tara-san about the Australian measure for disaster control. Do you have any training or exercise mechanism with operators for the disaster control? Because I always feel it's difficult to raise awareness and prepare beforehand when nothing is happening. So thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, unfortunately, the way that the government is structured, with the federal government having a very separate role to our states and territories, the way that we engage with our telecommunications industry is probably a little bit different to some other countries around the world. But we do engage on a case-by-case basis when events do happen. Obviously, there is engagement between the governments or the jurisdictions in Australia that are affected and the telecommunications industry. But it's my understanding that there is some planning that does go into certain events that we can predict. Obviously, Australia as a nation, we do suffer from bushfires and floods, and they do happen at particular times of year, as experienced by many countries in the world. But if you would like to send me an email, I might be able to follow up with a few more specific projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Sugimoto-san, for the question. Okay, sure. Do you have a microphone? If you could identify yourself and let us know who you asked the question.
Thank you all for your talks and your presentations. My name is Jarrell James, and I represent Koala and Internet Alliance here at the IGF. I just have two quick questions, and if you'll take them. One is for Seth. You had briefly mentioned that $1 of investment would do $4 in return, but it was a little quick and unclear as to kind of the metrics behind that. And then my next question is actually for the kind gentleman from the Philippines. If you could just speak to how you educated the population on the importance of communications resiliency, these would be very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth, would you like to take the first question?
Sure. In regards to that data point comes from a report that the World Bank published. I believe it was 2019. It's called the Lifeline report. I don't think I can put in the chat, but I can send. If you were to search for Lifeline World Bank report, it was on all infrastructure. Basically looking at a variety of critical infrastructure and then doing evaluations. There's also a number of really interesting country case studies on different types of infrastructure in addition to telecom specifically. But the 1 in 4 is in reference to overall return on investment for resilient infrastructure. Yeah, so it's it's often referred to as the Lifeline report. So if you put in Lifeline reports World Bank, it should pop up in your search engine.
Is just a quick follow-up. Is this
Yeah.
the similar data that's being used by folks like NetBlocks to calculate particular regional shutdowns or internet blackouts and how they would affect the economic situation on the ground? I don't know if you know NetBlocks, but netblocks.org, they're using a lot of open source data, but I didn't know if some of it was coming from the World Bank.
Yeah, so it's a very good question. I'm not sure of those details. The map that I showed for Kenya is based on open source data. So we do a lot of work in country with open source applications in data in order to do some of the evaluations. I'm not sure specifically on that piece of it, but we do publish most of our data is available online at data.worldbank.org.
Thank you. Eric? All right, well, thanks for the question. So educating our constituent is a continuous journey, but let me divide it into 3 segments, right? Number 1, online learning. So we are developing short videos to clearly showcase how and what to do during time of disaster. And we distribute that one through our channels online, our websites, and via text messages. Second item is really we use caravans to go to specific areas to do face-to-face learning, right? Because some people are not that tech savvy, that you need to really show it to them and demonstrate, and that's very powerful. And the third one is really informing the youth of today of in our country to ensure to encourage and teach their grandmas, grandparents, and parents in their family. In that way, it will be a continuous learning to everybody. Thank you.
So are you satisfied with the 2 answers? Was that okay? You do? Okay, well, all right. If you do, well, I work for a company which is important called Just in Time. So there's 2 more minutes left, and so if there's no so if I could ask you to keep your question within 2 minutes, so please, I'll give you the microphone if that's okay to you. Is there a microphone over there? Please, if you can pass the mic. So if we could quickly identify yourself and 日本人ですか? すみません.
No, I'm from
Okay,
Kazakhstan.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Arman Andresilov. I'm from Kazakhstan, and I just want a question from the Japanese group. I'd like to know the current situation. I mean, in common situation, the percent of coverage of Japan and average speed of internet for common time. Because your presentation was about emergency time, but I don't know about common time.
Okay. なんか日本の多分大塚さんかな。
Have any problems in
日本
common
日本
time
全
with
体
internet?
のなんかカバレッジとあとインターネットのスピードについて質問ということですか。はい。
Hello, thank you very much for your questions. We are not sure the exact number of the percentage of coverage and the average speed of internet access, since there are difference between mobile and fixed services, and also even between 4G and 5G, there are service quality difference. Currently, Japanese operators are eager to construct 5G network Japanese nationwide. I believe recently more than 90% availability in terms of 5G. I believe, but please visit MIC website to find the exact numbers. And in terms of 4G, we believe that 99% 1990 point something. But the number is really fluctuate depending on the time and the day and the year. So please confirm the website.
Oh, okay, thank you. So you have no problem with resilience in common time?
So maybe if we can use that question after the session. I'm going to stop now. Thank you. So thank you, Otani, for answering. So it's 1 o'clock. As promised, we are finishing on time. Seth and Tara, thank you very much for participating from overseas. And thank you. And thank you, everybody, for 会場の皆さんもご参加いただいてありがとうございます。So if we can give all of us a hand of applause for participation. Thank you. Thank you. ありがとうございました。
Pay attention. Please return this simultaneous interpretation machine in the entrance. Please return the machine in the entrance spaces. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, it's working. You can sit right next to me if you want. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We will start in 1 minute. Thanks for coming. And those who are sitting very much in the back, please join us also here on the table. That will be a nicer way for discussion. So don't be shy. Please also sit closer if you want. Thank you. Okay. Konnichiwa. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to our session, Agents of Inclusion. We are happy to see so many familiar faces here that found their way to Kyoto, and also so many familiar faces online. Also curious to know more about the new faces that we can see here, and yeah, happy to have you here for our exciting session. And all those people gathered here, some of them who suspended Saturday night activities to come to the sessions, others that got up really early. And soon we will hear more about the work and the proposals of community-centered digital networks and media. But before this, just some quick words on housekeeping. Carlos.
So, hi everyone. So some of the common rules that we want to implement are well, the basic ones: be respectful. We need to listen actively. Be respectful for others' participation, even you are disagree. Be collaborative. Recognize diversity. Respect privacy of participants. Ask for consent for photography, audio, visual recordings, or quotes. Be aware of language diversity, and handle disagreement constructively. So, welcome everyone.
Thank you, Carlos. And now the word is with our third facilitator, Shabani, who will also start to present the team quickly. Shabani, are you there online with us? I saw you early in the chat, so hello. Can you hear us? Can you? We cannot hear you, Shabani. Hello, hello. Yeah, we cannot hear you. There seems to be an audio problem. So please try to work on the microphone. I will continue meanwhile with the presentation. Yeah, now we can hear you. No, again not. There's something happening, maybe changing the device, so I will. There's Electra. No, that's not the Shabani. Maybe raise your arm. Maybe you have to be. That's the person who should be able to talk. No. Okay, I will just continue for a second, and hopefully you can collect later with us. So. The session Agents of Inclusion will be facilitated by 3 persons, 2 of them in the room, the third one mute now, but maybe she will talk to us soon. So our common interest was to shed light on the great work of community-centered initiatives from different regions and different continents. And together we have done our best to bring together an amazing lineup of speakers. And first of all, let me introduce you to Carlos Baca, sitting over there. Carlos coordinates the training program of Tequio Comunitario. And hello?
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
So I did
Thank
already
you.
the first part of your introduction, but you can still introduce Carlos. You can do better than I guess.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so this is Sharbani from India, and nice to meet all of you all there. So I'm here, and I would like to introduce Niels first. So Niels is a journalist and media developer with focus on community media and community networks. And he has an experience as a freelance journalist and a media activist in Brazil, Chile, and Mexico. Niels works as a consultant for special projects for rhizomatica.org, especially LockNet, member of the Global Innovation Gathering Network and coordinator of the open source digital newsroom Colmena, developed by DW Academy and partners together with CSOs in the Global South. Yeah, and we welcome all of you all to this session of ours, and we look for quite an interactive session with all of you all. We have other speakers who are also online, and I'll introduce them one by one as the session flows. Over to you, Niels.
Thank you, Sharbani. And so Sharbani Belur holds a PhD in democracy and an MA in sociology. She has learned and taught on many universities, too many to mention them all here. Her work involves increasing digital outreach to remote and rural areas of India, women and their usage of connectivity, development of sustainable business models, seeding the growth of community networks, developing community technologies, meaningful usage and utilization of connectivity, and many other exciting things. And Carlos, so could you please introduce yourself, because there was a mix-up.
So hi, I am Carlos Vaca. I come from Mexico. I work in Rhizomatica and in Redes AC, two organizations that work with indigenous communities in topics related with connectivity. And right now I am a coordinator of two training programs, one for ICT networks coordinators that we developed in a joint effort with ITU for Latin America, and also the National Schools of Community Networks, a project that is inside of the local access network initiative led by Rhizomatica and APC.
Thank you, Carlos. And to get the session started, so what is the session about here? So in many places of the world, the creation of meaningful connectivity, digital content, and also inclusive technologies for internet heavily rely on sometimes invisible collective efforts. And we want to make those collective efforts visible today, because worldwide hundreds of community networks deliver access and content to underserved areas, especially in places where profit-oriented access models are not sustainable. In addition, we have community media, from which we'll also know some of them today, media outlets that actively work on innovative digital formats to create more participation and integration with local communities. And finally, we have social enterprises and cooperatives that share the vision of community-owned open technologies. And so our panel will highlight such great contributions, and we will hear again from Sharbani how this meetup is going to happen.
So this is a hybrid session, and participation might be a bit different for those online and on-site. We, however, will try to switch always between the two perspectives to create a maximum of exchange that can take place. Since we have a long lineup of speakers and also want to give space to interaction with the public contributions, will be rather short, lightning talks of 5 to 7 minutes each. And in Q&A sessions and in the chat here in the Zoom link, there will be opportunities to further explore each topics. So please feel free to ask questions, put it up on the chat window of the Zoom link. After our final Q&A session, we will also make time for a short planning exchange for all of you who would like to participate in the experience to organize a participatory coverage of the IGF using one of the community-centered technologies called Colmena that we will learn more about in our presentations. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Shabani. And now we'll come to our first speaker who has stayed up until late in Bolivia today or is postponing dancing. She will tell us. And please welcome online Michelle Nogales. Michelle is one of the founders of Bolivia's first feminist online magazine called Muy Guaso. And Michelle is a social communicator and journalist with a diploma in digital media for education and women's rights and journalism. And she was part of the first generation of Sembra Media's Metis mentorship and Google News initiative. With Muy Guaso, she's exploring many digital media formats, and let's see what she has brought us today. Michelle, are you there?
Hi, Niels. Hi, everyone. Do you listen to me?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot
Yes?
see you, but we can hear you.
How about now? Hi. Great. Thanks, Niels. I can start speaking now, yes?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you. Well, right now I'm speaking from a small town in Bolivia in the heart of South America. So thank you so much for this opportunity. You know, it means a lot to me and to my team. So as I was introduced by Niels, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Muy Guaso, the first feminist digital native media in Bolivia. We were born in 2018 with a quest to break the old hegemonic narratives of traditional media and tell what was not being told. And we were born in this digital world because in this space we found an opportunity to talk about the problems, the solutions, and the needs of many women in Bolivia. Working women, indigenous women, and people of sexual and gender diversity who work every day, but whose those stories were not told, you know, or whose those stories are not heard. So at Muy Guaso, we work to make women the protagonists of their own stories, not only through this journalism that tells these stories, but also to a journalism that is able to co-create with our communities, with our readers, you know. And this year, we were able to produce a special article on gynecological violence that talks about some different experience of women where we had the participation of almost 300 people, you know, that are part of our digital community. And these people share their information with us on a topic which there's no open data available in Bolivia. So we made a co-creation of this article together with all these people, you know. And also at Muy Guaso, we seek to make this journalism and information very accessible to all. You know, we try to use language that is close to our communities, that is simple, but it's not simplistic or incomplete, you know. And we have this as an unbreakable rule. On the contrary, also, we seek to bring full, verified, and qualified information in data that is understandable and attractive to our communities, and it has really interesting formats. And this matter, you know, we also published our third book this year, well, actually, beginning of this year, which is called 31 Myths and Legends of Bolivia, you know, and this experience is really interesting because this book seeks to compile the mythological oral tradition of our country. And it's a co-construction with people from the community who narrated these traditional stories, and young artists and illustrators made drawings, more than 1,000 drawings during October 2022, and spread this oral tradition in their social media. So it was the stories from some people who other artists draw, and we just made an article about each story, and then we published a book. And this book went back again to the community. So it's a whole collaborative production together, you know? And in this project, also, we saw this great impact that can be achieved through organized collective action, you know? And also this process helped us to maintain a close relationship with our audiences, to identify their needs and how they jointly generate an impact in our environments. And also, in addition to using the internet as a tool we try to encourage free, feminist, and independent journalists. You know, we try to share this learning and knowledge that we have gained during this time with members of our communities that live in rural or remote areas. You know, actually, right now I'm really, really far from my hometown because today I just came to do a workshop with some workers, with some harvesters, really far from my hometown. You know, and we shared about how to use digital media, how to use digital tools to share their own needs and problems, you know. And in that matter, we're actually this year working on creating games or gamified, you know, training experience about media literacy to curb misinformation and the hate speech in the run-up to the 2005 elections that are here in Bolivia, you know, presidential elections. So we want to reduce the internet access and usage gap, which in Bolivia is very significant and widening every day. And we want with this Bolivia's digital media ecosystem to grow and strengthen every day. We want the gap in smaller.
Sorry, you're breaking up a bit. I think we lost Michelle, but the message came through. Maybe you
I'm
can.
sorry, my
Okay.
internet just got crazy. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Thank you. I'm really sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Sorry. Just I'm really in a really small town. So I was telling you that we want the Bolivia's media ecosystem to grow, you know, and be like more strong. And we also want to reduce this gap in access and use of technologies, you know. And we want many more women and sexual and gender diversities to be able to occupy the internet and fill it with their needs, with their initiatives, and also with this diversity of languages and actions, you know, and for there to be diverse ideas and voices that reflect the real demands of the communities themselves, you know. And in this project, I was also working in Colmena, where Niels was coordinating a lot of things, and other people who is here in the talk. And we were trying also to gather a lot of different people who is working from their communities and sharing their own experiences through radio or through other audio formats that could get together this idea of communities and to take the internet and to be able to have more diversity of voices, cutting off this gap that we have in South America to access and to use the internet. So that's for my intervention. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have any questions, and we can keep on talking on the chat. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michelle. So our next speaker is James Gondwe. He is executive director of the Center for Youth and Development in Malawi, and that organization is an organization that works with youth and children and related with digital inclusion matters. So welcome, James.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part and parcel of this panel. As rightly introduced, my name is James Gondwe, and I'm the Director of Center for Youth and Development. Our organization focuses on education, but we leverage on ICT and connectivity as well. And we've been exploring ways of how best we can increase access to connectivity and ensure that children, students have access to connectivity and then are able to effectively learn. And one area that we recognize is quite a potential solution in addressing this challenge is community networks. And early on, we did recognize that for us to be able to do that in Malawi, we needed to have a conducive policy environment that would ensure that we are able to set up community networks, or people are able to set up community networks. And so all along, Malawi has never had, never recognized community networks as, as a solution, but also they never had a framework or a licensing framework, a regulatory framework that would actually ensure that community networks are developed. So with the support of our partners, Association for Progressive Communications, but also World Association for Christian Communications, we did work on advocacy, policy engagement with the regulator, but also Minister of Information to make sure that Malawi as a country should be able to develop a conducive policy and regulatory environment for establishment of community networks. And despite the fact that what we have at the moment, we would not say it is what we really wanted to see, but I think there is some success because there is a framework that has been created, though not entirely to the way we would have desired it to be created, but there is a framework that has been created. And that would ensure that community networks, community initiatives can actually be established in Malawi and that people can actually be connected. So my presentation is mostly focusing on sharing best practices around policy engagement. What did we do to make sure that we are able to get the regulator, but also get the Minister of Information interested and get them listening, and eventually leading to the successful establishment of this policy and regulatory framework. For us, a lot of people would think that it is very obvious that the regulators are aware that community networks are a solution, but it's not. We need to raise awareness. And for us as a country, as an organization, together with our partners, we started with raising awareness. So you start with the basics. Raise awareness about community networks. Get people to know what community networks are. And you can do that by sharing examples of where this has been successful. And for us, we did have examples from within the region. So Zenzeleni came in as an example from South Africa. We also had Pamojanet coming in as an example. And later on, Kenya came in as a very good example around policy because Kenya had developed a licensing framework. So we were able to say, look at Kenya, this is what they've developed. And for us as a country, we can also do something similar. So that was the starting point. And so as we are sharing these experiences around best practices, it is important for us to make sure that we're also providing evidence. So the evidence is available. Within the country, we know we've got rural communities that are not connected. And we know that ISPs are not going there because it's not profitable for them. They would rather stay in the very same communities. So the conventional method of connecting is not working, and we need to provide that as an example. And then another very important element that really worked for us is an element around collaboration. Leverage on others. So throughout our policy engagement, we leveraged on other institutions within the country. So we leveraged on Mzuzu University, University of Malawi, as organizations, as academic institutions that supported us with the academic research, and we also did leverage on the ICT Association of Malawi. So the ICT Association of Malawi has got a huge membership of people in ICT, and we're able to leverage on their numbers to be able to convince the regulator, to be able to convince the Minister of Information to say this is a solution. So leveraging on others is another important strategy that we are able to use. And then another element is in advocacy, it's difficult for you to organize the events on your own. Policymakers, regulators, it's difficult for you to find them. Even booking a meeting with a regulator is difficult, but try to engage them through other events. So we targeted the events that were happening within the country, and then we would be able to reach them, contact them while they were at those particular events. So a good example is we've participated in a number of ICT expos that have been organized within Malawi. And we know for sure that the Minister of Information, but also others from the regulator would be available. And that is the point of engaging, with those regulators. Malawi hosted the IGF last year, and that was a great opportunity for us to be able to engage with these duty bearers. And even the national IGF is also another opportunity. So try to leverage on what is already happening in your country and then build from there. Another very important element is to try to build a network of allies. Try to see who else is interested, in this topic. So smaller ISPs is another very good example, so much as we may not be fully aligned with community networks, but I think those would be interested and would actually be a good ally. And then also other non-profit, entities within the country would be important. So we started building a database of allies from around 2019. And now we are even happy that that particular database has actually developed into a community network alliance. So Malawi has got a community network alliance, and that particular alliance is now going to be looking at how best can we sustain the effort, the momentum that has already been created. So it is the one that is actually so now engaging with the regulator, engaging with the government, and getting them to talk, but also to see the successful implementation of the framework that has been created. So my presentation focused on sharing those best practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next guest from India will be presented by Shabani.
Yes. So our next speaker is Amodhan. Amodhan is an engineer and an entrepreneur, proving how system administration and development can solve real-world problems. He currently works with the social enterprise Vakoma, developing a technology thought for local communities and their needs. Amodhan, let's hear from you now. Thanks.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Sarvani, for the introduction. Good afternoon, good evening, have a good day, everyone. It's nice to be here. I'm glad to be sharing all of our work with you today. At Wakoma, we're working towards kind of implementing technology and building solutions to connect the global south. Our efforts involve the deployment of open hardware and software, and we create open tools that enable anybody to build a network and adapt it and purpose fit them to their own needs. So a lot of our work involves, a portable, rapidly deployable networking equipment and hardware, but also software and firmware. So to that end, I would like to share with you today a project that we call the Nimble. It's a device that encapsulates all of our efforts in these various different areas. The Nimble is an integration of open source hardware, software, and firmware, and it's designed to be modular, customizable, and portable. So let's start with the Nimble. The Nimble is essentially a series of 3D printed mounts, and it houses hardware that is chosen to fit within a Pelican case. And what this allows is for it to be taken anywhere and be rapidly deployable, and it's extremely portable. And the designs for these of these shelves and these mounts are all open, and anybody can download and print them for use, and they can modify them to fit their needs. Users can also design and share their own pieces. So if they have something that they want to put in the Nimble that's that we don't already have a mount for, they can design and share it back to the community. In addition to this, to make this hardware more accessible to everybody else, we're working on creating parametric designs that change the models dynamically based on the specific hardware that you've chosen, so you can much more easily customize it, and it makes it way more accessible for people to get started with. And as part of this, it's also important to mention, as we integrate open hardware, software, and firmware and educational resources into this, it's also important to talk about other ecosystem projects that enable us. And we're also, the Nimble, when it's deployed, we also work with open firmware projects. We leverage OpenWRT, and what it enables for us is that as part of when you build your own network, communities are able to take any commodity hardware they have on hand and use that to build and deploy a network. And at the end of the day, we want to make building networks more accessible. So the idea is you bring your own hardware, software, your own networking, whatever you have on hand, whatever is available to you locally, and you put it together as the Nimble, and it helps you build a community network. And once the network is up, we work on a software platform that we call Local to add value to the network. So um, once you have the network, what do you do with it, right? You need to, there is no point in just having a bunch of nodes connected. It has to serve a function. And to that end, we have Local. Local is a software platform that aggregates and enables, again, the rapid deployment of a suite of open source applications that can fit your needs. So this is a short basket of the applications that you can run on Local. And the nice thing about it is you can handpick any combination of these applications that best suit your needs and deploy them rapidly to one or many nodes all at once. And all of these applications can be run offline first. So you can make calls, you can share educational resources, you can run a community forum, you can create content and share it back to the community, all completely offline. And Local can be deployed on almost any commodity hardware. You can pick any computing resources that are available to you. It could be, an old computer. It could be a Raspberry Pi. It could be, a little box. If your community has a lot of users, you can scale it up and down as needed, and it can be deployed on most hardware. And you can select the applications that best suit your needs. And you can also include specialty hardware to serve your specific application. And we're always working on adding and integrating newer and more open source projects into Local. And so if you have an application that you don't see in this list or on our website, chances are that we can probably integrate it and get it working in a short period of time. And much like the rest of the Nimble and the open firmware ecosystem, Local is also designed to be platform agnostic. So it can be run independently of the Nimble. The Nimble is independent of Local, but they all connect to create this ecosystem that enables rapid deployment of networks along with the local content and services. And this type of thing really shines in an offline first environment because it makes building networks for communities that much more accessible, right? When these components and the ability to deploy software, it kind of democratizes the thing. So people can just come and get started much more quickly. And a great example of this would be the collaboration with Colmena. And Colmena, I think, has been mentioned a few times already in this series of talks. It's an offline first decentralized platform that can be used to create and disseminate content in a community. So people can just create, edit, mix, add text, they can create content right in Colmena and then disseminate it out to the community. And as part of our collaboration with them, we made a customized Nimble unit which has an audio interface. So you can create and you can take it out in the field. It's less than 100 watts. You can plug in a microphone and create content right there and disseminate it in a volatile situation. And so this is a great example of a Nimble being customized along with Local integration for a specific use case. And this would really enable offline first volatile situation. It's a great way to get out news media, for example. And yeah, so this is a nice overview of, I think, everything we're working on. We're always open to collaborating, and we actually have a demo of this Colmena Nimble with Neil. So for those of you that are on site, please check it out. You should be able to see from Niels. You can look for the local.network Wi-Fi name. You can connect to it. You can explore the content and services, the platform. You can explore the software. And if you have any ideas and you'd like to collaborate with us, you can reach out to us. You can learn more about all of our various projects on the website. And yeah, thank you for your time and your attention. It's a pleasure sharing.
Thank you, Amudjan. And yes, as he said, the Nimble is set up at the APC booth in the Global Village. So if you want to check it out the next days, it's already set up. And yeah, happy to meet you there also to show you some more of the facilities. But now let's jump to Latin America. And we have someone invited here from Costa Rica, Kemli Camacho. Thanks for having made the long way to Japan. And with the permission of the Indigenous Women Association from Alto Pacuare de Cabecar, Kemli will tell us a little more about social technology designed and maintained by Indigenous women. Just a few words, or would you like to present yourself, Kemli, as you wish?
Yes, very fast, because I prefer to take my time for the presentation. My name is Kemli Camacho. I'm from Costa Rica, and I'm the coordinator of La Sulabatsu Cooperativa, a 20 years old self-managed enterprise from the social economy. And we have been working during now 6 years with the Association of Cabecar Women to develop communication strategies and with technologies, but in a process of appropriation of the technology. The slide that you are going to see is just for you to illustrate the work that we do in this place, because what I'm going to do is to tell you a story. I would like today to talk more about the transformation that a local communication strategy can make in women organizations. This is what I wanted to address more than talk about the technology. This time I would like to talk about the transformation produced by this technology. I want you to imagine that you are entering in a big, big mountain with no connection at all, no mobiles, no electricity. And that takes myself 12 hours walking to arrive to Calabata, this place where we meet all together, women from the Cabecar community. I want also you imagine this community, each home is at between 8 hours to 2 days walking distance. Then we don't have a center in this mountain where you have the home, where you have the houses. They are totally dispersed in the mountain. And then you have to walk, and if suddenly something happened, you have to walk 8 hours. In general, they send one of the kids to one house to the other to let them know that something is happening. And what is happening, for instance, a woman is having a heartburn, for instance, or there is a bridge that was fell down because of the river or any other thing, but they needed 8 hours to 2 days to communicate one home to the other. We began to work with them about, at the beginning it was about creating a community network based in internet protocols. But I'm not going to tell you all the story, but their decision were not. We don't want that. What we want is to really have a technology to strengthening the communication inside the territory and to strengthening the communication between women, because we want to strengthening the women's organization. This is a matrilineal community. Women are the leaders and they heritate the land. Then for them to be organized is very important. I want to tell you the last story. This is an authorized story by them. I cannot tell this story without authorization. But 2 months ago, a leader drowned in the river. Drowned is a good word, yes? And the body was lost in the river. In other occasion, local authorities will come and look themselves, Red Cross and police, look themselves for the body. In this occasion, women using the walkie-talkie networks organized themselves. And when the local authority came, they said, we don't want you to look for the body because death is very important for us, and death ceremonies is very important for us. Then we are going to organize ourselves using the walkie-talkie networks to go alone and organize the community to go alone and look for the body of our leader. And they do that, yes, they do that, and they use all along the river, they organized the way to try to find the body. When they found the body also, because the authorities asked them, they have to take the body for the morgue, they also said and organized themselves all together, talking around the mountains with the walkie-talkie network, talking around the mountains, one to each other, how they are going to define what to do with the body, what to do with the morgue, what to do with local authorities, and how they can and want to do their death ceremony as they want. Then I wanted to tell you this simple story, maybe, because it is really the result. In other occasions, if we didn't have this strategy, communication strategy based in the walkie-talkie network, the only possibility is the local authorities came and took the body and do the Occidental process instead of the Quebecer process and ceremony for death. Then this is only one example about how we, for us the most important is how we are strengthening, we together, the association, Quebecer Women's Association, and us, together we are developing and strengthening the community organizations led by women. Other thing that we have done, and it's related with communication, is about building infrastructure together. You can see there, this is Hutsini, and we have just finished to build a Huaraki. Those are spaces that we are building together with, or they are building together, using all the building practices, yes, and they are organizing themselves for having, for the first time, spaces to meet safe and for women to meet in safe conditions. Then that is also a result of having a communication strategy. Finally, I wanted to let you know that they began to develop what they call the Quebecer Women University, which is a place in this Huaraki and Hutsini. They are creating this university, Quebecer Women University, where they are teaching agriculture, construction, health practices, or health career, spirituality, and handicraft. These 5 programs they have created using the second part of our project, which is Okama Sway, which is a platform that contains, this is a bad word, I don't know how to say in English, but a platform with where we are collecting all the wisdom of women in Quebecer language, and in Quebecer language about this different wisdom in agriculture, construction, etc. And by the way of audio, videos, and drawing that young women and boys are doing using interviews to the older women. Then we have this platform and we are using them to collect all this wisdom and to use in this training for the University of Quebecer women. Also, I wanted to let you know they only speak Quebecer. Then we are using a lot the drawing for agreements or for presenting ideas and for making decisions. We are, of course, interpreters, young women interpreters, but we are using all these drawing as a communication ways of work also. Finally, let you know that we began in Halabata. You see, this is our decision-making process. We begin in Halabata. Now we are expanding the process to other communities, other Quebecer communities, and also in this next part of the project, we are integrating children to the process also. Then for now, this is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Kemli, and thank you also for this trip that you make us go to direct to Costa Rica and feel some of the feelings to be there. No, so the next speaker is Deborah. Deborah is a journalist and activist, and she is the communication associated in the LogNet initiative led by IPC and Rizomatica. She is in Brazil and is very late there, so she preferred to send us a video, and she has some great news about a gift for you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Deborah. I'm joining from São Paulo, Brazil today. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone that's here on site or online to make this conversation happening, and also for the organizers, the facilitators, and IGF to make this space happen. And I'm here today to talk about a podcast that we just launched this year. The podcast is named Routing for Communities, and we have a motto that says, this is an audio journey tracing community connectivity around the world. So this podcast brings life stories of people that are connecting themselves while defending the fundamental rights and the well-being of their communities. This is a podcast produced by the Local Networks Initiative. This is an initiative led by the Association for Progressive Communications, APC, and Rizomatica in partnership with people with support organizations, with grassroots communities in different parts of the world, especially in Asia, Africa, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Working on the local networks initiatives through the years, we have witnessed a lot of inspiring stories of community-centered connectivity, of community networks, of this kind of initiatives that started bottom up. And we thought about the podcast as a way, as a channel, as a strategic communication tool to share these voices and these stories, and to bring their reflections to this dialogue, to the dialogue about the future of connectivity and the future of digital technology that we want. So more than anything, we believe this podcast is just an entry point to these voices and these stories that are really, really inspiring. I want to share a brief teaser of this podcast, of the teaser that we made actually to launch the first season now with you, just for us to listen a few of those voices as an example, and as, of course, an invitation for you to access our landing page, routingforcommunities.apc.org, to listen to these stories. They will bring different perspectives as the involvement of women, how access inequalities can be related to other inequalities such as gender, race, and class inequalities. How can connectivity and digital technology, digital communication be mobilized to promote social and environmental justice? How indigenous people, indigenous communities have been using them to preserve their language, their culture. So a lot of different inspired examples from different countries: Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, Indonesia, Thailand, Kenya, South Africa, and more. So I will just play a beat, and with this make an invitation for you to listen to these stories and also to share them with people that are interested in this topic.
Routing for Communities, an audio journey tracing community connectivity around the world. Hi, my name is Renata Porto, and I will follow you along this 12-episode season where we are going to travel to different places: South Africa, Mexico, Argentina, Kenya, Brazil, Indonesia, Nigeria, India, UK, Colombia.
Soy de una comunidad que se llama Tepetzalan, del estado de Puebla, país México.
I was born and bred in a village called Mamaila, which is in Limpopo province, South Africa.
I am originally from Philadelphia in the United States, and then I've been in Mexico since about 2010.
Vivo en un pueblito pequeño al sur de Colombia que se llama Pupiale.
We will meet stories and voices that are intertwined, connected by a common thread, building internet and communication community networks.
So I will stop here just to be mindful of the time. But this is an invitation. Please, we have also a Telegram channel if you want to join or visit our landing page. We're also in the main audio podcast platforms. I also want to thank the people that make this season happen. This was a collective work made by many hands, of course, by those that were generous enough to bring their voices and their stories, but also the work behind the scenes. So here are some credits. And I want to thank you all for being here listening and for creating this space. And I'm looking forward to engage with you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I don't know if you made it to the chat, and now Shabani will announce our next speaker.
Thank you, Niels. Thanks, Deborah, for that nice presentation. We would like to mention that we have keychains present in the room where you are there, as well as in the APC booth. With the scan, you can scan the keychain and you can go directly into the podcast that Deborah mentioned about. So please feel free to collect the keychains from the table. Carlos Baca has it with him there in the room, and you can also collect it from the APC booth. Yeah. So over to the next speaker for today. The next speaker for today is Elisa Hepner, and she has joined the foundation in March, APNIC Foundation in March 2023. She has more than 15 years of professional experience in program or project management and the design and delivery of complex projects after working in the private sector, government, and not-for-profit sectors. She came to the foundation from the NGO sector, where she was responsible in driving the implementation of local, national, and international programs in relation to improving education outcomes and literacy using EdTech within a variety of international locations, including Asia and the Pacific. So over to you, Elisa. And the topic of her presentation is funding diverse connectivity initiatives in the Asia Pacific region. Over to you.
Hi, thank you for having me, everyone, this evening. Hopefully my presentation will come up on the screen. There we go, wonderful. Appreciate the time that you're giving to me today. My previous project role, I was doing closing the digital literacy divide with solutions which was for primary school children doing digital library solutions to rural and remote areas. So I'm really interested in hearing some of the connectivity and discussions that everyone's bringing to the table today. But I'm here as the grants management lead for the AP NIC Foundation, and I wanted to just share some of the great work that we see that we're also funding through our foundation, and share some of those stories and thoughts that come with that. So how the foundation works, the AP NIC Foundation looks to fund predominantly through infrastructure, inclusion and knowledge, with a goal to have an open, secure and accessible internet for all. And we do that through technical training assistance, community development, grants and awards, internet infrastructure and research and collaboration. So we have a vision to have a global, open, stable and secure internet that's affordable and accessible to the entire Asia-Pacific community. We are predominantly focused in the 56 economies through the Asia-Pacific region. And the foundation is made up of a variety of different initiatives, from foundation-led projects specifically to ISF Asia grants, ISF Asia awards and foundation community assistance. I predominantly look after the portfolio of the ISF Asia grants and the foundation community assistance programs. I just wanted to share with you just a brief snapshot of some of those initiatives that are in play at the moment. We've got around 21 different infrastructure projects, 23 knowledge projects and 24 inclusion projects underway at the moment. And over this period, there's over about 200 different initiatives that have been put through our 32 different economies. Some things to dive down on are these projects. We've got at least 6 that are focused on internet and specifically the environment. We've got a couple that are focused specifically on disability and inclusion. We've got 8 that are looking to fill the connectivity gaps. And when I say remote, we're talking those really remote areas. Remote providing those ones is we've got some internet providers that are supporting through that. We've got 4 projects really looking at alternative infrastructure solutions to make that kind of connectivity affordable. A couple of health projects. We've got some at the moment focused on forest fires and what that looks like for climate change. We've got many focused on social impact. We've got IPv6, which is infrastructure, and then, yes, 10 on last mile connectivity and 13 around cyber and security. I don't want to speak specifically about the projects. We've got, I've got Dinesh here, who is one of our recipients, who works with, CEO of Serverlets, and he's presenting on his organisation there. But I wanted to kind of highlight the fact that we do fund and support collective efforts around community networks and what that looks like. And that can be really, really diverse. So these are projects and project solutions that have been put forward to us for funding and support that range from this year we've got Pacific Broadband, who are connecting 100 educational or health facilities across 10 countries through their solution. To, Air Jaldi is working in really rural and remote, hard-to-reach areas of India. CVSNet Foundation are looking at, how to do small, stable broadband across those islands. We have a company with Distant Curve who is servicing remote rural Australia that, you know, can cover vast distances, but we have very small population across those large distances. And I think this is what I'd like to share and highlight is that there are a variety of different opportunity solutions based on context, and that we really support that kind of diversity of spectrum, and we'd love to support initiatives depending, you know, whatever they are, that are servicing the community and the community in need. I think the other thing that I've seen come through with projects that we like and that we look to support, and some of the conversation that I hear from our recipients is that power is also essential for community networks and connecting communities. So as part of that, we do support as well initiatives that are looking at alternative power solutions to support that connectivity, ability to be able to provide effective connectivity for services. So an example there is we've got a project called MeSol, who is doing peer-to-peer solar microgrids in Rohingya refugee camps. SatSol is in our Solomon Islands, which is a transportable and tower that can be moved from site to site. Common Room, who also do community networks, you know, they are understanding and support and look at alternative power solutions, knowing how important that is to maintain that connectivity. And we've got Palau National Communications Corporation, who are introducing and looking at hybrid solutions to ensure that there's sustainability through power and backup, so that that connectivity can continue to occur. And lastly, I just wanted to share a few selections of our initiatives that are focused on environment and social impact. So this is our inclusion and grants specifically. So we have one of our grantees is here, but not in the room. It's an organisation called Simile, and they're looking at how the internet and communications and connectivity can be used for climate change and water management. We've got the International Research and Exchange Board. We funded a Myanmar book aid and looked at language and preservation and what libraries meant in that location to be able to support community hubs. We've helped to support ICEA and how building models and community networks and looking at those kind of sustainable models through research and funding. And then Davao Medical School, connecting healthcare locations. So that's essentially, you know, the diverse range of solutions that are coming to the table. And I just wanted to highlight how that has happened and how we support that through those kind of public locations, looking at power supply, context-specific solutions, leveraging for impact, and just, you know, really reflecting on that many projects are ill-equipped with connectivity, and how do we make sure that we've got that before we do projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, and yeah, nice to see this from a funder perspective, and if there are other funders in the room thinking about how they can support bottom-up connectivity and content production. I think you already gave some nice examples, and you also touched an important topic that is solar energy and photovoltaic systems, and our next speaker from Germany has a long history of having worked on such and similar technologies. Some of you might have heard from her already. Elektra Wagenrath will be here with us. She's been developing wireless mesh technology for community networks and solar power systems in Germany, Bangladesh, India, Chile, Tanzania, South Africa. So she has been around the world. Wireless networking, she has published several books and articles on this. She has also worked on the Freifunk community and has developed now already the third generation of the Freifunk Open MPPT, an open software hardware solar controller, and she will tell us more about it now. Welcome, Electra.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately, I cannot share the slides with you on the laptop, so I will try with the smartphone.
That's fine, but we can see you and hear you clearly.
Oh dear. How do I get out of here? This is the first time I'm trying to do this on a smartphone. Can you see my slides now?
No, unfortunately not. We can only see you, which is nice.
Okay, so I just have to go. Unfortunately, I can't show the slides. So I'm a community member of the Freifunk Community Networking Initiative, and in 2017, I started to work for Freifunk on powering meshnet from solar. So I started to engineer and develop devices, solar controllers that you can build yourself and that you can program yourself because they're open hardware and open software. So it's open source hardware through and through. And the first devices were like small devices with like 50 watts of power for mobile mesh nodes or independent mesh nodes. And from then on, people kept on asking me if they could have more power. So I increased the power and I increased the versatility of the devices. And so there's now 3 generations of these devices. 2 generations are based on an ESP32 microcontroller, and they support telemetry. They support extending it with other software. For example, I've made a prototype for APC that is for irrigation purposes. I have a prototype that is monitoring the environment because the solar controller cannot just provide power for your infrastructure. It can also be used to other purposes as well. So it's extendable for these purposes. Yeah, it's a bummer that I don't have my slides to show you. And one of the devices, an early prototype of the third generation, has been used in Anthill in India. And it can also be used to serve power to the Nimble project, for example. So the latest device has a power of up to 400 watts peak from the solar system, and it's designed to work with 12-volt batteries. But I'm also extending it probably to 24-volt batteries. So far, I'm using AGM LED batteries, but I'm also testing now with lithium iron phosphate batteries.
Electra, we have found the slides. Do you want us to show them? We can show them now.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I can't see them. Can you see them?
We can see them. The first one is the Freifunk Open MPPT. It's the...
Yeah. Yeah. So I have my slides here locally. So yes, that graphic is just illustrating the purpose that we wanted to look for in the first place. Like 2 villages, and in the middle of nowhere, there is a opportunity to overcome an obstacle. And then the idea is to autonomously power a wireless relay in a mesh network, so the villages can be connected. Can you go to slide number 2? That's on the picture on the left side, you see one of the first uses. It's a mobile pole with solar power and battery, so which is integrating a mesh potato I used back then, and the solar panel and the solar charge controller. And on the right hand, you see the app that can be used to monitor the device. It will also give you hints if something is wrong. Please go to slide number 3. Here you see, the modules that basically such a system is consisting of. Just step over to slide number 4. Just a schematic, a block diagram showing the use in India in Anthill. Here, the device was used to power a Think Center, the 400-watt device, and the 100-watt device from the OpenMPPT was powering the TP-Link that was connected to the cow mesh. Slide number 5, please. So this is a current prototype of the 400-watt version, and I'm going to start production this year. Slide number 6, please. Some pictures from the field, from the deployment in Anthill. The left picture is when they prepared it, and the right-hand picture shows the installation. I have to mention that this installation gave problems because the batteries and the device were overheating because they were exposed in a metal box to the blazing sun, which was not how I intended it to be used. Slide number 7, please. Next one. I started to print housings for it, and this is a device that you can use in an environment where it's not on a remote place. For example, if you use it locally, it's a printed housing, and I added the display. Slide number 8. And here you can see the OSPIT, Open Solar Powered Irrigation Tool, the prototype that I've built based on a watt device. And I have the idea to make a PCB for that as well, because I have the feeling that many people will be looking for such a solution. And last slide is just a thanks to the contributors, the people that helped me with the funding. Thank you very much.
Carlos?
Our next speaker is Nwendwa Kibuba from Kenya, and he is one of the board members of the KICTANET, that is the Kenyan ICT Action Network, and he's also one of the developers of the Angasa Community Networks in Matare slums in Nairobi.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. So my name is Mwendwa Kivuva from KICTANET, and I have some slides to share, so probably I can be enabled to do that. So probably I can give a small brief of the Kenyan situation, is that host disable screen sharing, probably you can enable that, is that Kenya has a licensing framework, and to get a license for community network, you pay around $50. So it's a very affordable license that we have, and this was made possible through some collaboration through APC, Rhizomatica, Communication Authority of Kenya, and UK Aid. And this license is the one Malawi is referring to, that many other African countries are looking to adapt. And recently, the regulator in Kenya has started cracking the whip on unlicensed wireless service providers, so they are being shut down by the regulator. So many of them are now starting to get these licenses. Okay, thank you. Okay, I've shared the screen. So, and also, Kenya has formed an association for community networks with around 15 members belonging to that association, and they are able to lobby government and other players effectively because now the association has more members and they have numbers to be able to talk to the regulator. Some of the many challenges, of course, we are facing within our situation. Power is a big challenge. We have had some speakers speak about power. Like, for example, this is Angaza community network that we are running in Madare Valley. And this is a situation on the ground. Very many tiny shack, tin roofs, houses. And most of the location is not covered by a power grid. And the power grid that is there within the location, most of them is actually illegally tapped. So the power is usually fluctuate, there is spikes, and these spikes ban most of the adapters for the access points that we have within the valley. So unreliable power is one of the big challenges that we are facing as a network. Within the network, we have 4 point of presence, POPs, that we have set up. And the different POPs are the ones which communicate to the access points that are on the ground. And one challenge like this network faced is that there's usually vandalism of equipments. So if you don't secure your site very well, probably have tight security, razor wires and all that, you find the equipments get stolen. So I think this is a challenge either for many community networks. So probably some is competitors vandalizing, and some is just people looking to sell the equipments for money. Another challenge we have seen many community network face is backhaul, because like for a situation, 100 Mbps backhaul cost around $1,000 per month, meaning like 1 gig backhaul will cost around $10,000 per month. And how, as we are trying to cover the cost of backhaul, is to talk to government, because government have excess backhaul. Like Kenya, there is ICT Authority of Kenya, which provides internet to government sites, and they have free backhaul actually just lying around. So one of the things we are doing is telling them if there's a fiber pipe passing near our network or other community networks, why don't you give them that backhaul so that they can be able to serve the members of the community with that internet? And in Kenya, there is an initiative to have 25,000 access points within the country. And that's a government initiative. So with collaboration with community networks, they can be able to achieve that target. If the government provides backhaul, community networks provide the access points and the community people to manage it. They can be able actually to achieve that number at a very lower cost. So that's something we are really advocating, and we are talking to the ministry and the relevant government agencies to be able to support that. And within our network, we have several trained engineers who have been going through the schools of community network so that they can be able to manage this network from the site. And one challenge, of course, is when we train these engineers and they are very good, they get poached or they go to bigger organizations. So they go to the bigger ISPs because probably there is better salaries. So we actually say that we are building capacity for the nation, because you build capacity, the people are able to manage these networks, then they go to work for the big ISPs. But of course, we have already built the community and also build human resource for the nation. So we don't mind that so much when it happens. So one of the wins on our POPs, you can see like this is solar panels within our POPs. And these solar panels are the ones which are powering the masts. But now at the village level, we have access points that we have mounted on top of residence houses, and we are not able to power all these devices with solar. These are we have around 250 devices so that they can be able to supply Wi-Fi across the village. And these are the devices that we have problem with power because they get burnt out all. So probably the solutions that we have seen discussed here, probably some of them we can try to adapt and apply within our network. Some of the quick wins we have had with this project is support from APC and World Association for Christian Communicators. They have been able to provide a small funding to pay community people who are managing the network for us, and maybe even support part of backhaul and this small administrative cost. And of course, one of the other quick wins is collaboration with government and ministry and communications authority. So our regulator in Kenya is very engaging and very available. So it's actually possible to have the regulator be part of your team. Actually, most of our equipment that we have not yet deployed, the regulator is the one who is storing the equipments for us. And we hope that this program can be able to support the government agenda for providing 25,000 hotspots across the country. We have seen people, we know that free citywide or slum internet is actually possible. Even here in Kyoto, you go on the streets, there's free Wi-Fi with collaboration with the local municipality. And even if you go to New York, there is free internet provided by New York City. New York City Wi-Fi. So these models actually work, and they can also work for informal settlement, who we can actually help to give internet. We are targeting to have 20,000 unique monthly users by mid-2024 with this network. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we see that solar energy is very important for bottom-up connectivity. And I think we can also see the linkages between the policy work that James mentioned before and how it can create the conditions to make those networks grow. And now let's go back to India to hear a bit more about the work of community networks there, and also community media, especially community radios. And someone who can tell us more about it is our colleague Shabani, please.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'll just present my slides. Yeah, hope you all can see my slides.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to speak about the varied users of community media by women in community networks. And this is something I wear two hats at the present moment. I am a fellow of ICEA, that is Institute for Social Entrepreneurship in Asia. And I'm also the Asia Regional Coordinator of the LockNet project at APC, Association for Progressive Communications. So, all of y'all must be knowing about what is community networks or the community-centered connectivity, where in regions where there is no connectivity or low connectivity, we try to set up networks that are seated by the community for the community. And in these networks, women's role it plays an important role. Women play an important role. Women play an important role in setting up these networks. one of the things that is very important to understand is that in these networks, women actually play a role of decision making, of setting up the network. Like for example, they will think whether it has to be they contribute to the decision process of making the network an online network or an offline network, based on various other criteria, which I'll tell you a little bit later. And I think women's role also is that they contribute to a better and equitable network, because women try to put up the access points in locations where women usually visit, like the schools or the well where they draw water. Unlike the other, so it's more equitable network. And it is an understanding of women's capability to use the network, so here they use quite a lot of frugal technologies that are like just a smartphone without any connectivity, but with using the audio recording feature of the smartphone. And it is towards developing enterprises and social entrepreneurs. So in India, we do have quite a lot of community radio in Asia, and I'll tell you examples. That Survelots, Dinesh is there in the room. Survelots is one of the organizations and an APC member who has set up a community radio, an offline community radio for the community, and they are actually they have actually set an example, and we have followed it for various other community networks. And this is an offline radio that is set up in the community for sharing information within the community. The Nasorcom in Myanmar, that used to be there but is no more there, had a Haisha FM, that is a community radio that was set up specifically for the community, and related to all the information that the community had, and it is closed down now because of the political coup there. Then the Pathardi Community Network has used community radio, and it collects information on biodiversity, and it is also an offline network, offline radio. So what happens is that in these networks, that why community radio is used is that it brings the community together. And if you look at the illustration on the left-hand side, it actually suggests that it brings the community together, this type of media. It brings the community together, and the usage is always a usage of frugal technologies that are used, like just a recording, a mic that is used, or a mobile phone with the audio recording facility. So it is a very, very, very simple type of technology that is used, and it also brings a platform for the people in the community to discuss various issues, which is not there in which you can just plug onto the internet, and you can be connected to the outside world. But the knowledge that is there within the community, it really requires some of the knowledge can be recirculated within the community. Sometimes the community doesn't know it, and this indigenous knowledge sharing is sort of used quite a lot through the use of the community radio. And we have examples of indigenous knowledge like art and craft forms, which the community doesn't want to go into the internet. And it should remain within the community and get enhanced by the contribution from the people in the community. And this happens within the community radio space, the platform that it provides. So I just give you an example of a network, offline network diagram, a mesh network diagram, which is here. And you can see that how the radio is used, how the information, various types of information is collected by the community in an offline setting, and it attributes to the community knowledge. What happens to the women is that women find self-expression through community radio. Otherwise they don't have, their voices are never heard in the online medium, and it sort of gets diluted. But in the community radio space, women find self-expression. They can speak for themselves. And of course, the community support is also there. The local community, linking up the local community to the outside world. And as you can see, preserving indigenous knowledge. In one of the networks that we are going to set up very soon now, we are going to use a combination of Nimble and Colmena for setting up a network for preserving languages in a tribe in a remote part of India, where the language is totally getting eroded. It's not there anymore. It is, they don't have a repository also of its own. So we are setting it up over there. And the community contribution to the knowledge repository is going to be only through this community radio, which is again going to be an offline network that we are going to set up. And what happens is that through this type of community media, what happens is that women who are perceived to be not having digital literacy or not having devices, so they can adapt themselves to technologies that are very frugal and simple to use. And that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabani. And now to our next speaker. I already wrote in the chat, if you have questions, we will get to our questions answered on quickly. It has been many presentations, but yeah, I think very interesting insights and 2 more coming. So now we will have Eric Huerta from Redes, Mexico, and also from Rhizomatica, and he will tell us a bit about the work, interesting work doing in Mexico.
Hello. Hello. Well, thanks a lot for all the experiences that have been presented are such inspiring and interesting. And well, it's good to hear that we share sometimes common problems, no? When we talk about electricity, when we talk about the access, and well, I love all the presentations, but especially I like the one from the Quebecer woman, because it reminds us a lot the context that we also work with indigenous communities. Well, I'm gonna tell you the story, our own story about what is happening now. 12 years ago, more or less, or 10 years ago, we started a mobile network, no? A community mobile network for indigenous communities. So that was at that moment was a hit, no? Because it was the first time a community, indigenous community, got access to spectrum for mobile services, and then, well, we started 2G services in indigenous communities from Mexico and the area of Oaxaca. But, well, it has been 10 years since that. And, well, things have changed a lot. And also technology has changed a lot. And we have new challenges and also new opportunities with this. So, especially after the pandemic, we've seen an increase of the expansion of big operators in Mexico. So, in some of the communities that we used to provide, well, the communities used to provide service for themselves, some big operators start coming into. And that, well, it's difficult to compete with them because these local networks has a specific type of numbering, so they don't use the same numbering for like the other communities, and some people switch them because we're not national network. So one of the things for us was to see how shall we do? Are we gonna continue with this project or we don't? So the first thing that we did was to, as every year, all the communities met together and we explained the situation, how it was going, and they decided to continue. They say, we're going to continue with the networks, but each time we have to move the local networks to smallest communities. So that affects sustainability of the network, because the big communities sustains the small communities. No, but if all of them are small, well, that's a problem. And the other option was also to create a mobile virtual operator, so that the communities did not lose what they already have, a share within the calls that were done in the community. So we create this mobile virtual operator, and we continue with building infrastructure with the small communities. But this thing of the mobile virtual operator also brings us new opportunities as well. When we started these networks, we were so excited because we think that we could do a lot of side projects regarding to content creation or local economy development and that. But the real thing was that most of the time and energy of kept in sustaining the networks, in attending the services and ensuring that the network was more reliable and so on. So we have less time to work on these side projects. So the mobile virtual operator brings us these opportunities, and also then this mobile virtual operator has it's not just about providing service, but also to support content creation for the communities, and also local product exchange. I would just quickly tell about two of these experiences that are there. One is from a community, it's called Calpulalpan, and this community say, well, we have our mobile non-virtual operator now, we provide service to the community, but we would like to have local information center for our communities, and that's why I refer to these local networks and the ones like the Quebecer has, because for instance this community has run a long history fighting against the mining in their communities, no? So they want to share these experience to the new generation, so that they continue to remain strong against the invasion of the lands and so on. And so we are working with them, creating started this project creating this facility so that they can have their local maps, their local information center to provide this in a local network. So this has been an important change. No, it's not just about now that we don't have to sustain the infrastructure, we can engage in different projects that can develop local content using the resources that comes from the virtual operator. And the other is the strengthen local economies. No? So the model that we use within the mobile virtual operator is kind of a service. It's kind of a local savings group, no? Like a local savings group. So this other story is a local university, a community university, and it's mainly a peasant university. So they have a special area for communications. There are about 6 to 7 students, they're small students, and they decided to create this group to become a mobile reseller, no, from the mobile operator. And so it was interesting because they have saved some money for some production that they did, and then from there they started their MVNO. And with that money, well, it was very successful because at that place was the only operator. Is that with one? Okay. Well, it was very successful because it was the only operator there, so a lot of money started into the income, and now they are become a and they are now founding themselves to support the acquisition of their computers or their own mobiles and so on. So, I mean, that's what I wanted to share, this change from the local network to a virtual operator that moves into some different areas of the self-sustainability of the community. So that was all.
Thank you, Eric. And sorry, yeah, we had to have to watch the time a bit because we have still one speaker, Risper Rose, waiting online. And Risper is from a CBO from Kenya called Tandanet. Some of them might know you. And she will tell you quickly about a project that we heard mentioned already a couple of times, Colmena, where several organizations that presented here today are involved. It's like a common effort for an open source software, and yes, Risper will tell us more about it. And thank you for your patience, Risper. The floor is yours now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Niels. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be part of this conversation, and just to commend the great presentations that I've heard from the different speakers. A lot I could resonate, because we also have a community network, and also we've worked with Colmena, so a lot of synergy also from the conversation from the different speakers that have presented. So I'll just share my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
It's still loading. Yes, now we can see it.
Yes, so briefly, I'll talk about our work, what we do in Kenya, and mostly it's just an addition to what the previous speaker, Kivuva Mwendwa, has spoken about, painting a picture on the landscape of community networks in Kenya. And now I will talk about a community network based in the informal settlements of Nairobi, that is Kibera, called Tandanet, where I work. Yeah, so Tandanet is a community network that is dedicated to creating a digital ecosystem that combats digital inequalities within marginalized grassroots communities. And we also do this through multifaceted approach, where we provide affordable internet access, enhance digital literacy, develop digital platforms, and also collaboratively create locally relevant content with the community. From the picture that you can see, that's how the landscape is, something very similar to also what was shared with the previous speaker. Kibera has 13 villages, and the exact number of residents is not determined, but ranges between 170,000 to 1 million people. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot that was highlighted, especially around the ongoing problem where the many low-income communities lack reliable or affordable access to connectivity, and hence they were being left further behind, since most of the services were moving online. And the most internet providers that offer affordable data packages in the community. The problem is just that it's not very reliable or very feasible, and also the quality of the mobile internet can be poor sometimes because of poor infrastructure. Yeah. So what you can see also is a mast. The mast is located actually in our offices, and our offices is at one of the community schools. That is where we are located. So our programs, our work revolve in two folds. So as I had mentioned, we have the bit around access, providing affordable access. And here we currently we have connected 60 centers in 9 villages out of the 13 villages in Kibera, and our goal is in the near future to reach to connect the 13 villages in Kibera. And also we provide internet connectivity to community schools, CBOs, NGOs, community hospitals, community business, youth and women groups. So initially it was more around organized groups that we were engaging with. But starting this year, we have started connecting homes and individuals. Our path to sustainability, we have paying clients, where the first is we offer public hotspot internet access for communities for as low as $0.5 a day. Also, we provide fixed internet services to the community centers that I had mentioned at the rate of $15 a month. And with this, they get unlimited internet speed of up to 40 Mbps per month. And out of the 60 connected centers, 41 are making regular payments, and the rest are not. But the beauty about community networks is the co-creation process. So figuring out with the community who cannot be able to pay for the internet, what avenues would make sense for them so that they keep connecting regardless of that state. So really looking at also the idea around anchor clients who can pay for them the internet in terms of the standard rate, then that can support our clients or the community who are not able to make regular payments. Also, we offer network trainings to the communities, and these trainings are designed to educate the centers with basic skills around networking concept, networking management, troubleshooting, and security practices, so that in case the internet is down and there is a troubleshoot that needs to happen at the center level, then the community that you connected are able to do that. Yes. So beyond Kibera, our work also look at, beyond Kibera, our work also look at, sorry, just give me a minute. Our work also look at mentorship, training and mentorship program, where we have trained over 200 individuals from 11 community networks in Kenya. Those are organizations that either emerging community networks or already established community networks on what it takes to design, deploy, operate, and sustain a community network. And this is a project also that was supported by by APC, called Supporting Community-Led Approaches under the LockNet initiative. And then so beyond the access, beyond the internet access, we also do a lot of activities around capacity building the community. So we engage the community through human-centered design to focus on what their needs assessment is, and then through that design trainings that will then support them in meaningful access of this technology. We also look at diversity, so looking at from these centers that we have connected, how are women relating to the technology, and how are men relating to the technology, and if there's any extra efforts that needs to be made for a certain group to be able to meaningfully access the technology, then we create and we co-create with them some of these capacity building efforts. Also with this, just promoting ownership and control by the community. And this we do through local content creations and platforms where we encourage the community to not just be creators of digital content, but also to be not just to be consumers, but also to be creators of this content. So we do, after the trainings, we think through what sort of podcast we can create so that it can be accessed by the general community beyond the connected centers that we engage in this training. We've also created comic strips, videos, just to showcase some of the work and amplify the voices of these community centers that we are connecting, and also the role of internet in amplifying their work. Also, we have created knowledge management platforms, which comprises e-learning platforms and also school management platforms. And in 2021, we introduced Colmena to the community network as a tool for local content creation and sharing. So here I'll just talk briefly about Colmena. So after connectivity, community members need locally relevant content, and that is where Colmena come in, where we have worked in 3 phases. In the first phase was when we first interacted with the platform, and we did user experience and user interface testing with the community medias, just to understand what are some of the gaps that they are facing as community media, and how is Colmena a tool that can be able to address those gaps. And from that, the platform was, we got really good feedback that went ahead to contextualize the platform, and also done workshops on creating awareness of Colmena, where we've invited the community medias and even community networks that we've worked with in Kenya to just understand what Colmena is and see how it plugs best to their work. And currently we are on the 3rd phase, and we are looking into localizing and contextualizing the tool by creating an instance of the tool that will be locally hosted in Tandanet, that is based in Kenya. So looking at that, seeing how the tool can then be, can serve with its feature that is online or offline, and be able to really contextualize some of this engagement that will be ongoing at the community level. So those are what we are doing with the platform Colmena, and of course just benefiting from the cost efficient and affordable solutions that it has to the grassroots community. Also the fact that it addresses the need for more urgency on the community level to ensure uninterrupted, safe and secure access for the information, and also improve the local collective ownership at the last mile level. And lastly, just to build or contribute to the resilient decentralized infrastructure through the ownership of the community. So I don't know how I'm doing with time. I don't think I'll have time to go through my last slide, Niels.
Yes, very quickly. I don't. Yeah, we have 5 minutes left on the session, and then we have to wrap up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Just key areas that from our reflections, we thought that needs a lot of attention is number one, co-creation, especially with the community needs time, especially when you're introducing platforms, when you're introducing local content, when you're introducing decolonization of this content. It needs time and it needs patience with the community. Also, there's need to join forces with like-minded individuals and organizations and aligning capabilities and sharing resources in order to promote digital inclusion. And lastly, we need to actively participate in evaluating some of this digital inclusion efforts, considering the gender, different race, and control at the grassroots level, so as to participate and also to participate in such spaces to strengthen the resilient digital infrastructure and community participation. So thank you so much, even to our supporters, and yeah, looking forward to
Thank you, Risper. And yes, it was a big lineup of speakers, so it took almost all the 2 hours, but interesting insights. And I think this room, there won't be much time now for questions. I don't know if there's anyone who has one. Oh, okay, over there. And then I would say also, let's take the time later at the gala or at the booth in the village to continue our dialogues.
Yes, thank you. So it was really interesting, but I have one question. I don't know who wants to answer it. So we have more layers than the network layer, the technical layer. We have also the regulation layer. We have the content layer, the administration, and the whole conference is talking about disinformation. And how do you distinguish between these layers, and how do you make sure that your networks that you are building not in the end being misused when the number of users and active users are growing? So what measures do you have in place for that?
I mean, I'll add one more layer, which is who are left out when we say participatory. You know, the community is participating, but who are left out? So I'm coming from the point of like low literacy, and how do they engage, and how do they become part of the content creation process or content engagement, you know? So.
Any takers for those questions? Oh, more?
Okay, this was a question to Mwendwa and probably Rispa. We are talking about network in the informal settlements, and I wanted to know the level of the quality of the internet provided by these communities, but also in terms of connectivity. I wanted to understand, like, once an installation has been done to a house or a unit, what is the consistency in terms of paying the subscription by the specific houses, so that we get to understand, is it affordable to them? What is your feeling about them paying, or what is your feeling about the consistency of using the internet provided to this household? And that will also inform, when you're talking about accessible and affordable and available internet, what does that mean, looking at the context of the communities we are targeting? And the question on the quality of the internet, we've had experience where internet quality works in the middle of the night. What is the experience with that? Thank you.
Okay, any takers for the questions? We can maybe start over there, and then everyone has a quick final say.
Yeah, just maybe I could talk a bit about the layers of the more sophisticated gets the network, the more layers that it has to attend, you know? And I think that if we have to think about the small economies, or the economies for subsistence economies, how do they work? And they subsist that because they work collectively. You won't make it if you think just in oneself or in just one person. So the first things that we did when we started was to look around who were working on these different areas, and then discover who was better for doing what, or was better for doing things. And I think that's the case of LogNet. That was how LogNet was born, after thinking after meeting together and think about all these different layers and how we attend. There were more there were people that was more experienced in regulation, was more experienced in technology and that. And so with that, we have been organizing as a network to help us and prevent and subsist within these small different networks, because trying to attend everything one network would be impossible.
Good. Danish, Quebecer culture is not a written culture at all. They don't have written. Only in the university they have tried to write to create a written for the Quebecer culture, but their culture is not written at all. Then what we use, the platform, or Kamasway, the platform that we use is only audio and image, okay? We don't use writing at all because it's not part of the culture. And also we use a lot of drawing. Drawing is something very crucial for this interaction, especially because I don't speak Quebecer and they don't speak Spanish, yes? And we have the interpreter, which is the younger women, yes, that speak both. But we communicate a lot using drawing. Then those are the strategies that we have used, but we use a lot of recording, video, images, drawing, photos, yes. And with that, we have created the platform of wisdom of the women, the Quebecer women.
Thank you. I'm really sorry, but I was just informed that we run out of time. So the last question, we will have to take it outside if we can do. Would you help to answer it later, James and Kivuva? Okay, thank you. And for all of those who are still around and who want to know more about Colmena, about the content creation software that we saw, we will test it here during the events. Anyone who wants to have like an account and also to help for participatory coverage, you will find me at the APC booth, and then yeah, let's talk about it and create some content together. And thank you all who were there online, on site, who contributed to this session. I think it was a really nice insight into all the interesting work done. And yeah, let's take advantage of the next 4 days here to inform more about the work done by and for communities, networks, and media, and engage in the discussions and make this our IGF. Thank you very much.
pay attention. On the next section, some person is going to be talking in Japanese. So please take a simultaneous interpretation, like in the entrance phrases. The next section is some person is going to speak in Japanese. So please take a simultaneous interpretation machine in the entrance. Thank you. Pay attention, please. Next section, some person is going to speak in Japanese, so please take a simultaneous translator in the entrance, in front of the entrance. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this session sharing existing practices against disinformation, EPAD. Okay, my name is Daisuke Furuta, the moderator of this session and editor-in-chief of Japan Fact Check Center. At the G7 ministerial meeting held in April, it was decided each country's effort regarding countermeasures against disinformation will be shared and presented at the IGF here. So this session is a result of that meeting. I will explain the EPAD compilation, not only that, but today we have amazing panelists here and online for this session. Aribo Sasmit from Mafindo in Niger, Chai Hofilina from Rappler, Philippines, Madeline Shepard from Microsoft, and Shinichi Yamaguchi, Glocom from Japan. I will ask each of you to introduce how you work on countermeasures against disinformation. Okay, so let's start. First, I would like to share the EPAD. Okay, G7 countries and the EU are practicing many measures, so not all of them can be presented today. So please use this QR code to see the list of all measures. The measures can be divided into 4 categories: civil society, social media platforms, research entities, and government. Today, I will introduce only those unique measures. Oh, I will show the QR code later again, so don't worry. First, about civil society. From Germany, they support projects such as the European Statistics Contest for young students and a webinar on common mistakes in dealing with statistics for journalists. This is unique, statistics training for journalists. Many journalists, including me, are not very good at numbers, so yeah, it's really useful. And then from UK, for media literacy education, they developed resources and projects to help build resilience to misinformation. For example, Be Internet Citizens by Institute for Strategic Dialogue, Fake News and Misinformation Advice Hub, and Find the Fake Game by Internet Matters. Media literacy education is, of course, essential to prevent sharing disinformation. And from Japan, Japan Fact Check Center, yeah, it's my organization, JFC, was established. Now we are a signatory of the International Fact-Checking Network, so each country needs its own fact-check organization. And about social media platform, the social media platform are such a big part of this issue, and so many countries has been introducing some measures. I think this is a significant change during these years. From UK, promoting reliable information in search functions, for example, direct users toward gov.uk or Electoral Commission in the lead up to elections. And from EU, improving large platforms accountability through the Digital Service Act, DSA. And from France, strengthen the accountability of platforms by requiring them to analyze the systemic risk generated by the operation of their services on the misinformation. And then research entities from Canada, Know It or Not. This is a tool for education made by Digital Public Square. It's a project by University of Toronto and Media Smarts, it's NPO. And from Germany, integration of topic of official statistics in bachelor and master programs. And from Japan, they released videos to raise awareness of anti-fake news in April, along with the G7 related event, Fake News and Japan. And from government, EU, regulatory or co-regulatory measures to ensure transparency and platform accountability, Code of Practice of Disinformation, Digital Service Acts. And from US, developed official digital communication channels that ensure credible fact-based information is publicly available. And from Italy, AGCOM, Communications Regulatory Authority, established a working group aimed at fostering pluralism and freedom of information, also on digital platforms. Okay, so yeah, that's just a brief summary of ePads. So please jump to this QR code I mentioned earlier for a list of all measures. The list includes a variety of initiatives by multi-stakeholders such as government, platforms, civil society, and research institutions. Okay, I will now ask each of you to, the presenters, the speakers, to share what your own organization is doing to ensure a healthy information space. So first, Ali.
This one is on, thanks. So, good afternoon, Kyoto, Japan time, and good day, good morning, good evening to whatever time zone you are right now, for those who's joining online. My slides, please. So, for this occasion, I'd like to first thank the MIC for inviting me to be able to attend to this such important event. So, what I would like to present, since it's going to be just a few minutes, I'm going to present just the highlight. So the title of my presentation would be the highlight of Mafindo's role in today's information ecosystem. So Mafindo, we are established officially in November 19, 2016. Mafindo stands for Masyarakat Anti Fitnah Indonesia, or the Indonesian Anti-Hoax Community. We are a non-profit organization mainly fighting disinformation and providing literacy education. At the moment, sorry, the writing is a little bit small from here. At the moment, our chapters or branches are established in 40 cities with approximately 1,000 volunteers. So this is how I would like to describe the information ecosystem. We have the platforms, we have the government and related, we have the media, and we have the consumers as the users, or also commonly called the netizen. And Mafindo, we are thankful, we're grateful to be able to work with every member of the information ecosystem. Let's move on to the first member of the ecosystem, the platforms. With Google, we are working on various programs. You will see about some of them in upcoming slides. Again, since this is just a highlight, it is not possible for me to share every program that we're working with the platforms. With Meta, on Facebook and Instagram, as the IFCN certified organization, Mafindo is one of the 3PFC, or the third-party fact-checker partner. By the way, IFCN is the International Fact-Checker Network. With WhatsApp, this is also quite common by other fact-checker organizations. WhatsApp chatbot is currently quite popular because in many countries, Indonesia would be one of them, we are providing the services through WhatsApp chatbot. And at the moment, this is the most popular platform. With TikTok, starting from early this year, we are working on several programs. Some of them is the safety workshop trainings, the training of introduction to disinformation for content creators, FGD sessions, the focus group discussion, expert roundtable, NGO day event, etc. With the government, this is the next member of the information ecosystem. During the pan or infodemic, we are working not just with Indonesian COVID-19 task force, but also with WHO, UNESCO, UNICEF, and CDC. And not only on fact-checking, we are also working on some backstage unseen by the public, quote unquote, meaning the work is not displayed, is not shared in our social media accounts. The activities such as the misinformation inoculation training and providing SML or the social media listening data. The next member of the ecosystem is the media. Cekfakta.com is quite a unique platform. This is a collaboration platform where Mafindo works with more than 20 Indonesia's national media, supported by AMSI. It is the Indonesian Cyber Media Association. and also with AJI Indonesia, Independent Journalist Alliance of Indonesia, and also with the GNI, Google News Initiative. On daily basis, we are sharing resources, we are coordinating, we are sharing fact-check articles, and also runs other activities such as fact-checking trainings for journalists and fact-checkers, and also digital literacy and fact-checking trainings for the general public. The last member, but not least, of the information ecosystem, the consumers, working with CSO, NGO, or community as the representation of the public. Mavindo is working with Cybercracy. This is Indonesia's national digital literacy movement where more than 100 organizations collaborating for digital literacy education. Also, we have a program called The Media, which is Media Empowerment for Democratic Integrity and Accountability. This is our program with USAID. We established the PESAT, it's the Paguyuban Ecosystem Informasi Sehat, or the Community of Healthy Information Ecosystem in several cities, to harness the existing communities and local potentials such as the leaders and influencers to gather them in a collaboration vessel. And not just with the representations, we are also directly working with the public on daily basis, which is the fact-checking or the debunking. Professional fact-checker team, these are the full-timers working with community fact-checkers on the crowdsourcing aspect. Their work is stored in a central database. We have a turnbackhost.id site, which is it is open. It is accessible by the public through secure HTTP, meaning you can browse it using browser. Also, it's available in RSS feed, and also you can ask for us with the API key. Usually, this is related with webmaster or website owner. And from turnbackhost.id, we publish it through Mavindo social media accounts. We have Twitter, now it's called X. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have TikTok, and also other social media accounts. Not only that, we are working with national radio's weekly program. Some radio, some of them also have the podcast. So podcast is something that you can play back many times. It depends on when you want to listen to it. And also we built an application called the HPT, or the Hoaxbuster Tools apps. And also again, we have a chatbot, WhatsApp chatbot. And not just on debunking, this is at the moment has become a trend. It's called pre-banking. Pre-banking is a preventive way to empower by inoculating against misinformation. So it's kind of like debunking the misinformation before the misinformation actually appears. Pre-banking is proactive, and the banking is reactive. So pre-banking is actually something that able to prevent misinformation. So with checkfakta.com, again, this is consists of AJI Indonesia, AMSI, Google News Initiative, and Mavindo. We provide pre-banking training in several cities. This time is for the purpose of preparation of the general election next year, because usually misinformation are often tightly related to the disturbance to elections, political events. So one thing that most likely you already know is that ecosystem, the member of the ecosystem depends and influence each other, which means there are no single cause of the current condition of the media ecosystem. So there is no single cause, everyone contribute and depends on each other. So please do keep in mind something that most likely you already know, because in the previous sessions, we are also being reminded that governments, private sectors, technology sectors, private company, and everyone in CSO and other movement is to collaborate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. Yes, now, fact-check organization, including my Japan Fact-Check Center, we are working not only for fact-checks, but also for media literacy education, and we need collaboration. Mavindo is great example. I learned a lot from Mavindo when I started Japan Fact-Check Center. Thank you. So next, Chai, next please.
Yes, hello. Let me share my slides for a moment. Give me a minute, please. Sorry. Are you seeing my slides? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, finally. I'd like to introduce myself briefly. I'm Chai Hofilenya. I'm the investigative editor of Rappler. I also handle training, and I'd like to share with you, and I'm also one of the founders of Rappler, along with 3 other women when we started the Rappler about 10, 11 years ago. I'd like to share with you the journey of Rappler in the fight against disinformation. So Rappler started on Facebook in 2011, but we created our own website in 2012. When we started out, we identified 3 important pillars of the organization. One is journalism, the second is community, and the third is tech and data. We believe then, as we do now, that journalism needs a community to thrive, most especially now when the trust levels for journalists and journalism as a profession as a whole has dropped tremendously and dangerously. Rappler journalists, we've told them, we've told our young reporters that they need to be comfortable with technology and data if they want to be at the head of the game and they want to do cutting edge journalism. So by mutually supporting and reinforcing each other, Rappler journalists working with community and using technology and data, we hope to be able to build stronger and better communities of action that can bring about change. This is, after all, the essence of journalism. So we are purely online, and we turned 11 only last January. We've been recognized for investigative and data stories that we do, and we're also a verified signatory of the IFCN Code of Principles. And we are one of 2 fact-check partners of Meta or Facebook here in the Philippines, the other one being Verifiles. We also have remained independent despite the partnership with Meta, and we've done investigations on the platforms since 2016. And for accountability purposes, we have adopted a corrections policy since 2012. Let me tell you about what we've tried to build this past few years. This did not happen instantaneously. This is, even as I speak, we continue to build and to create and to expand this network. So what we've created is what we call Facts First PH. It's really a community built around fact-checking and facts-based reporting. There are different layers, as you can see in the pyramid. The first layer is fact-checking, the second layer is mesh, the third layer is research, and the fourth layer is accountability. So essentially, it's media, civil society, academe, and even lawyers. As Maria Ressa said in her Nobel speech, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without trust, we have no shared reality and no democracy. So it's really anchored on truth-telling and democracy. So you will see at the very base of the pyramid is fact-checking. What we've done here is we've brought together different newsrooms and journalist groups, not only in Metro Manila, but even in the provinces. And we've also brought in, we've worked with volunteers to help us in the fact-checking effort. To expand this network, we've also done webinars online. We've found that it's more efficient and we're able to reach more students, teachers, and professionals when we do the fact-check webinars. And once they graduate, those who go through the webinars, the fact-checking webinars, many of them become volunteers, although different varying degrees of activity. But beyond the newsrooms, we've also expanded the group, the effort. So we've tapped NGOs, business, and faith groups that help spread awareness about disinformation and disinformation operations. This, as I said earlier, this is still work in progress. Universities, we've also brought in universities and researchers because after all, people from professors and researchers from academia are also interested in disinformation, except that they have difficulty popularizing their researches. So we've teamed up with some universities and we've published we've popularized what we call storyfied their researches and published them on our website. And finally, we also have pulled in lawyers and other legal groups. They help journalists who have been attacked, who have been trolled and threatened online. Filipino journalists, most especially under the Duterte administration, they have been accused of being communist. So the term that we use there is red tagging. So that's very, very common. So lawyers have come to the defense of some of these journalists because they believe that journalism must survive if democracy in the Philippines must survive. So Facts First PH in general is really a multi-sectoral approach to fighting the infodemic. The appeal of this community is to fight the lies that weaken institutions and ultimately democracy. We also have a very, very young population. The audience, the Rappler audience is very diverse, but majority of our readers come from the 18 to 24 age group, extending a bit to the 24 to 34 age brackets. We have felt the need to go beyond text. Text just does not work anymore, especially for a population that has a very, very short attention span. The younger generation don't read. They don't read long form. They are attracted to video. They like things that are very, very visual. So we've adapted to that. We've adjusted, and we've used visuals like cartoons. As you can see on this slide, these were cartoons that were shared, that were created and shared during the campaign period preceding the 2022 presidential elections. The hope here was that we would make fact-checking a little more interesting and engaging. So the cartoonists and the comics creators became very, very active during the campaign period. Whether or not they were successful is another question altogether because we know who won the presidential elections in this country. We also tapped what we call influencers online. We wanted to go beyond our usual echo chambers. What was important in working with select influencers is that there was supposed to be a shared value for truth-telling and certain principles that they also shared. So the objective is to go beyond the echo chambers and to reach communities that these influencers have access to. So through them, we were hoping to reach new audiences. So they cut across age groups from the young to the more seniors, senior readers and followers. And these influencers have established a degree of credibility also among the youthful and even the more mature audiences. And we invited them to be part of the community, and they obliged. We also found that TikTok, as was shared earlier, has become an exponentially popular platform where we need to be to reach a more diverse audience. The messages essentially have focused on debunking falsehoods and providing useful information. So we turn to TikTok. We realized that fighting disinformation is not just reacting to lies and that are being spread online, but it also means having to condense, to explain, to summarize, and to popularize very, very complex issues. Not very easy to do, because how can you explain a very complex issue in 1 minute or 30 seconds or 1 minute and 30 seconds? It's really, really very, very challenging. But we've been forced to adapt and to adjust to our audience and our readers and to use the platform. I will admit that initially at the start, we were very, very hesitant to use TikTok because of privacy and data concerns. But our audience has shifted there. And we know that just like in Meta, we are also very dependent on TikTok's algorithm. But it's a difficult choice. We decided that we cannot not be on TikTok. So today, our young researchers and reporters alike, and the more senior Rappler journalists, also use the platform to explain issues such as the fact-checking process, which you see on the left. In the middle, one of our researchers tried to explain the use of, or rather the misuse of, confidential funds in the budget. And this was in reference to Vice President Sara Duterte. And on the third, we also tried to explain the importance of making audit reports very transparent. So far, the feedback has been quite positive, and the views have just been tremendous. So maybe we just have to balance things, but so far, so good. Finally, we've also tapped legal groups and lawyers. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, these lawyers are concerned about journalists, especially those who have been harassed and intimidated and been accused of being communists. There's one particular group of lawyers very active today. This is called, their group is called the Movement Against Disinformation. They helped file a case against Meta to compel it to disclose information about anonymous accounts that attack the editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief is the guy on the left, the first image there. He's the editor-in-chief of a provincial publication. So he said, no, let me know who my anonymous attackers are. But of course, Meta has refused to disclose the information. But at least the effort is there, and we will see where it will go. Another case involves a former government official and her co-host who had defamed another journalist and accused him also of being a communist. So this is the fad nowadays. You're a communist if you criticize government. So what he did was he filed a civil case, and take note, it was not a criminal case, but a civil case for damages, because he does not believe in criminalizing libel. This is essentially part of the pushback against the spread of disinformation and the aggressive attempt to further weaken the rule of law and suppress democratic discourse. It's work in progress, and we hope that the community continues to grow. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah, this is another great case of collaboration, Facts First PH, working with journalists, civil society, academia, lawyers, and other professionals. And especially, it is essential to work with influencers on social media like TikTok to reach out to young people who are vulnerable to this information. Okay, Maddie, next please.
Thank you so much, Daisuke-san, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. I'm just going to share my screen. Can I get a thumbs up if that has worked? Yes, fantastic. Okay. So today, I'm going to just provide a very brief overview about Microsoft's existing efforts to combat disinformation. And it's really heartening to hear about the fantastic work of organizations like Mavindo and Rappler, because our view really is centered on the fact that, can you still see my screen there? No, okay, sorry, let me go back, apologies. Apologies. Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay, so absolutely, Microsoft believes that the private sector has a responsibility to proactively and constructively engage in supporting democratic institutions and democracies around the world. And the importance of a collaborative approach has been alluded to already, so we will just build on that in our overview. So on the screen are the 5 principles that really guide our work when it comes to preventing disinformation. And they illustrate our role as to where we think the private sector can add value, in addition to the important work that civil society organizations and government are already doing in this space. We think it's absolutely crucial to be leveraging technology to help democratic institutions, because quite often it is technology that is causing some of the challenges in the first place. We want to play a leadership role in industry and make sure that other companies and other parts of the private sector are also doing their part. We think it's very important to develop strategic partnerships that do cut across sectors, including partnerships with civil society and government. Of course, be non-partisan in our efforts and always be working to support democracies around the world. So all of our efforts when it comes to disinformation at Microsoft come out of what we call the Democracy Forward initiative. And this initiative works to preserve, protect, and advance the fundamentals of democracy by promoting a healthy information ecosystem, by safeguarding open and secure democratic processes, and by advocating for corporate civic responsibility, both from ourselves and from other companies in this space. I think we all acknowledge very strongly that disinformation erodes trust in the information that we rely on to keep us alive often. And unfortunately, the local news outlets that many of us previously turned to are disappearing. And so Microsoft and many other companies are dedicated to supporting a healthy information ecosystem where we can still access news that is trusted and information that is credible. In June 2022, Microsoft actually announced its pilot information integrity principles, which outline how we approach disinformation from foreign actors across our products and services. And just quickly, these 4 principles are freedom of expression, so really making sure that we uphold our customers' ability to create, publish, and search for information using our platforms. The importance of authoritative content, so we're always trying to prioritize the surfacing of content that will counter foreign cyber influence operations or disinformation campaigns. Demonetization, so we will never willfully profit from cyber influence content or disinformation actors. And then the fourth principle is proactive efforts. So we're always exploring opportunities to work more proactively to prevent our platforms and products from being used to amplify foreign cyber influence or disinformation campaigns. So the Democracy Forward initiative collaborates with teams all across Microsoft, but also external partners to increase societal resilience against disinformation and develop technical solutions and drive impactful thought leadership. So we do this under a number of different areas, the first one being societal resilience. And here we're really focused on the development of partnerships across industries to create whole of society approaches to address the challenge that is disinformation, which, as we all know, is really a whole of society problem. One example of a partnership here is our partnership with NewsGuard, which is a third-party site that provides credibility ratings and detailed nutrition labels for thousands of news and information websites around the world. And these websites at the moment are quite concentrated in Europe and English-speaking countries. And in fact, the websites account for 95% of online engagement across the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Italy. So there's a lot of value in being able to provide what we call nutrition labels around the content that people are seeing in these countries. We are also, of course, signatories to the European Union's Code of Practice on Disinformation, and we've actually just published our report for the first half of 2023. The report notes that more than 6.7 million fake accounts were blocked on LinkedIn or prevented from being created in the first place in the first half of 2023. And that Bing search promoted authoritative information or downgraded less authoritative information in relation to almost 800,000 searches relating to the war in Ukraine. So they're just some examples of proactive efforts that we have leveraged on our own products and services. Another key area of our work in the information integrity space is really data integration and working with internal and external stakeholders to detect and learn from disinformation campaigns and leverage these findings to develop new solutions to help take these actors offline. We're consistently conducting research and creating reports on threats and the attacks that Microsoft and our Digital Threat Analysis Center have taken action against. And we're increasingly looking at the intersection between cyber attacks or security breaches and information influence operations. And I think it's fair to say that the traditional techniques used by information and cyber attacks are now being deployed by those running information influence operations and targeted disinformation campaigns as well. And then finally, technical solutions are a really important part of the information integrity approach. Microsoft is actually a founding member of the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, the C2PA, alongside other companies such as Adobe, Intel, Twitter, the BBC, and many other companies. Earlier this year, the coalition actually launched its first version of an open source content provenance tool, which allows creators to claim authorship while empowering consumers to make informed decisions about what kind of digital media they should trust. And we think this is really important as more and more of us are using generative AI. There needs to be a lot of transparency around what content has been generated by AI, so consumers have that knowledge. Another really important aspect of our work is around information literacy. And our goal here is really to build trust in the information ecosystem by enhancing the skills that consumers have when it comes to media literacy and also just consuming information. We see this part of our work as helping to address what we call the demand side of disinformation. So obviously there's lots of work we're doing on the supply side to try and, target the campaigns and gain intel. But on the demand side, we really need to be building resilience in the population to be able to actually intake information in a critical manner. And that's in addition to the great work that other civil society organizations do. Here we have a multi-layered approach, and that includes partnering with lots of different organizations to embed information literacy campaigns and concepts into products and training around the world. Utilizing our own platforms to help educate consumers on how to find and consume trusted information in a correct way, and also sourcing, developing, and sharing best practices based on industry research, both internally across our company, but also with external partners across the information space. A couple of quick examples of how we've done this is by providing in-kind advertising space across various platforms that we have, including Microsoft Start and Outlook, to organizations that promote information literacy resources and skills. In the program's first 12 months, we actually reached over 130 million Microsoft consumers with information literacy resources and skill campaigns. And in 2023, a little bit later this year, we're very excited to be launching a Minecraft education information literacy game, along with accompanying educator materials, which we know will be very popular amongst younger children, starting to give them the skills and resilience they need to be critical consumers of information. So I will leave it there and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. Yeah, as Maddie said, technical solutions are very important. Disinformation spreaders are using AI. So we need AI and other technologies to prevent it. And platformers are the best at these things. Okay, next scene, please.
Thank you, Furuta-san. Hello, everyone. I'm Shinichi Yamaguchi. Today, I'd like to talk about misinformation and disinformation in our society. I'm sorry, but I'd like to speak in Japanese, so could you please use this one? Thank you. まずはじめに自己紹介をさせてください。私はグローコムという国際大学の研究所に勤めておりまして、その研究所では情報社会について社会科学的な研究をしております。私は経済学博士でして、特に専門は計量経済学というデータ分析手法です。私はその手法を使ってソーシャルメディア上の偽情報、誤情報、ネットいじめといった諸課題や情報社会の新しいビジネスモデルについての実証研究をしています。で、今日のイベントに関わるところで言いますと、日本政府の総務省と長い間共同研究とか、あるいはメディア情報リテラシー教育教材を作るなどで連携をしております。で、今日皆さんにご紹介したいのは、私が Google Japan と共に行っているイノベーション日本というプロジェクトの研究成果です。で、2015年からこちらの研究プロジェクトをやっておりますが、2019年から偽情報、誤情報をテーマに実証研究をしております。で、毎年1万人を超える人を対象としたアンケート調査データから人々の行動を分析しています。で、今日ご紹介しますのは、その中でも特に2022年と2023年に発表した最新の研究成果です。で、ここではコロナワクチンと政治に関連する偽情報、誤情報を6個ずつ、そして陰謀論を6個、合計18個の実際の情報を使って人々の行動を分析しました。その結果、まず分かったのが、政治的な誤情報、偽情報に出会った後にその情報が誤っていると気づいている人、それがたった 13% しかいないということです。で、コロナワクチンや陰謀論についてはこの割合が増加しますが、それでも 40% 強ということで、偽情報、誤情報を読んだ後、気づいていない人、つまり騙されている人が大半いるということが分かりました。で、さらに50代や60代の人の方がこのような偽情報、誤情報を信じやすいと いう傾向も見られまして、この問題が若い人だけの問題ではないということも分かりました。このような偽情報、誤情報、読んだ後に拡散している人というのがだいたい15から35% 存在しています。で、興味深かったのが、その拡散手段で最も多かったのが直接の会話であったという点です。つまりこの偽情報、誤情報というのはインターネットを超えて社会全体の情報生態系の問題であるということが言えます。このような人々の拡散行動について右下のような数学的なモデルを使って定量分析をしました。その結果分かったのが、偽情報、誤情報を信じている人は信じていない人に比べてはるかに高い確率でそれらの情報を拡散しているということです。またメディアリテラシーや情報リテラシーが低い人ほど偽情報、誤情報を拡散するという傾向も見られました。つまり私たちが見ているこの情報環境というのは、偽情報、誤情報を信じている人やリテラシーの低い人が情報を積極的に拡散している空間であるということが言えます。このような偽情報、誤情報が社会にどのような影響を与えているかも調査しました。で、その時は2つの実際の誤情報を使って誤情報を読む前と読んだ後で人々の考えがどのように変化するかを調査しました。具体的には保守系の政治家に不利な誤情報とリベラル系の政治家に不利な誤情報、この2つを使って2人の政治家への支持がどのように変化するかを見たのです。その結果分かったのが、まず少なくない数の人が偽情報、誤情報を読んで意見を変える、つまり支持を下げる傾向にあるということです。そしてそれだけではありません。特に支持を下げていたのが、やや支持するといったような弱い支持をしている人たちでした。皆さんもご存知の通り、このような弱い支持層というのは人数でいうと非常に多くて、選挙で大きな力を持っている人たちです。そのような人たちが偽情報、誤情報を読んで考えを変えやすいということは、すなわち偽情報、誤情報は選挙結果に大きな影響を与えている可能性があるということが分かりました。で、さらに昨今普及している生成 AI もこの問題を大きく拡大していくということが予想されます。なぜならば、誰もが自由に偽画像、偽動画、偽テキストを簡単に作れる、そしてそれを広めることができる時代になったからです。で、一つ懸念しているのが、この AI によって作られた偽画像や偽映像はもはや人の目ではチェックしきれないということです。ですから AI が作ったものかどうか判断する技術の開発など、技術開発によって、偽情報、誤情報問題に対抗するということが重要であると考えております。さて、ここから私たちの組織がどのようなことをやっているか簡単にご紹介します。先ほどからご説明しているような実証研究をIT 企業とやったり、また日本政府とやったりして、でさらにそこから得られた成果をさまざまなステークホルダーに共有するという活動をしています。それだけではなくて、例えば一番左のように日本政府と偽情報、誤情報への接し方、そうですね、偽情報、誤情報に関する教育教材といったものを作成したり、また真ん中のように YouTube クリエイターとコラボレーションして偽情報、誤情報に関する啓発動画を作るキャンペーンをしたり、また一番右のように大きなイベントを開いてさまざまなステークホルダーが議論し、その成果を皆さんにお伝えすることをしております。で、我が国では他にもさまざまな活動が行われていまして、例えば 多様なステークホルダーが集って議論する委員会が立ち上がったり、あるいは、古田さんも編集長をしていますが、日本ファクトチェックセンターのようなファクトチェック組織が立ち上がり、 IFCN 加盟団体となりました。でしかしながら、未来に向けてまだまだできることはあるというふうに考えております。まずはじめに、透明性の確保が非常に重要です。それも、グローバルなものだけでなくて、日本ローカル、各国ローカルの、透明性の確保ということが求められると思います。2つ目に、メディア情報リテラシー教育の拡充。3つ目に、テクノロジーでこの問題に対抗するための技術開発。4つ目に、偽情報、誤情報を作成している人に広告費などで多額の収入が入らないようにする仕組みの構築。5つ目に、ファクトチェックを効率的に実施し、効率的に届ける方法の検討。そして6つ目に、いろいろなステークホルダーが協力するということ。そして何より国際的な協力をするということだと考えております。そのベースに今回、総務省から発表された e-pad がなるのかなというふうに期待しております。以上です。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Yeah, thank you, Singh. This data shows not only that literacy is important, but also what kind of literacy is useful and how. International sharing of such data is very important to make measures more effective. So, okay, now we only have 7 minutes for discussion. So I have a lot of questions, each of you, but I think I can have only one question to you all. Okay, so my question to you all is, so what is needed to deepen international cooperation, not only inside your country, but also globally? So any opinions would be greatly appreciated. So how about you? Do you want to start? Yeah.
So previously, Maria Reza in the previous session said that it's time to start. So I think after this good event, such a important event, like what Maria said, let's do some concrete steps so we can actually start on handling disinformation and misinformation. Earlier, I chat that basically everyone is in the same boat. So disinformation and misinformation, no matter in what country, basically is the same. It's just more like local context. So I think it is a good start. This is a good occasion for the internet to start on any type of collaboration on handling this misinformation by the member of the ecosystem that I previously presented. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, now, yeah, we sometimes exchange the knowledge for fact checking inside Asian organizations. So what do you think, Chai? How can we deepen our cooperation globally?
I think what's essential really is to strengthen journalists and newsrooms, because it's the journalists who produce the information. Earlier it was mentioned that there's pre-bunking, but so related to pre-bunking is really the ability, making sure that journalists and newsrooms, not just in specific countries but in the region and even worldwide, have the tools and have the resources to be able to do the job that they need to do. And that includes investigations and being able to track players and actors, those who are part of the disinformation network. Doing this is very expensive, and not all journalists have the skills or are able to do it, and not all newsrooms have the resources to be able to do these types of online investigations. So if there are people, if there are private groups, companies, or even IT companies who have the resources and can share those with journalists, that would go a very, very long way. We have to be able to do our jobs well. And if we're able to do our jobs well, then we can be able to proactively prevent the spread of disinformation.
Thank you. I have additional question. Independence is really important for journalists, news organizations. So, do you have any advice on how to deepen cooperation with other organizations while maintaining the independence?
Well, at least for in Southeast Asian newsrooms and even Asia, we've like Rappler has offered fellowships, for example, and this is also with the help of grants and funding. This is upskilling of reporters and journalists, and we've found that this isn't just in the region, but even in the Philippines, the skills of journalists are very, very uneven. And if we're able to work together and share what we know best, especially with the advent of AI is going to be a very, very serious threat to newsrooms. We have to be prepared to be able to deal with it. So the collaboration and the sharing, I don't know if this can be done through training or even exchanges. Maybe reporters can work in one newsroom for a specific period of time, just to be immersed and to know what newsrooms are capable of doing, and then that the skills can be shared with other colleagues. That can probably help.
Thank you. Maddie, as Chai said, AI and technology are essential, but the many newsrooms are lack of to hiring the engineers. They are not good at using technology. So how the Microsoft and platformers can support the newsrooms or fact checkers with technology?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it really does emphasize the importance of these kinds of conversations where we just have the opportunity to connect industry and civil society who have excellent ideas in this space, but perhaps lack the resources to make them scalable and take them to all corners of the world and to all sorts of different newsrooms. So I think these sorts of initiatives are a really important starting point to bring us all together. But then absolutely technology companies, technology has disrupted the way that people get their news. So there is an obligation for some work to be done to kind of support newsrooms as they advance into the next chapter. And AI will be beneficial to many of them, but it will also present lots of new challenges. And so those partnerships between technology companies and journalists are very important. And Microsoft has lots of those, and we're always interested in identifying new journalist partners in other countries. So I welcome anyone to reach out to me after this panel today. But I guess the other point is that's all looking at sort of the supply side of the information and where the information is coming from. But I think another really important aspect for us is trying to tackle that demand side. So, particularly with young children and generations growing up with AI, making sure that they develop the digital resilience and information literacy skills that they will need to actually use this technology in their lives as they move forward in a responsible way.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think there are many journalists and newsrooms are really interested in working with platforms for using the AI and technologies. Thank you. Sing-san, so the question for you is, so from the researcher's point of view, so what is collaboration and measures needed for our information ecosystem?
そうですね、偽情報、誤情報の問題はやっぱりもう国内で閉じないということは間違いなく言えますし、海外で問題になっているものが輸入されることもあるし、またその逆もあると。で、海外からの影響力工作の話も、今日少し出ていました。で、さらに AI 時代になって今後 AI が作り出すコンテンツが結構早い段階で、人が作ったものの量を超えるということが予想される中で、偽情報、誤情報も、さらに爆発的に増えていくというふうに予想されます。ですので、 まずこの AI というキーワードで言えば、AI をどう活用すべきか、どのように安全対策をしていくのか、どう開発していくか、そういったことについて、国際的な協調は必須だというふうに考えています。情報共有ということはもちろん、場合によっては足並みを揃えて何かルール作りをしていくということも必要かなというふうに考えております。また、ファクトチェックについても、ファクトチェック組織が国際的に協調すれば、より効率的にファクトチェックの実施ができるのではないかというふうに考えておりまして、先ほどもそういった話題出ておりましたけども、この偽情報、誤情報の検知方法とか、ファクトチェックの方法とかですね、そういったノウハウの共有、情報共有といったところが進めばいいなというふうに考えている次第です。以上です。
Yeah, thank you, Sinsan, and thank you all. So we are running out of time, so let me wrap up the session. Disinformation transcends the borders, so countermeasures must also transcend borders. What came up again and again in today's session was multi-stakeholder collaboration. So we would be happy to deepen exchanges with the audience after the session. Thank you for your participation. Please give a round of applause once again to all the speakers. Thank you.
Pay attention, please return the simultaneous translator in the entrance where you borrowed it. Thank you.
Zoom check. A mic test. Hi, Maria. This is Hokuto. Can you hear me? Hi, Maria.
Hi, Hokuto. This is
Hi.
Maria. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see you. Okay, perfect.
Great. Can you do a sound test with Neil, please?
That's okay.
Um,
Okay.
Can you check? Like I saw he's connected remotely. He will also need co-host
Mm-mm-mm.
rights. He's already in the room.
Mic test. Hi, Neil. Hi, Neil. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay. Can you turn on your camera? Okay, okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Maria, is there a background I should be using, or is my background?
I will, as you wish. I can send you the background for the GF Tech. Let me just one second.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, if you can send it to me, I'll use it.
Pay attention. Next section. Some people is gonna be speak in Japanese, so please take a simultaneous translator in front of the entrance. Thank you. pay attention. Next section, some speaker is gonna be talk in Japanese. So please take a simultaneous translator in front of the entrance. Thank you.
'Hello, everybody, and welcome to our session on pursuing a metaverse based on democratic values. Really pleased to have those of you in the room and online joining us today. Those of you that are in the room and want to take a seat at the table, we invite you to join us. Feel free. This session has been organized by OECD's Global Forum on Technology and the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan. So I would like to start out by thanking very kindly our colleagues from Japan for making the session possible and their role hosting the IGF this year. We're extremely excited to be a part of that. The Global Forum on Technology, or GF Tech as we often refer to it, provides a venue for regular, in-depth dialogue to foresee and get ahead of long-term opportunities and risks that are presented by technology. It will facilitate inclusive, in-depth, and multi-stakeholder values-based discussions on specific policy topics among OECD members and stakeholders, responding to gaps in existing fora. The discussions at the GF Tech will feed into and advance future work of relevant OECD committees or other fora. Currently, GF Tech is focused on 3 technologies: immersive technologies, quantum technologies, and synthetic biology. The GF Tech will look at these technologies through the lens of three cross-cutting themes: sustainable development and resilient societies, responsible, values-based, and rights-oriented technologies, bridging digital and technological divides. We're going to have a chance to hear more about all of that and how this will be pursued during this exchange. But this is a little context for you on why the government of Japan and the OECD GF Tech team have joined forces to bring all of these diverse voices together and explore this path towards the metaverse based on democratic values. I have now the great pleasure of introducing you to our keynote speaker, Vice Governor Akimasa Yamashita, Vice Governor of Kyoto. Please note that Mr. Yamashita will intervene in Japanese, but his intervention is going to be subtitled here. And for those of you that are in the room, if you don't already have headsets, please grab one. You'll be able to follow the discussion this way. Vice Governor.
ご紹介いただきまして山下でございます。京都府の取り組みを少しお話をさせていただきたいと思います。最初にこのスライドが出ておりますけれども、実は京都は794年に都が置かれてですね、今まで続いている都市でございます。で、昭和43年にですね、京都府ができて100年になった年にですね、いろんな事業をやりました。その一つがですね、100年以上続いている企業さんの表彰事業でございます。これは老舗の表彰ということで、やっているんですけども、この老舗の表彰をやった時にですね、各事業体の家訓というか、どういう思いで企業経営をしているというのを集めた家訓集を作りましてですね、出版をさせていただきました。その時にですね、私はまだ府庁には入っておりませんでしたけども、その家訓集を見るとですね、社会的利益を第一にするというのがものすごく大きな理念になっています。つまり、日本語で言うと戦技公理って先に社会的なバリューを高めることをやりましょうと。そうすると利益は後でついてきますよというような理念を持っている企業が大半でありました。よく最近四半期決算の動向が注目されるけれども、ほとんどそんなことは気にしていなくて、会社として持続するためには社会的な責務を果たさないと持続できないというようなことが書いてありまして、特に経営者にはものすごく高い理念を持ってほしいということが書いてあったということでございます。で、そのことに学んでメタバースに取り組もうと思ったときに、まだルールもはっきりしてませんし、倫理観でやるべきではないかというふうに思いました。私は1995年ぐらいからインターネットやってますけども、いいところも悪いところも全部見てきてですね、必ずメタ上でもいろんなことが起こるだろうというふうに思いました。で、いいメタ社会を作るためには、参加していただく方に、なんかこれは守っていきましょうというような倫理的な宣言を作りたいなと思いまして、東京の疾風協議会さんと半年ぐらい議論をさせていただいて、次のスライドに出ておりますけれども、10個の宣言をしていただきたいというようなことを思いました。当然自由でオープンですし、いろんな方が参加できる社会ですし、モラルが問われますし、包摂性も大事ですし、しかもなおかつ持続性の高いメタの社会を作りたいということでございます。ここではですね、できるだけ各会社さんの自由度を高めながらも節度を持ったビジネス展開をしましょうということで、 表示も共通の表示も作って、我々の方からこの宣言に賛同していただいた企業さんあるいは個人の方、研究者の方に、この10か条を守っていただくというマークをつけさせていただいて、そのマークを持っておられる企業さんは、この10か条の倫理観で基づいてメタの社会でいろんなことをしましょうということを、宣言をしていただくというようなことをやりました。この10か条読んでいただくと非常に中身の濃い10か条になっているというふうに思っておりますので、このスライドではなかなか見えないかも分かりませんけれど、我々としては、多分ワールドワイドでも使っていただける、トラストステートメントになっているというふうに思いますので、これを土台にいいメタの社会を作っていきたいなというふうに思っております。まず最初はこれぐらいで終わらせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Vice Governor, for starting off our session today and for sharing a little bit of that context about the principles in Kyoto and how you're using them with industry. We're also very pleased to be in your fair city, so we thank you also for your kind hospitality this week. I'm now going to turn to our panel discussion. Before I jump into that, we're using a term metaverse. Just to level set what we're talking about, this is the term that was coined by fiction writer Neil Stephenson, and it's used to describe this virtual environment where immersive technologies are used so that the physical and digital worlds might converge, so that people might interact with each other and with digital content at the same time. We're going to hear a lot more elaborated on that, but this does seem to be a very, and it seems to be a very exciting area that's attracting quite a significant amount of attention, but also funding. There are venture capitalists investing heavily in startups. We've seen funding rise from $2 billion US in 2016 in venture capital funding to over $12 billion 5 years later. Earlier this year, KPMG's North America survey reported that the vast majority of investors, about 90%, believe that the metaverse is the next phase of the internet, and they imagine a future in which it's utilized for work, meetings, trainings, and learning experiences. 75% of those investors responded that they plan to maintain or increase their metaverse investments over the next 5 years. So it's not surprising that there's a lot to talk about. Earlier this year at the Global Forum on Technology, we had an inaugural event in Paris in June. There was a deep dive discussion on immersive technologies where we heard from a panel of speakers spanning perspectives from Africa, South Asia, Latin America, the United States, and the European Union. They noted that technologies such as virtual, augmented, or mixed reality have this potential to transform industries. They mentioned its capacity to foster empathy, understanding about issues like climate change, to create also deep human connections. At the same time, they described use cases in healthcare, retail, manufacturing, and entertainment. They also cited education as holding particular promise for those in resource-constrained environments. It was raised that these technologies also magnify pre-existing concerns, such as privacy, security, ethics, and disinformation. During the discussion, speakers called for balanced regulatory frameworks to maximize benefits and mitigate risks, to incentivize safe, responsible, and trustworthy innovation. Sustainability and environmental implications and inclusion were also identified as critical, for immersive technologies must be accessible to all to avoid widening divides. Persisting technical challenges such as motion sickness and latency were identified as remaining issues for technologists, but speakers also agreed that the biggest challenges in this area will fall to policymakers. So today, we have this opportunity to convene with you in Tokyo and those of you online to take this discussion further and explore how we can pursue a metaverse we want for our societies based on democratic values. To help us do that, I'm incredibly pleased to introduce your speakers. To my right here, we have Audrey Planck, the head of Digital Economy Policy Division at the OECD. We have to my left, Mr. Shokura Kozuka, Professor of Law at Gakushuin University and Chair of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications Metaverse Task Force. We also have Mr. Pierce O'Donoghue, Director of the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology, DG Connect, at the European Commission. We have Ms. Camila Leite Contri, who's a specialist at the Brazilian Consumer Protection Institute. Welcome. And we have Mr. Chate Pekyor, Human Rights Policy Manager for the Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region, stepping in for your colleague. Thank you so much. We also online, we have Mr. Neil Trevitt, Chairman of the Metaverse Standards Forum and Vice President Developer Ecosystems at NVIDIA, who is hopefully there on the Zoom platform with you. Thank you, Neil. Before turning it over to our speakers, I just want to let you know that we do have a question and answer period planned in this session. So if you have questions, feel free to note them and hold on to them. For those of you in the room, we'll open the floor and the microphones for for questions after the panel. And for those of you online, you'll be joined by my colleague, Maria Castano, who is serving as your online moderator and who will help facilitate bringing you into this room. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to you, Professor. As chair of the MIC Task Force on the Metaverse, could you please share with us some of the key issues that have emerged and the impetus for seeking cooperation and standards for the metaverse?
Yes, thank you. And with pleasure, I will talk about the activities of the study group that, or the task force. In Japan, we tend to use the word study group. Yeah, thank you very much. And now my slide is shared online. The study group was established in August of last year, and we met almost every month and published a report earlier this year. And we try to find what is really happening with regard to metaverse. And we identified that several issues that focus more on the activities within metaverse. For example, the issues concerning avatars. And Elizabeth now mentioned the disinformation issue, and with regard to avatars and as players in the metaverse, so how we can address the fake avatars. This is one of the issues to be discussed under this item. And also very important is the interoperability among platforms. There may be several platforms providing services commercially in parallel. And so from the user side, how to jump from one world or one platform to another platform is very important, and not least to ensure their freedom and ensure their right in the virtual world. And there are also more kind of technical issues and when constructing the virtual world in the metaverse. And for example, how to clear the rights, intellectual property rights or rights to publicity, and when copying or kind of casting the actual buildings or things into the metaverse. And also issues related to data acquisition. Of course, that is very important. I mean, data acquisition of personal data of the users and through that person's activities in the metaverse. There are other issues that concern the relationship between the metaverse and the real world. And one of them is the user interface and user experience, including the adverse effects and that spending long time in the metaverse could have on the health of the user. And finally, but not least important, we need to watch closely how the technology develops and how the society responds to these developments of the metaverse. And based on these findings, the study group thought that there are a few approaches to be followed or to be pursued. One of them is that it is very important to have kind of a common understanding about how to address these metaverse issues. And this common understanding better to be shared globally, because in the metaverse, we tend to have less borders or national borders based on the sovereign states in the real world. And so, it's very important. And also with regard to the relationship between the service providers and the users, we need to have some guidelines to show, so that the service providers could comply with them and provide a safe and a kind of consumer-oriented services. And the metaverse could be a more kind of the safe place for users to enter. And finally, with regard to the interoperability, we need to facilitate the industry's initiatives. And we identified already that there are a few initiatives, and so we need to kind of back them up, including standardization. So these are the findings and our thoughts at the study group set up by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And I think it's very useful to share among the participants from the world.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll come back to you for maybe a few more details. Audrey, I wonder if you could please share with us some of the insights that have come from OECD's experiences facilitating global cooperation on policy and to support values-based technology development, and to think about that cooperation and offer perspective on what we can draw from those experiences.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks for making the time to join the session. So as the OECD, we have a lot of history in developing multilateral instruments for cooperation. And in the area of technology, I think we have also quite a long history of developing instruments that are values-based and that have been fairly influential in terms of how policy and legislation develops over time. A couple examples that just come to mind. The first is the OECD privacy guidelines, and I know we have colleagues here from business at OECD that are undertaking a project that looks at the metaverse through the lens of the OECD privacy guidelines. So, it's maybe something to look at. But those really are the foundation of every major privacy piece of legislation on the planet, and many countries have them now that map directly back to the OECD privacy guidelines. They are a baseline in a lot of ways, but they're an important starting point to harmonize some aspects of privacy, for example. And so I think there are we have other instruments. The AI principles, which you're probably all familiar with, are another example of a more recent instrument. The privacy guidelines date back to 1980, so they've been around for a long time and have been relatively stable. They've been revised a couple of times, but they've been a very stable, again, baseline to embed privacy protections into data protection and privacy legislation. As AI has developed, the AI principles of 2019, when they were being developed starting in 2017, 2018, they really set out to look at the technology through a human rights and values lens. And so many of the topics that you would think of as values, democratic values, are embedded therein, and then the work around a specific technology is to do research and analysis around what it means to apply that particular value in the context that we're looking at, so in AI or in immersive technologies, because I think at a relatively high level, we understand human rights and to some degree their application, but when we start introducing new environments, immersive technologies, we introduce new technological trends, it's harder to understand necessarily how they apply. And so a lot of the work that goes into developing, at least from the OECD's perspective, values-based or democratic values-based, human rights-based approaches to governing technology is about taking things that we know to be values and applying them in those contexts. And so the AI principles certainly do that. We have a series of instruments around cybersecurity that look at things slightly from a more technical level, but in all those instruments you'll see elements of democratic and human rights values embedded into those instruments. And so I think there's lots of different, there's a spectrum of policy making that goes from sort of technical standards all the way up to hard law, and we at the OECD at least sit somewhere in the middle where we tend to do we do policy standards that are largely voluntary in the sense that they're not necessarily enforceable by a court of law, but they are a commitment at a political and at a technical level to follow. And so we can usually make progress slightly faster than some hard laws, and they can be the basis for future policy and legislation. And we've done that in a lot of different areas, and I think as technology advances, I suspect there will be demand to do that in more areas. I think some of the fundamental aspects of how we do it are based in part of why we're all here at the IGF, multi-stakeholderism, engagement with a wide community of people and expertise across the business community and academia and civil society and the technical world in order to create policy standards that are that can be implemented on some level. And so one of the big challenge with principles, guiding principles or high-level principles is just how to take them from principle to practice. And so that's an important aspect of developing policy guidance, is to think about how to take, again, a high-level democratic value and embed it into something that's actionable by either by any actor, but certainly in the technology space, we think a lot about how it's implementable in the design and development and the deployment and diffusion of different technologies. And so I think the process by which we work makes it has been, at least demonstrably successful in various domains and technology in terms of the ability to create the kinds of environments where people can come together and agree on, at whatever level they can agree on how to interpret these kind of rights and values in the context of new and emerging technologies. And I was very much struck by the Kyoto City's 10 values, which I think were, which I would actually like to get that slide, because I think there's some key elements there that I won't say they're missing, but I don't often see some things characterized, certain values characterized the way that Japan has characterized them in this context. And so I think it's very interesting for us to think about. The last thing I'll say just about the immersive space, because we have a lot of different work at the OECD in this global forum and otherwise thinking about immersive environments and the implications. And we have in our forthcoming digital economy outlook, which will come out next year, one of the pieces that looks at mental health in the digital age looks at immersive, and it's an interesting look into how things that we may find completely acceptable in the physical world seem very different to people in an immersive environment. And so it does require, at least it seems to us, require a different look at that environment because the context has changed, and so there, while we might all believe in privacy, or we might all believe in self-determination or whatever, it might look very different in that environment. So, and they're different lenses. So we look at it through a lens of mental health. We also look through a lens of the technology itself. What's happening with the technology? How's it being built? Who's building it? How accessible is it to all the things that Elizabeth talked about at the beginning? And then through the lens of different policy domains, with which we have expertise, like privacy and security and safety. And I think all of those are really important to bring together if we're going to think about how to govern this kind of space in the future to reap its benefits, which we've touched on a little bit, but I think there's some pretty compelling and exciting use cases which we heard about at our inaugural event back in June around the immersive space. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Audrey. We're going to turn to Pierce now. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the EU's perspective on metaverse development, perhaps sharing some of the insights. I know you've had this consultation work going on, and so if you could just share a few reflections on that with us. Thanks, Pierce.
Thank you indeed. Good afternoon, and happy to do so because it was just in July that the European Commission issued a policy communication where we outlined our vision and strategy for virtual worlds and for the transition to Web 4.0, which we feel that this will be part of. And before we wrote anything down to feed that communication, the Commission worked with stakeholders in Europe, among others industry and academia, as well as with the specific industry, the European VR and AR coalition, to better understand the opportunities but also the challenges that we were facing in Europe with regard to virtual worlds. We also engaged with citizens, in particular in relation to the societal implications and challenges that are stemming from the virtual worlds as we understand it now. And we had a citizens panel on virtual worlds, which led to 23 recommendations, and those fed into the communication and will help steering our work. So an example of including the multi-stakeholder community at an early stage in what is a very important policy development in this area. And just as we see from the discussions today in the EU, there's a clear wish to contribute to steering this revolution, because that is what we think it is, towards the use of values such as the respect of human rights, privacy, security, openness, accessibility. And those values underpin the overall EU approach to digital transformation, as you might recognize, and it's enshrined in the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. And they're part also of our international commitment as set out in the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, which we actually had another detailed workshop on here at Forum this morning. So why is it urgent to define a strategy? Well, it's because most of the technologies underpinning this new development or this wave of innovation have been around for decades, but the combined effect of them with some new technologies reaching maturity today make it a sudden shift. And therefore, there's a lot that we have to understand. So we need to understand how can we set the course for virtual worlds that aren't dominated only by a few big players, but also which do respect human rights and principles, and which are, in that term, human-centric. So we're aiming at the virtual worlds and the Web 4.0 to be powered by, obviously, open and highly distributed technologies and standards, which is the question, that enable interoperability and freedom of choice at the same time for users, but also which incorporate other key policy issues such as sustainability, which also must now be at the core of technological developments. So that interoperability, openness, security, as well as key issues like identity, rights, transaction management, they're all at the top of our agenda for the virtual worlds, and they call for global standards to be developed and agreed. And so, just as been said already, standardization will be key to enabling interoperability between different parts, different platforms, different networks, and will allow, from the user's perspective, the seamless use of identities, avatars, data, virtual assets, and of course doing so in a secure environment, and bringing with it the associated rights for the user across platforms and networks. And since we are looking at virtual worlds, we want to look at open virtual worlds and therefore open standards, coupled with the support for open source innovation, such as in relation to the use of distributed ledger technology and other technologies needed for the authenticity, management and security of virtual objects and identities, without imposing one of those that I've just referred to, but it must be possible that there are discussions with regard to what is the most appropriate in view of those societal considerations that I referred to just a moment ago. Now, just to conclude, we're aware of several international initiatives in this respect, and at the same time, I think we're all aware that we are facing a governance gap with regard to the metaverse, with regard to virtual worlds. Now, I understand that we're going to come to that later, and we're having a session specifically on this ourselves. We're organizing on Wednesday afternoon here in Kyoto. But the governance issue is also one which relates strongly to the standardization issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierce. Camilla, we're going to turn to you. You've heard now from a few of the governments how they're looking at the issues, what they see are the important questions and options for working towards global standards and policy approaches. I'd love to hear what your perspective is on this.
Sure. Thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity to bring civil society perspective and also a global south perspective on that. It is with these lenses that I intend to contribute to this panel, but obviously with attentive ears on the important perspectives of all stakeholders. Well, we have seen that we have a two-sided future with the metaverse. In one side, we have an opportunity, but in other side, we have some challenges, both related to the real world and also to the virtual world. Therefore, it is essential to think about this value-based future of the metaverse. And for that, I would highlight that we need a cooperation both from a global and regional perspective and also from different stakeholders' perspectives. So it is indeed a pleasure to develop this discussion with you all. Since we are already exploring the potentialities of the metaverse, I would focus on some issues that we have to take into account when we are seeking a value-based metaverse. That means some issues that we have to be aware when reducing the boundaries in this convergence between the real world and the virtual world, with the concern of not increasing some already existing issues and bringing other issues. I could talk about several issues related to mental health, ethics, data protection, cybersecurity, product safety, also because I work in a consumer organization. But I would like to take this opportunity to focus on one main issue that we have to consider while building this sharing standards for a value-based metaverse, which is inclusion. We were talking about human-centric technologies, how we should put people in the center, and we can't use these technologies to perpetuate exclusion of people. And for that, I would highlight three main topics: economic power, non-discrimination, and prevention. First one, economic power. We should gather forces, not exclude potentialities. It is therefore important to develop open standards, interoperability, so we can provide more alternatives for even more innovation in this space, and innovation also for consumers in the end. Non-discrimination in terms of understanding the necessities and the specificities of some vulnerable populations in terms of race and ethnicity, age, focusing on children, for example, which, as we have seen, Kyoto, the government of Kyoto pays a strict attention on that in terms of accessibility online, so we cannot perpetuate discrimination and exclusion of vulnerable people. Inclusion in terms of provenance. And this is tricky because we are talking about how to build global standards on these issues, but we also have to consider some regional contexts and some regional and cultural specificities. For example, I can talk about my region and my country. We face big challenges related to internet access. And notwithstanding the great potentialities of the metaverse, for a great part of the population, they don't even have meaningful connectivity, at least. So we have also to take a step back and think, how can we connect more people so they can enjoy the potentialities not only of the internet, but also the potentialities of this new technology? Disinformation, we have mentioned that also, but in some countries, disinformation is harmful. for elections, for democracy. So we cannot use these spaces for these purposes. We have to think on how can we tackle that, and how can we consider the countries or regional context related to that. We shouldn't have second-class users. We have to think on how can we include more people. No one should be left behind. So summing up, we have global challenges, and as it was already mentioned, the borders are fluid in the metaverse. And because of that, we need a holistic approach and a joint effort of different jurisdictions and different stakeholders. But we have to think about inclusions in terms of people that are included, not perpetuating discrimination, and considering regional contexts. So we have to set global standards, but considering these contextual specificities. So how the metaverse, how inclusive is the metaverse, and how much is it perpetuating this system of exclusion? And how can we advance for the better? Until now, I highlighted only the issues, but I hope to talk more in a second phase on the potentialities, on how can we solve that, and how can we advance on a human rights-based technology, human rights-based metaverse to enjoy its full potential. And we have to focus on what matters the most. Consumers, citizens, data subjects, internet users. In the end, people should be in the center.
Thank you so much, Camilla. I'm going to turn it now to our online speaker, Neil. Good morning. Thank you for getting up early for us. We'd like to hear a little bit about the Metaverse Standards Association, the impetus you had for creating this, and what contribution you're expecting to make to this journey we're pursuing in values-based development of the metaverse.
Sure. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's an honor to be here, and I hope to be there in person next time. Yes, there's a lot of ongoing debate around the nature of the metaverse, as we've already heard. And I think at its core, something we can all rely on, it's a combination of multiple disruptive technologies. There's AI, there's GPU processing for graphics and compute, there's XR, there's Web3, there's advanced networking, including 5G plus and beyond. So it's also appropriate, of course, that the metaverse is being discussed here at IGF, because the metaverse is going to be the spatial evolution of the web, combining the connectivity of the web with the immersiveness of spatial computing. So given that background, the genesis of the Metaverse Standards Forum was the realization that the industry is attempting to build an open platform with an unprecedented level of interoperability. And that's going to take a constellation of open standards from dozens, maybe even hundreds of standards organizations. And as standards organizations often like to work by themselves, we urgently needed a neutral venue for cooperation and coordination between standards organizations and the wider industry. And the forum launched, we're very young, the forum launched in just June 2022. And the key thing, it's not another standards organization. It doesn't create standards itself. The forum seems to be unique in existing to assist existing standards organizations create effective standards that we need for the metaverse through a close connection to industry and gathering real-world use cases and requirements. And there has been significant interest. Now the forum has over 2,500 member organizations, which I think is an indication of the ongoing interest in the metaverse as a topic. The forum takes a very pragmatic approach. It's not trying to dictate what the metaverse is going to be. We think that will evolve naturally over time. But we continually poll the forum members on what are the domains that are most urgently in need of cooperation for standardization. We have created working groups in those domains that work on interoperability projects to create a short-term stream of business opportunities while the larger vision of the metaverse unfolds. We like to say we're not trying to create the metaverse cathedral, but we are trying to bake the bricks that we're going to need to build the road to the metaverse. The forum membership has voted to create working groups for many technical domains, including 3D assets, avatars, XR, 3D in a web stack, 5G, 6G networking, digital twins, and more. And many have been mentioned here already in the session. But interestingly, though, the domain group that got most votes from the forum membership by quite a large margin was not for pure technical interoperability, but was for privacy, cybersecurity, and inclusiveness. And so that working group is going to take close cooperation on both technical and legislative initiatives. And the working group has already attracted many experts in the domain. And interestingly, the group is working to establish social norms and other means to ensure an open, equitable, and human-centric foundation for the metaverse. So the forum is very active. We have working group meetings almost daily. And so we hope our contribution can be a pragmatic, industry-connected and proactive input to the development of a values-based metaverse. And we're honored and excited to be a part of this discussion today at IGF. And we hope to be a constructive contributor to this global discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. Speaking of industry, we have the opportunity to hear from Chitai. We'd like to hear a little bit about some of the engagement that you're doing with policy stakeholders in the metaverse. Particularly, we're interested in that regional domain we've talked about from Africa, Middle East, and Turkey that you're working with. And if you could just help us understand how regional and local considerations are being factored in the approaches you're taking.
Thank you so much, and also thank you so much for having me here today. Similar to Camila, I will also try to bring a regional view to the discussion for the Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region that I'm also working for. But before starting, I would like to recognize, like for us, we recognize that developing and implementing global standards for metaverse is a challenging task because there are different stakeholders involved. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. But beyond that, there are regional challenges that we all need to think about. And for the region that I'm working for, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey, as I mentioned, these challenges range from, similar to Camila's point, connectivity to gender divide and also language barrier. And for some of these challenges, we think AI actually may propose a solution. For example, language challenge. But for some others, we think we need to keep building stronger partnerships in the region and also initiatives for the readiness for the communities in the region. I would like to take one step back before getting into the details of what we are seeing in the region and what we are doing so far, just to try to explain what are we focusing on when we think about the values and priorities that we have at Meta in designing metaverse. We are actually focusing on 5 different areas. These are economic opportunity, privacy, safety and integrity of our users, and 4 areas, and equity and inclusion. As I mentioned, to ensure our communities in the region will be able to benefit from this technology, we already started our engagements with our stakeholders, both from civil society and also, of course, government stakeholders. In these active engagements, we do listen to them and carry their recommendations to our teams, but also we initiated various efforts that focus on increasing local readiness. For us, the key term for our region is access, but it's not just connectivity. It's not just having affordable devices or having an internet that is fast enough to reach this technology. But it goes beyond that, and access is also about digital literacy, trust, and safety of our users. For the connectivity part, I'm sure you know Meta has several investments, infrastructure initiatives, including 2Africa project, which is the largest and longest submarine cable system that will connect more than 33 countries across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. But on top of the connectivity efforts, we also started some programmatic efforts to make sure that our communities will be ready for the next iteration of the internet. These efforts do include range of programs which we trained over 350,000 small, medium businesses, 5,300 civil society organizations, and 340,000 young people and educators in our region only, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region, on digital literacy, and also to increase their digital capacity and prepare them for developing digital experiences and careers. Some of the examples that I may provide from these readiness projects that we have are, we started our first regional Metaverse Academy in Saudi Arabia, where we conducted discovery workshops, and we brought together more than 3,000 people. And there was a significant representation of female attendees in these workshops. We also launched Skill Up training in Saudi Arabia as well, where we trained 81 participants. More than half of them were women in this program. And first 50 graduates of this program already created a project which is showcasing Saudi pop-up artists and cultural heritage in a metaverse museum. We also conducted a similar program in our Pan-Africa Metaverse Summit, where we also launched Africa XR Marathon, we call it, which was designed to support African XR talent. We do know that there is still much that we can do, and we will be doing as the business part of this technological development that we are all trying to contribute. And we also think that it is very important for all of us to have this conversation today, so everyone can benefit from this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we've come full circle. I would like to ask you a question, Vice Governor. As you're pursuing the value-based ecosystem of the Kyoto City, we've seen some of your initiatives. We'd like to understand better what your guidance would be for global policymakers and stakeholders that are considering such standards and aligned approaches, and how those might assist you with your needs.
まず私どもはこのステートメントを作る、最初のひな形はですね、先ほど京都の歴史的な企業群の話をしましたけれども、もう一つはCOP3 を京都でこの場所でやったんですね。この場所で COP3 をやりました。その時に私はまだ課長ぐらいやったと思うんですけど、その時にですね、インターネットを使って、ボランティアの人がインターネットを使って COP3 で何を議論しているかというのをボランティアで世界に発信したんですね。でその世界に発信したことがその後、いろんなことを検討していくときに非常に有用なことになったんだというふうに思います。我々が作っていたボランティアグループは次のブラジルの大会にも行って同じように議論をインターネットで世界に提供することをやりました。私どもが今回ステートメントを作ったのはベータ版みたいなもので、先ほどもご指摘があったようにまだ要素として欠けている部分があるのは当然だというふうに思うんですけれども、これを広く市民社会に我々はこんな社会を目指してメタに取り組んでいくんだということを発信することで、市民の方々がどのようなことを考えられたり、どのような課題意識を持たれたりというようなことを我々にフィードバックをしていただくというような作業を非常に市民レベルあるいはコミュニティのレベルで深くやっていくことが非常に大きな活動に広がっていくんではないかというふうにまず思っています。したがってこういう場に今回呼んでいただいたのは非常に嬉しく思ってるんですけども、これを例えば何年後かに京都はどんなことになっているのということを発表させていただく、こういうことを続けていくことが、本当にメタバースの市民化みたいなことを実現する最大のエンジンになるんではないかと私は思っております。
Thank you for those additional thoughts. Camilla, we're going to come back to you. So you've heard a little bit about what that impetus is and different perspectives on how that's being pursued. What are the component parts? What are the elements that we should put in our thinking?
Perfect. So since we're talking about a human rights-based technology, since we're talking about that we have to focus on inclusion, we should put people in the center, I agree that we need shared norms, we need shared standards, and maybe regulation. So we need a common international understanding of that, but as I already highlighted, considering regional context. About the shared norms, I would highlight also 3 main topics: openness, rights and legislation, and context. Openness in terms of gathering the potentialities of different and fragmented metaverse in an interconnected innovation development of the metaverse through interoperability, obviously considering data protection rights, and open access, not to have a fragmented metaverse. Beyond openness, it is also important to guarantee people's access to rights and also to guarantee the compliance of already existing norms. So sometimes when we are developing innovation, we are thinking about how we can build new standards, new norms, but we already have some norms that should be applied to them. For example, data protection legislation, competition legislation, and consumer law. Context. Because as I already mentioned, although we have to lead this discussion globally, we have to consider local and cultural and regional specificities. So we ought to have a baseline that is sufficiently protective, but also sufficiently broad to be flexible to consider these contexts. And I have to say that this is a challenge on how can we develop this. But how can we develop this? The best thing to do is to gather different perspectives, as we are already doing right now. We have to have people from different regions, as we have in here. We have to have multi-stakeholder debates, multi-stakeholder development of these norms. We have to have engagement of companies, as we can see in this panel, cooperation of governments, through qualified international discussions facilitated by key actors as OECD, and governance and participation. As the Vice Governor mentioned, we have to foment CSO, civil society, and technical sector participation on these discussions. And from civil society and the Global South, we remain super available to contribute to this innovative and inclusive future for a human rights-based metaverse.
Thank you very much, Camilla. I'm hearing some strong convergence on certain things. Pierce, can you share a little bit more with us about what's next for the Commission and how you're pursuing this approach to align globally?
Thank you. Well, the strategy set out in the policy communication I mentioned, well, it consists of 10 sets of actions, and don't worry, I'm not going to go through all of them. But it does have, it's articulated around 4 pillars, which I'll just mention briefly. No, is that okay? It's better. Well, good. I won't repeat myself. Our strategy, 4 pillars. Empowering people and reinforcing their skills required to develop innovative applications. Supporting a Web 4.0 industrial ecosystem to scale up European excellence in research, but also to foster innovation and to prevent fragmentation. Supporting societal progress and virtual public services through 2 new public flagships in the area of smart cities and health, respectively, which directly impact the quality of life of citizens. And then the 4th one is governance at EU level and at international level to shape global standards for an open and interoperable virtual worlds and to promote Web 4.0 standards in line with our vision and standards. So let me just elaborate briefly on that last pillar, which I mentioned earlier as well, linked to the governance element. As I mentioned, we need to ensure that virtual worlds are designed as open and interoperable from the outset, to ensure true empowerment and diverse participation. And that, of course, in itself is a win-win situation because it can foster innovation, collaboration, and creativity. And so addressing the governance at EU and global level will be needed to achieve that openness. It won't come naturally, and interoperability of virtual worlds. And it'll be key to the future developments and uses. And also, it'll be key to uptake, we must remember. In addition, we have to have international engagement on topics related to content and practice, which have proven already to be very difficult in some cases in the internet. We have issues such as access and creation against disinformation, censorship versus freedom of speech, surveillance against privacy, and so on. These are global challenges. From our perspective, there's a clear commitment to continue to engage with the existing multi-stakeholder internet governance institutions. We don't think we need to create new ones. It is in fact, this is now a challenge, but also a positive one to us to prove that the existing institutions, of course including the IGF, has the ability to adapt and grow along with the technology, and we believe that it can do so. But that's part of the discussions that will dominate all of this week. And also in the same vein, to develop human rights-based virtual worlds, we should rely on recognized instruments. It's not because the technology is new that somehow we have to build something new around it. That's an important lesson. We already have the Declaration for the Future of the Internet with nearly 70 signatories, including, as we saw clearly this morning, the Global South. And that sets out a future for the Internet that's open, free, global, interoperable, reliable and secure, and that builds on multi-stakeholder governance. So in the same way we in Europe can add to that with our European Declaration of Digital Rights and Principles. But it's clearly that the views or the principles are shared widely, and widely, more to the point. There has been a UN resolution in 2019 which affirmed that the same rights that people have offline must also be protected online. And of course, the governance for openness and interoperability can only be accompanied and implemented by the global multi-stakeholder community. A state-led approach will not work. Of course, we have to rely on the technicians as well as civil society, IETF, ICANN, and the IGF, as well as the national and regional initiatives for that multi-stakeholder input, including, because I've heard it so strongly from Camilla, the ability to adapt and take account of local and regional differences, cultural and otherwise. So as part of our contribution to this work, we are launching an expert group within the European Union to bring our member states together with experts who share a common approach, but also then how does that translate practically into the design of virtual worlds and Web 4.0. We'll also support the creation of a technical multi-stakeholder governance process to address essential aspects of virtual worlds. And now when I say that, I want to clearly clarify that, of course, it's not to create new structures, but to ensure that with the communities, the stakeholders, the groups, civil society, technical and otherwise, who we already bring together, that we will have a process within those fora that goes beyond the existing institutions, but only insofar as whether it's for standards or in terms of, for example, recruiting a new technical community in relation to new technologies, that we would then feel that need to innovate. And it would look at issues such as interoperability, rights management, and of course the transactions in the virtual world and identity management, where we already have quite a lot going on in the European Union. So that is how we see things evolving. We want to do it with our global partners, like-minded member states, but of course the global multi-stakeholder community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pierce. Professor Kozuka, we're going to turn to you to get a little bit more perspective on how Japan might use what you've done in your study group to inform, and also how Japan might look at being informed by global standards developments in the metaverse.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, and the first phase of our study group was concluded earlier this year, and we are now talking about the second stage. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. my slide is now shared. And so, during that second phase, and we will consider about more kind of concretized principles that and reflect our approaches to the metaverse. And having heard the interventions today and from the industry representative to consumer representative, and of course from the government and intergovernmental organizations. And I'm now confident that everyone has more or less the same mind. And so number one, the metaverse should be based on the democratic value. That is pretty obvious. And also, and people's rights and freedom should be protected there. But we also note that that does not mean that kind of unrestrained and a freedom without any rules or norms, but rather it should be a balanced approach with appropriate and appropriateness and to prevent harms on any participants in the metaverse. And also we need to respect the dignity of individuals and the fairness and the diversity. All these things have been voiced already from the participants of today's session. So Japan's approach will not be much different from those. And another thing that we heard today is the importance of the international and a commitment. And so we also think that having dialogues within my country will make up our contribution to the global forum, and we can then exchange our views and inputs, including, of course, this very early attempts of this province of Kyoto, and already they have 10 principles, which is very important, and we can learn a lot from that, and so those will also be examined and brought into the global forum. And these values are very abstract, and no one will dispute those, the importance of those, but we need to have more kind of concrete and a strategy to build up a rights-based, value-based metaverse. So there should be more kind of a more concretized and principles to make the metaverse trustworthy. For example, accountability, transparency, and interoperability, all those things. We are going to discuss and carefully during the second phase of our task force. And then, of course, we are happy to bring them to the global world and have dialogues with various stakeholders and from various regions and various parts of the world, and so that we can have better approach to the metaverse.
Thank you very much, Professor. Chatai, we're going to go to you now. If you could talk to us a little bit about how you're working to align with the stakeholders and what factors might impede that alignment.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to express that we continuously explore avenues to incorporate human rights into our services and products and practices. This also includes interoperability for metaverse and also ensuring AI serves communities fairly. In our engagements with stakeholders, to make sure that we can keep these promises, we actually act from certain principles that we have, which are grounded in our commitments to our corporate human rights policy and also United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. And as part of this, we actually started conducting a human rights due diligence effort on metaverse and potential human rights implications of that, which we are looking forward to share with the communities when it's ready to share. And we also follow what is happening in the ecosystem, and we are trying to be part of it as much as we can. In relation to this, we support the principles set in the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, the Copenhagen Pledge on Tech and Democracy. We support and trying to contribute to ongoing UN processes, the OECD and other relevant multilateral and multi-stakeholder fora, including here IGF and Freedom Online Coalition. We also joined the XR Advisory Council alongside policymakers, experts, and academics to be able to advise and address key issues facing XR ecosystem. Also, we are one of the founding members of the XR Association, which is helping to build responsible XR. We are, in addition to these, like being part of these avenues, we are directly partnering with universities around the world to analyze everything from economic opportunity to ethics and responsible design in the metaverse. We have a 2-year, $50 million US dollar global XR programs and research fund to support this critical external research and programs. Which will support students, creators, and small businesses and owners of this technology. We are hoping with by being involved into this debate in the most possible extent, we will be able to consider everyone, and by understanding better how everyone may benefit from metaverse, hopefully we will be able to deliver an experience that different people may enjoy. In these avenues that we are trying to be part of, we always want to underline this is not something that we can achieve by ourselves, and this requires a collaborative effort. Metaverse won't be a thing that is built by one company. There are like many players also in the business side, and we won't be the ones setting the rules for how it works, but obviously we're in a position where we can contribute greatly, and we, like no need to repeat, but like we support the seamless interconnectedness of these virtual spaces, which will require new standards, norms, technical specifications. And of course, these can only be agreed collaboratively through bodies like Metaverse Standards Forum or through forums like this one.
Thank you very much for that perspective. We're going to move online now. Back to you, Neil. We'd like to get a sense, as you're working across industry on this question, you mentioned the size of your membership and working on a broader horizontal effort. From that perspective, can you give us an idea of what important actions governments can take to support these efforts and alignment?
Yes, absolutely. This has been a really interesting discussion, so thank you, everyone. I think that there are 3 points I'd like to make. Firstly, we have seen in the Metaverse Standards Forum that many in industry, of course, are very enthused by the potential benefits of this thing we're calling the metaverse, but importantly, they are also very aware of the increased dangers of these powerful technologies that we're bringing together to issues such as privacy and security, perhaps sensitized by some of the issues created by today's social media landscape, for example. And I think we've seen, therefore, that industry is paying close attention to the importance of creating a safe and inclusive metaverse. After all, no one's interests are served at all if the metaverse is not a platform that users both enjoy and can trust. So I think this creates the openness in industry to the idea that the relationship between industry and government can and should be cooperative, as only legislation and technology working together is going to create and complete this metaverse puzzle. The relationship does not have to be combative. Ideally, legislation can create a necessary safe space where technical innovation can thrive within agreed guide rails. And of course, therefore, a positive way to foster collaboration between industry and legislators is early cooperation and dialogue on the technology, the risks and opportunities to build that mutual understanding. If the forum can help foster that kind of constructive discussion, working with the other initiatives that are represented here, that's something we very much welcome, of course. And lastly, in my own personal journey through the forum, interoperability is often a term that has been is used in the context of technical standards, technical interoperability. But through the discussions in a forum, I've come to understand that interoperability is not just important in technical standards. Legislative interoperability is important as well, because the metaverse is going to be deployed globally. We hopefully can strive for as much consistency as possible across different legislative domains, while of course being sensitive to regional needs, as has been discussed here.
Thank you, Neil. So Audrey, we're gonna give you the last word on this panel. You've heard the different streams of work and the different perspectives on this panel, and we were wanting to look a little bit more at what OECD current priority actions might contribute to the pursuit, and also we've heard about different institutions and not a need for additional institutions. So how can IOs help from that perspective?
So it strikes me that at a fairly basic level, we need some terminology cleanup and some definitional attention, which is something that we actually spend a lot of time doing at the OECD. It tends to be the least glamorous part of our work. Not that it's very glamorous, but I do think just listening to all the interventions, even our own, the way that we describe this technology, I think we've got to get a little bit more grounded in what we mean and what we're talking about, because without that, it's difficult to see where there are gaps. And I think there's lots of consensus about not creating new things that are duplicative of old things, because that's an easy thing to agree to. It's easy to agree not to duplicate. It's hard to understand if you're duplicating or not. And so I think without some policy definitions, and which can of course be based on technical definitions, but generally in the policy space we need policy understandable definitions as well. It seems like there's some really important foundational work to be done there, and that can be an important input to policy coherence or interoperability. As Neil just said, I think we obviously very much believe in sort of policy interoperability or cohesiveness, but usually that requires some foundational definitional coherence as well. And it strikes me that we might be lacking that a bit on this topic, I think. That's one area of work. And then I think the other thing to say is that I do think that a deeper dive, whether it's a taxonomy or a benchmarking or a stock taking of something of what the differences are, because just a proliferation of guidance or principles or interpretation of values relative to a new technology sounds nice, but I think it's only really useful if we know what's different and what's unique here. And I think that gets a little bit back to the definition, and then it gets to sort of understanding some of maybe the risk areas that are unique and the opportunity areas that are unique, and what we already have that applies. I think there's lots of examples of things and guidance that we have that certainly apply in the metaverse or in the immersive world. And the question of what gaps we have, and if I just looked at some of the principles from Kyoto, I would say maybe some of those could be thought about a little, but at least from where we sit, there are things we haven't really thought about, at least in that way. So I think some mapping of how existing things apply to see where there are some gaps and what might be needed. But certainly, just again, the starting point for any kind of international cooperation and coherence is going to be definitions. And I heard a lot of different terms, and we even, at the OECD use a lot of different terms. So that really stood out to me, and perhaps an area where we can help move the collective understanding in the policy space forward, building on what other technical organizations and technical standardization organizations are already doing. Thanks.
All right, so now the speakers are unknown to us. They're amongst you all. Who would like to take the floor, either to ask a question or contribute something? You've got a microphone in front of you. I'll maybe ask you. I see two of you at this table and two here. Great, we'll go around like that. Please.
Well, first of all, thank you for all the panelists here and online. It was really interesting discussion. And I think I would like to.
Could I just ask you to to introduce
really
yourself?
Sorry, I didn't do it. Yes, my name is Paola Galvez. I'm Peruvian. I'm a tech policy advisor. Now candidate of Master of Public Policy at Oxford, but I am a former advisor at the Peruvian government. And actually, I wanted to touch a point that I think we discussed, but very, very lightly, which is capacity building of policymakers and people in government. We are navigating a decade of the digital era, and I would like to hear from the panelists, any of you would like to contribute, how in the organizations are working towards these. We've read different documents recently, the guidelines on generative AI that was published by the OECD. It's hard, for instance, to identify which content has been developed by AI or by humans. It is hard to tackle this information in that sense as well. But if policymakers that are developing these rules do not have the appropriate skills or really do not how to navigate these, how can we reach this consensus, this cooperation that we're looking for? I would love to hear from Mr. Pierce, if it's possible, to hear the European perspective. As a Latin American, our countries are usually looking at what is happening in Europe because we usually tend to grab human-centered positions as the European does. So that would be my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a few questions and then we'll come back to our panel for that. I see there's one here and then I'm going to come over here.
Hello there. My name's Eric Hawkinson. I'm actually a local here in Kyoto, immersive learning specialist dealing in augmented virtual reality in educational contexts. 京都に住んでるの拡張現実、仮想現実の研究するの大学教師よろしくお願いします。I'd like to try to frame, this is all great foundational work and conversations we're under here, but I feel like a lot of the times working this technology the last 10, 20 years, a lot of the incentive structures are somehow kind of stacked against a lot of the things that we talked about here today, right? So inclusivity, interoperability, and things like that. I would like to try to get the panel to kind of frame the conversation in how likely all of these things are to be successful, and success being kind of comparing it to the wave of social media or other technologies that have come in the past. And also where the low-hanging fruit is. Where are we likely to get or see the most opportunities for success around these things? And where exactly do we need to focus most of our efforts to get most of these things to come to actualization? Thanks. よろしくお願いします。
Okay, so I do see that we have another question on this side. We'll go here, and then we'll come over here if you bear with me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Karanikolas. I'm the Executive Director of the UCLA Institute for Technology, Law, and Policy. I wanted to pick up where I think Ms. Planck left off and wondered if any of the other panelists wanted to drill down more deeply into the specific content or privacy challenges that you might have identified, which are either novel to extended reality or exacerbated by these new technologies. And I ask because my research center is going to be starting a project in January on exactly that. So if you're working on that, if you've already figured that out, you'll save me some time, but wanted to figure out where the state of research is.
All right, over to you.
Yes, my name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus, and I'm a member of CSAC. I have a very short questions to Neil about standards. You know, how the Metaverse Standardization Forum is collaborating with the existing traditional internet standardization bodies, like the IGF, the World Wide Web Consortium, and ITUT. Thank you.
I'm going to take one more question, and then I'll give our panelists an opportunity to respond. Sir?
Great, thank you. My name is Steve Park. I'm the head of public policy for Roblox for the APAC region. It was very great hearing about the work that the Japanese government has done for the metaverse guidelines. And particularly on page 2 of your slide, Professor Koska, you're talking about the need to balance between freedom and rules. I think that's a very important point that was mentioned by other panelists as well, particularly considering that there isn't necessarily a consensus on even democratic values. Freedom of speech is important to all democracies, but some countries enforce it differently than other countries, balance it with things like personal reputation or other issues such as election laws, for example. So we would love to hear if what the Japanese government has in mind to bring that consensus. Perhaps you would consider something like data free flow of trust for the DFFT-like initiative for the metaverse. So we would love to hear that. Thank you.
All right. So who would like to come back on the question of how IOs are working on capacity building? Sure, I think maybe Audrey and Pierce, because I think it would be
let
great.
me, I'm gonna, if I can merge an answer to a couple of the questions and then happy to pass on. So, yes. So in our research, we see that basically 80% of the headsets, if we're just in the virtual reality space, again, I'm back to my definitional issues, but in VR headsets today are sold by about 80% of them are sold, 80-90% by social media companies, basically. So if you're looking at what is the trajectory of that piece of the technology, which again, I'm not trying to extrapolate it out to all immersive technology because there's a bunch of different categories and we have done our own research and have our own papers coming forward, but just to say that, you know, if you just look at who's building the things and who's buying them, you know, it does sort of lead you down the path of this is a game, or this is the path of, you know, it's an environment in which we're extending social media and gaming, and to some degree, it's not surprising because a lot of the investment that came into this came from the gaming industry and VR. So I think that the data that we have now is that, you know, that's where it sits, and, you know, there's huge market concentration. We know that with, you know, 10% of the VR headsets are sold by a bunch of different little players, and then, you know, the vast majority is sold by 3, one very big one, Meta, which is not surprising to anyone here. So that's pretty clear in terms of the market dynamics. And so the question of whether we expect to see it taken up in a broader, more democratic, you know, I don't know. I think the question is maybe more of what are the conditions that would make that possible in sectors in which it's viable? Like, where should the technology be used for what purposes, and how do you get it there beyond this social media use, which is clearly where we're sitting today based on what we have. So that's the short answer that I can offer, which is probably all things you already know given where you're sitting, but it would be interesting to hear your reaction. To colleague from the United States over there. So in the privacy space, I mean, we're doing some work on this as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting data about just how much new types of personal data are collected in these virtual environments, particularly around body movements, around eye movements, around and it's just so much more and so much more frequently than what we're used to thinking about in classic data protection. And there's, we have, some information, some, at least it's a couple years old now, so, but, 20 minutes in a virtual reality simulation leaves just under 2 million unique recordings of body language in 20 minutes. So it's a fantastic scale that we're not used to coping with, I think, probably from a privacy protecting perspective or even from a legal perspective and certainly from a policy perspective before. So there's also, nonverbal communication. I've moved all kinds of, psychological and types of data that, don't necessarily come through in the classic ways that we've used technology. So I think that's a big category which people are paying attention to in the privacy space. And we're certainly paying attention to now. We have some research coming out next year based, that looks broadly, just focusing on virtual reality, that look broadly into pros and cons, and in the privacy space, some of the details out, some of that I won't take the time to deeply go into it here, but I suspect for the privacy community, I imagine you're all thinking about that because there's some pretty good academic research around it that we've looked at and started to sort of dive a little bit into the questions of what does that mean relative to sort of data minimization or data limitation, sort of classic principles of privacy and data protection that this may very well challenge. And so I think, how can IOs help? I mean, I think we do, at least the OECD, we do a few things. We do research, we try to make complicated things more accessible and understandable to policymakers. We do our own data gathering and empirical work. We also make recommendations in policy space. So I think, when there's an area where something connects to where we have competency, we can help sort of bring those things together and bring a policy community to the table to understand and talk about it in a sort of like-minded way, because our membership at its base is democratic, market economies that tend to at least think about democratic values in a similar way. But obviously, this technology affects the broad world, and so that's why we have the global forum, so we can also work with a broader stakeholder set, which brings me back maybe to the last question around, values are values, but they're not always shared. And I think, there's an important distinction between where you can get maybe agreement on a common approach to something, or where you can work together to share information and still, even if you don't have a common approach, or even if you take different approaches, to still find ways to work together and maybe learn from each other. It's a complicated environment that we live in today to do that, and it's true that values can vary across cultures and societies, and so that's, I think, why, at least in the OECD context, we tried to focus on things that are shared, where countries have a common approach. But I think there's other work beyond, sort of making recommendations and having hard agreements where a broader community can participate.
Thanks, Audrey. So I'm going to ask Pierce to come in on the question that you want. I'm also going to jump to Japan and Neil. We've got a few minutes left, so if you can be quick, thank you.
Yes, indeed. I couldn't possibly answer all of the questions, but in relation to what I could add value and where we were particularly addressed, on capacity building, I could give a very short answer, is that we're nowhere in terms of specifically capacity building in relation to virtual worlds or the metaverse. But I think that's what you see in our communication. We're trying to establish that capacity building and understanding. One point that I referred to, which I think is particularly important, do the communities, including particularly, for example, the technical community, maybe the private sector, but also civil society, do we have everybody in the room? There may be more that we need to bring in specifically for virtual worlds, and we are learning. On the standardization, it's the same thing. Do we understand the technology? Are we working with the people who may understand the technology in order to actually have something effective on standards, but all of it will, as I have said, I hope made it clear, will be measured against the human-centric approach, human values, human rights. And then very quickly, and I'll try and be telegraphic to Michael from UCLA, in our work, but this is not definitive, we have identified issues, particularly as Audrey was saying with regard to the privacy space, but the functioning of avatars, for example, with regard to privacy. The safety of data. We have an issue with regard to virtual assets. We're still trying to keep up with cryptocurrencies, etc., and virtual assets will make that much more complex. And then finally, it's actually the health aspects, and it's the health aspects of the wearer, particularly of the equipment, and that health discussion has to include psychological well-being. So if, like me, you had teenage children 20 years ago, it was a problem of how many hours do they spend video gaming. If you translate that problem to the virtual worlds, it could be that the psychological socialization problems could be magnified enormously. So those are three issues. That's not a definitive list, and of course we don't have the definitive answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your question. Freedom of speech is, of course, the very basis of the democratic society. That is quite obvious, and no one doubts that. And on the other hand, if the metaverse becomes full of disinformation and defamation and consumer fraud, it is also obvious that no one wants that to take place. So in that sense, it is quite clear that we need to have some norms, social norms, acceptable to the society. The important thing is that we shouldn't try to find out the answer or the correct balance on the issue. If we close the discussions on how to hit the balance of the norm and the freedom, then that is not democracy. We understand that democracy is, after all, the continuation of the dialogues among the citizens, and that is a very important thing. And last word about capacity building. You need to come to Kyoto province, and work with the local government and the local expert. And to be more serious, and expertise needs to be built within the dialogues with the industry and within the dialogues with the users. It should not be only with the policy at the high level. That is what I thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we're using up a bit of a 5-minute grace period here. Thank you for your indulgence. But since we got questions, it's really great that we can just come back on them. Neil, I'm going to call on you for the question about how you're collaborating with other technical organizations.
Yes, I'll make it quick. So thank you for the question. It's a great question. So broadly, the standards landscape, I think you can divide it into two classes of standardization organizations. There's the industry consortia, like W3C, Open Geospatial Consortium, Kronos Group, and many others. The forum, I think, has a clear relationship to those that many are already members, and we're already busy gathering, coordinating requirements, helping in that process and generating visibility for those organizations where it's relevant to the metaverse. Of course, there are many larger organizations that you mentioned that are working on initiatives too. They're very valuable: IGF, ITU, IETF, ISO, IEEE. There are a lot of initiatives, and it can be confusing how many there are, and there are overlaps. And so, to be honest, we are still figuring out how the forum can best add value, if we can add value, and how we can add value to complement those larger organizations and initiatives. We have had though positive collaborative discussions already with ITU, ISO, and IEEE, who are looking how to leverage a kind of a neutral, industry-connected, agile organization that is deliberately very different, to those much larger and well-established organizations. We're not trying to compete with anyone. We're just here trying to help where we can, and we would welcome that discussion if we can be helpful. Please, we'd love to talk.
Wonderful. So thank you very much, everyone, for participating today. We really appreciated the discussion. Thank you to our esteemed panelists and informed panelists for contributing and to the co-organizers of Japan. I'm going to spare you a summary, and I hope that you have all integrated what we've learned since we're running over time. But many thanks, and we'll look forward to seeing you at other Global Forum occasions and the rest of the week at the IGF. Take care.